81X. And this thing, it ran a 384, I think, last night. Super consistent. Hoiking the front wheels up on the way down. Johnny Ricker from Point Cook and Victoria, of course, Mr. Race Parts Melbourne. Of course, Joel's Garage Gear, part of this great wrap that's gone on the car. Big shout out to Trent. So here we go. John Ricker, Paul Mary, our first couple of citizens in this little town we call Bump City. We're going to get a little bit of bump here right now between these two turbo cars. Our first bit of it here at our Kenda 660 Outlaw radial class. Bump City, baby! Johnny's car's not moving. Paul's car's not moving. What's happened there? Johnny can't move it in. Oh, roll. Jeez, what a boil over. What an absolute boil over there. Like, Paul went in there to bump it in, and Johnny's found a bulb, and then the thing did not want to move from there. Johnny wasn't deliberately trying to hang anyone out there. He's just trying to get the thing to move. And that thing did not want to move another inch. And then he had something go on there where the thing did move. By then, Paul decided enough was enough, and I do know that everyone's got a little built-in countdown timer, especially these turbo guys, that you can only do that for so much. And you start to get a little bit edgy, you get a little bit nervous, because these things are ramping up transmission temperature by the second. And I don't know, maybe Johnny's, judging by he's just firing that thing up now, maybe that thing lost fire trying to bump it in. Oh, isn't that funny? That's a little bit funny. I just responded to a message on Facebook Messenger, and I must have accidentally pressed the little microphone thing there. So that last whole run between Paul Merry and Johnny Rick has just been sent to a mate of mine, Trent, in text. The whole call just got sent in text. And when you look back at what I've said, it's like, geez, that's a lot of crap. But it's true. You do have this little bit of nervousness kicking in when you're trying to load a twin turbo big block style radial car into stage. You want to move it one more inch. You've got literally nearly 4,000 horsepower in behind. That torque converter is stalling up. That transmission temperature is getting hotter by the second. And Paul was in. He wanted to go. Johnny had a bulb on there, and it's. I don't even think we see a red. I don't think we got a chance to throw the red before Paul disappeared, because we're almost nearly at that stage there where the red, a 7-second time normally kicks in. The CompuLink normally kicks in, and that 7-second time kicks in, and then that red gets thrown in Johnny's lane, and Paul's gone. But Paul left before that all happened, so none of that could happen. But God, it just goes to show you just some of the simple things about drag racing, like the staging part of it, can create so much drama in just an instant. No, Lukey, I don't think we need Rumble to do that. But look, it wouldn't hurt if you could. If they've asked for it, maybe do it, Lukey. If they've asked for it, maybe do it. But I'm not aware of it, mate. I'm just saying to you, maybe just do it. Because I don't know. I know we've done it before to help seeding. All right, block your ears. I almost want to call them the Camaro brothers. They're virtually, like, when you look at them, if you didn't catch the name on them, you could mistake one for the other. But, I mean, they are just two of the most amazing machines we've got in this country. George Jezewski, Mr. Lotus Caravans, puts the money where his mouth is and is supporting Outlaw Radial to the hilt with a $10,000 payout today for the winner. Andrew Zada, what can you say about the Boogeyman? He is Australia's quickest radial racer at 3:54 with a 0. He made his goal very, very clear after this event last year when Wade Wagstaff went 57 with a 1. He said, I want to be quicker than Wade. I don't know, Lukey. I honestly don't know. Answering a couple of texts here. But the Boogeyman, it took him a lot of events, a lot of test days. He got there. He got the number. He went to a 56. Then it went. I think he went a 55. Now 54. So he is the quickest guy in this country on a radial, and he knows he's got the short times to run a 40-something on the right conditions. George Jezewski, the Purge. Oh, Jezewski, 103 to the 60-foot, 006 to on the tree, 261 to 330, 392 at 175 mile an hour. Early click for Jezewski. 006 on the tree, George. Andrew went minus 176, and the Boogeyman got up on the tie there very, very early and zinged him. And a 935 for him, but Jezewski, 006 on the tree. 006 on the tree there for George, and a 392 at 175. I think shoots out early for him. And that's not a bad run at all to kick off. But our 6 cars in Outlaw Radial for today, thanks to Lotus Caravans and Race Parts Melbourne. We know that Paul Merry and Johnny Ricker need to get a number because they haven't featured in that qualifying. And I know that those guys will want that number, but that circumstance that occurred right then and there. Good morning to our friends in the UK at 2:05 a.m. Good morning to Grant Berry as well, watching on the Sydney Dragway YouTube live stream. Like and share that, folks, if you can, because it's a good way to get out this cracker radial racing, the Kenda 660. It's always a hell of a day. I tell you what, after last night's $5,000 small tie shootout, we had 4 cars there on 235s. They put $1,000 in each, and Justin put in the last 1,000. And the first pairing was Scott Cortina against Cam Riley. That's right, it was. And the Cortinas went 458 in that run. The next run was Stephen Lundy against Jaden Seng, and Lundy's 474 beat Jaden's 472. And then in the final, Lundy and Cortina, I think they both were in the 70s, but Cortina won $5,000 in that race against Steve Lundy from WA. A Queenslander versus a WA. Here's a Queenslander versus another WA driver. Connor Bailey, one of 8 WA teams to make the trek here to Sydney to give the Kenda 660 a real shake. Connor Bailey from Applecross, WA, the LX, 6 litre on board. Got the Rock walking back there. He's tuning 7 of those cars. Jeff Campbell-Brown, of course, from New Beef. The Moonshine, the Rowdy Race Industries. Shed built, big block Chev. Outlaw 275. Brought to us by Outlaw Exhaustive Performance and Spot On 413. That's a hell of a number. And Connor Bailey 538 beside him, 538 at 142 for the little 6 litre. Jeff is packing 622 cubic inches in the Chevelle. So that 413, he won the King of the Kids earlier this year at Willowbank on a 2.7, I think on a 2.75 tyre. Won $10,000 on that Friday night. Geez, we do give some good money away at Kenda. $5,000 between 4 cars last night. $10,000 between 16 cars at the last Kenda. We've got 60 grand to give away today. Look at this one. These guys, they're opponents, but they're mates. Danny Lansdowne from Queensland, of course, workshop manager for Spot On. I call him that. He could be the foreman. He's just the head fabricator. Lorenzo Galotto from Welsh Pool and WA, the Diverse Project Group. Again, thank you, Lorenzo. He's helping us with a $500 Bump City Award, which I've got to try and give out sometime during racing. I've got to come up with all these amazing money we've got. When you add it all up, it's 60 grand to give away. So Lorenzo, Diverse Project Group, they've put in, he's put in 500 towards best bump. So I've got to find the best bump, the Bump City Award. Danny Lansdowne, what can we say about that? It's built solely by Danny himself, and of course with the help of Spot On when needed. But this is testament of what sort of work comes out of that workshop. In fact, so much work, and Danny's reputation precedes him so much. There's been a fair amount of Danny's welding input put into the Mustang in the other lane. That's right. Danny's flown to Perth and helped Lorenzo do some fab on this Mustang to get this thing up and running as one of Australia's quickest 275 cars. He ran a 4-1 here last night. Let's see what happens. 573 cubes against a 2J 3.2. Bump City, baby! Oh, Lorenzo, 113 in the 60, hits the stripe, 421 to a 472. 421 for Lorenzo, 113 in the 60. Danny goes 036 on the lights, 472. A nice starter for the I should call him the underdog with 3.2 litres of 2J in the VL. But how's that one between Renzo and Danny? All right, let's get loud. Let's get Mr. Nuts out here now. Oh yeah, if there's an Outlaw 275 category, it won't be the same without a bit of a black. We need a black belt hero, and we've got it. G'day, itchy punk bike, Tony. Good morning, Webby. Mr. J. Daniels will be having something to say about that. Here we go. Yes, Randall Laurie from Torrington in Queensland, Proto Toowoomba. Got a few guys down from Toowoomba. Nathan Rose from Mount Louisa, a little bit closer to Townsville is Nathan Rose. The VH Commodore. It's got the next level small block Chev on board. And last night, this thing went 450s last night, back-to-back 450s. Randall Laurie, we know this car can go low fives, high fours, right on point. But what it's known for, Mr. Nuts, is not only good wheel stands, but just consistent runs beside opponents that may be quicker than him. And when you see that, you know that there's, if you're rooting for an underdog, it very well could be Mr. Nuts. But yeah, Nathan Rose, this car, he's got plans to take this to the States and run it in a duck race in the States. So he wants to go and run LDR in the States with this car, and he will get to it, I can tell you. All right. Outlaw 275, thanks to Outlaw Exhaust and Performance for 10 grand the win. $5,000 runner-up thanks to Spot On Performance and Fabrication. So Q1 of Outlaw 275. Time to engage, boys. Time to engage. Oh, Nathan, 114, 005 on the tree, 461, not a nice settler, 461 at 158. That's a nice run to start with, 114 in the 60, 114 in the 60 there for Nathan. 114, yes. Kaka. 114 and a 461, 005 off the button there for Nathan. So if it's as much about running a number ET-wise, it's about also cutting good lights on a pro tree. And we've already seen George Dazewski at 006. We've just seen Nathan at 005. And great pairings. And as we know, you just got to, that blowing Tirana, it's always going to be in the mix in Outlaw 275. So how's that? Like it's 10 the win, 10 grand the win, 5,000 the runner-up. So Outlaw Exhaust and Performance putting in the coin, and for win, and 5,000 runner-up thanks to Spot On Performance and Fabrication. So that is some interesting coin to have. But anyway, Outlaw 275, we've got someone else in there. So it's not just Danny Lansdowne, the only 2JZ in there. It's this guy coming up now, Jared Blair, from the Gold Coast, from Coomera, the King Kong. Well, hang on, it was supposed to be, but it's changed. I do apologise. We had him, but he's gone. Jared's taken the Super away. Let's get into Outlaw 235 thanks to Haltech. 3,000 the win here. 1,500 the runner-up thanks to Haltech. Remember last night we had 4 235 cars racing for 5 grand. So let's see whether Scott, and these guys are from Toowoomba. So Caleb Seng. So this is the newest, youngest Seng brother. Caleb in his Kenda debut on a 235. Check the dish out. And of course, the guy that won 5 grand last night, the Gazzard brothers, Scott Cortina. Scotty was lucky, he tells us last night, that on that run in the final against Lundy, he actually had a sensor block fall off the back of the manifold. And what the sensor block is, it's a variety of fittings on the back of the plenum that's sending, obviously, manifold signals to various sensors. And the one that didn't come out was the map sensor, because they reckon if the map sensor had come out, it would have been game over. The thing would have run lean and he could have heard it. So he said it was kind of down 20 mile an hour in performance, and they found out that the sensor block had come out on that run. So they were lucky to get the $5,000. He did it in 2 runs. He ran 4:58 in round 1, and then in the final went like a 70-something. Scott Cortina, Caleb said. Caleb, I think, went into the 60s last night with this car as well. So 235, stepping up the performance. Oh, Scotty won't get a time. Scotty's not going to get a time. Caleb fighting the wheel spin a little bit there. So Scotty's only going to get data. Caleb's going to get a 5:17. He's going to get something, but Scotty didn't get anything because he's just gone. Wow. So no ET there for Scott Cortina on that run. So he's going to have to wait for the next run. That's 2 staging infringements we've seen already. We were talking about it at the driver's briefing, just how important that staging procedure is. And check this out. Both 364 cubes of LS. Steve Lundy from Forest Field in WA. He was the guy beside Scott Cortina last night battling out for $5,000. And this is a very, very lightly worked 6 litre. Jaden Seng, the horsepower, let me tell you. I'll tell you right now, the VH is making some horsepower. Watching this thing last night, Jaden Seng bury that thing into the 60s as well. We just saw Caleb, his brother, go down. So I'm loving this. I love seeing, here we are at the next Kenda, the 2 brothers in there. The brothers Seng both having a crack. So now that Caleb's out of juniors as well now, him and Jaden, Dad's happy to take the back seat, let the boys run. Mum and Dad are just right behind the lads here. Steve Lundy got the rock there on the cow, making sure that the Mustang driver is in. We got to go to Bump City again, right now. Oh, 115 for Lundy, 115 in the 60, but he's slowing up a little bit. 468 though, thank you. 468 for Lundy, 152. 472 for Seng, 159. So Lundy on the top in 235 so far. On top in 235 so far, thanks to Haltech. And we ain't done with the 235s. In fact, our quickest guy over the 8th and the quarter is in the water now, Cam Riley. And Shannon Reeves from Victoria, of course, 588 cubes of Gazzard Big Block Chev in that Mustang. This is another wild 235 combo. Yes, we've got turbo small blocks in there. Yes, we've got, Pro Charge Big Block in there. Now we've got a gassed Big Block. And, of course, we don't have Simon O'Candles here with us this weekend, one of our great sponsors. Normally with Renegade, Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. Simon, I think, tested last week and had a couple little issues and can't be here. He was all going to be part of that shootout last night, but could not make it. So waving the Nitrous flag in 235 today will be Shannon Reeves. I think that thing was in the 80s consistently last night. Cam Riley, what we can say, the thing's gone 53 over the 8th. It's gone 6s over the quarter. It's making some horsepower, this LS. We're talking about just how heavy the car is and how much power it's making. Let's see how we go. 115 in the 60 for Shannon. 484, nice wheel stand. Cameron Riley, 127. Nelly on the back tyres. 471. 471 for Cam Riley. That's a tight field already in 235. 468 for Lundy. 471 for Riley. 472 for Seng. 485 for Shannon. And at the end there, Caleb. I just didn't get Caleb's number there. It was a 5-1 or something like that. All right, we keep going with 235s. Let's just drop the capacity. Here he is. Oh, yes. There's not too many Imperial bolt threads out there, except maybe the Mustang's got a few more. Nick Baxter, 3RZ Hilux engined Mustang. Probably the only one in the world. We got it here. 2JZ powered Honda 600. I'd say that's the only one in the world. We've got it all here, folks. Let me tell you. We have got it all here. Good one, Nath. Good run, Nath, to start with. That was fun, 61. Phil Penny, my mate from Niwee Creek, the Nambucca Heads, the 2JZ, Van Sight, Repco Nambucca, he's got them all there. Nick Baxter from the Gold Coast. Bump City, baby. I don't know who pedalled it there. Nick may have pedalled it, but out there goes Phil Penny, 5.13 to a 5.57. Last night, Nick went like a 5.16 in the Mustang, a PB by a tenth and a half. Phil gets one in there at 5.13. Phil did tell us, didn't he? He was going to put the wheelie bars back on. He goes, as much as, you know, when he goes the big tyre, it wants to wheel stand, but on the radial, it seems to want to wheel stand more. So he said, next Kenda, I'm going to put the wheelie bars back on it. I said, mate, I ain't going to bag you. We used to bag people for using the chicken sticks, but now, because it's Phil and the Honda, I'm going to cut the guy a break, let him run it. Let him run it. All right, so Mark Talbot, our last of our 235s, you would think for the moment. We're having a look in that lane just in case the Honda drops something there. I hope it's not from that, because it's normally a pretty reliable jigger, Phil's little Honda. Normally a reliable little jigger. I think they both had a bit of a pedal on the line. They're throwing the CompuLink so fast here, I can't quite sometimes catch the short times as much as we'd like. We're having a nice little look there, but we've had a pretty good investigate and we're back over the wall and we're A-OK. So Mark Talbot gets to have a crank here. Barra-powered Capri, the way they should be. When you have a look at it, it just looks so right. Mark Talbot's car, it looks so right with the Barra in it. Here comes Lundy all the way back from WA. Good to see Lundy out here. That's a big trick from WA to be here to have a crack at Kenda. And they're in the mix already. That's a good number to start with a 6 litre on board the Stang. All right, here we go. Mark Talbot by himself. Bump City, quiet little Bump City street to himself. 140 in the 60 foot. He's trying to feed the power into it here. Look, 555's not bad. 555 is not bad for Mark Talbot, and he is in that mix. And that is Outlaw 235 thanks to Haltech. Now it's OG 315. Oh, it doesn't get any lighter. Doesn't get any lighter on thanks to Fuel Tech. 3,000 the win, 1,500 the runner-up in here. It's like Father Christmas here this weekend. And how's this? You got Reese Carkeet driving Dad's EH. You got Mum out the front there, and he's 22 years old today, Reese Carkeet. What else would you be doing on your birthday? You got Mum and Dad out the front. Dad's letting you drive the EH. And here's Marcus Page. Yeah, watch out. Hang on. Marcus Page from Queensland. 572 cubes of Mopar on the Nitrous. It's safe to say he may not make Mopar Sunday tomorrow at Willowbank. If he's racing here today, it's going to be hard to get back up there for tomorrow. I'll be there. I'll be there. I'll be flying out 6 a.m. tomorrow to get to Mopar Sunday. Here comes Jades. How was that, Jades? Not a bad first hit. Here's Phil Penny back. Good to see you again, Phil. Good to see you, mate. And Nick, how's that Mustang, eh? So much room in the engine bay for activities. But here we go. LS Turbo EH for Reese Carkeet. He ran 5 flat 3 zeros last night. Marcus Page, that thing is very happy in the 5 flat area, but we've got the odd car in this category that might just push it a bit harder in OG 315, like the Black Ute. Marcus leaves 021 line. Look at the hot rod go all the way to the 60. Oh, 495, 498. 495, 498 for Carkeet and Marcus Page. What a great way to kick off OG 315. What a great pairing into the 4s. You're going to have to probably be in there because we've got a couple here that come to mind that fit in OG 315. One of them's Clint Hepburn in Casper. The other one's Tony Mazzatelli. Oh, Clint giving the old Gemini a little bit of sideways action. Now, how about this? I hope I'm reading this correctly. I mean, it sounded beautiful in the burnout. Tony Mazzatelli from Wanneroo in WA. 511 cubes of Brad Anderson twin turbo in a HSV Maloo. Oh, yeah. That's what it says. Clint Hepburn, Holden Gemini, 540 cubic inches of twin turbo big block Chev. That's right. 1,000 and 51 cubes out there right now. And there's the rock out there again. We've got him there. He is Power Management Solutions, best power wheelie. We've got to come up with the best power wheelie this weekend too, because the Rock's put up 500 for the best power wheelie. So we've got a bit of WA money to give away today. We've got Power Management Solutions best power wheelie. He did that up at Kenda at Willowbank, and so did Diverse Project Group, the Bump City Baby Award, thanks to Lorenzo. So Clint Hepburn, he's got Horsepower Solutions and Justin Simpson in his corner, and it went a 4-1 last night, I think. Tony did a big wheelie and a PB last night too. I think this thing's deep into the 4-second zone. Let's go to Bump City, baby. Oh, the chutes came out again. So the this is what happened to him last night. 410, 114 in the 60 for Hepburn, 410 at 193. Tony, it did exactly the same thing last night. It throws the chutes out on the hit. It did it last night. And whether or not that's got electromotion, which is, of course, an automatic parachute releasing, it might be an automatic parachute releasing thing that he's got on the car. That is mandatory for cars normally over, I think, 200 plus or whatever. But it's just, the chutes have just come out again for Tony. It was on a good run again. He went 007 on the tree. So that's 3 guys that have gone 00 in 3 different classes. We've got Jazewski at 006. I think we saw Nathan at 005. We just saw 007 on the leave there for Tony. But it's just done the chutes again. Last night the Ute did the same thing. It threw the chutes out on the hit or a little bit after the hit. All right, it's black belt time. And this thing's creeping up on the numbers too, let me tell you. Brad Cullen from Young in New South Wales. Fox Earth Moving. 509 Big Block Valiant. Damien Boyce 540 cubes, a twin turbo Big Block Nova. The Nova rated car from Queensland. Got the Naughty Boy sticker on the back there too now, I noticed, for Brad. Oh, yeah, where do you put your bets on here? 1,049 cubic inches combined. 2 turbos on the 540 for Damien Boyce. And, well, that big huffer on top of that 509 Chevy for Brad Cullen. They are honing in on this combo. It's nearly into the 40s, this car. I think it ran 450s in testing. So a great bunch here at OG 315 where the winner gets $3,000 and the runner-up gets 1,500 thanks to Fuel Tech. So we've got some coin floating around in all of our categories. So Damien is ready. Now I think Damien's running next weekend in Queensland at Jamboree next weekend. So we've got a few guys going to go back-to-back there. All right. OG 315 qualifying. As I said, because of the rain delay and the getting the track dry, is that we're probably going to lose a session today, but they'll have 2 qualifying sessions anyway. Look, he didn't get it. And look, Brad won't even get a short time. So he left just before the tree was activated. So he doesn't get any increments at all. He might get some data on the data logger about Gs and launches and that sort of stuff, but he's not going to get any ET there at all. He won't even get a short time there, Brad. It left the line. Again, that's about our third staging malfunction. When I mean malfunction, the guys, it's more the driver malfunction than anything. It's not a timing malfunction or anything. That's just guys so pumped for that bottom bulb that they want to see that tree come up. And some of these guys like Brad, he's just ready to go on the button. He's in race mode. He wants the full leave the lights, leave the tree and nail it. And look, that's cost him an ET there. So we've got about 3 or 4 drivers out there that haven't got a time slip to show for that first qualifying session just because they've left too early or like in Johnny Ricker's case, like the thing, I think it just turned off. I can't hear anything. We had Paul Merry trying to bump in beside him. Paul was him. Johnny had one bulb on and the thing like turned off or did something. So you know, guys don't have time slips, some of these guys from round one of qualifying, because they've just haven't stayed in the beams or got to the beams. James Horan looks like he's going to finish off this. OG 315. I mean, like, quietly, I think this thing would just carve him up in Outlaw. Or you know what I mean? He could be right in there. He could try. He's tried 275s before, and I think he put 275s on for King of the Kids. Didn't like him. He did go steel roof and quarters, though. He put the most amazing tray back thing on the back. It was just about the ugliest the Utes ever looked. But it looks stout. Like, you cannot not like this car. This is the FKN Black Ute, sponsored by Drain Care. 511 cubic inches of twin turbo Hemi. Went a 409 last night, the Black Ute. What's he got on the first hit here today in OG 315? Has he got all his gremlins sorted out? Oh, bit of a wheelie, Bear. Bit of a wheelie from the Black Ute. He's still going to roll through for a 540, but it went 110 in the 60. It might have even got 110 on the back tyres. I don't know. But 540 will do. Everything from a 410 to a 540. There's 6 cars there in our OG 315 category. It's now time for OG 275. We still pay 3 the win and 1,500 the runner-up. 3,000 and 1,500 runner-up thanks to Joel's Garage Gear. And here he is from Queensland, or both guys from Queensland, Luke Knight. We got Luke Knight out there in the VL Commodore. He's had some success in this category. Barney Lindner. Well, Barney loves the Nitrous. 588 cubic inches of big block chav with some spray. And he knows that this is a bit of a player in the 4-second zone. But in OG 275, we kind of have what we call a ghost index of 460. We don't normally like seeing cars going under the 460 because we'd put you into an Outlaw category instead of the OG category. But here we go. Luke Knight's first hit here today. Barney's first hit. Now, I don't know whether Luke tested yesterday. I didn't catch him on the track yesterday, but I did see Barney come out. He's almost nearly at the stage he needs to put a few pounds in the front of it because she's getting a bit wheelie happy. But Barney pedalled it nicely to a bottom 5 yesterday. Barney might have pedalled it a little bit there. 085 on the tree. Nice run to the stripe. 530 to a 512. 530 to a 512. So Barney good on the tree. And yeah, just that little, whether it stumbled or whether that's him on the pedal. We just got the double reds there. We're just checking whether something's leaked out of the VL. So we're just seeing we got a little bit of leakage there. How much we have, we don't know. We've got Billy Shelton and Matt Turnbull ready to go. We've got the Sicko VL, one of Australia's, well, I shouldn't say most awarded street cars, but in modern history, it's won quite a few awards. It's done the Summer Nats, it's done the Red Centre Nats. Has it done Red Centre? It's done the Rocky Nats. So he's done a few events, Billy Shelton, with this car. The Sicko VL Commodore, beautiful turbo LS 5.3. Beside him from Terralgon in Victoria, Matt Turnbull. Well, Matt's got the he's got the Kenda bug. He's come up to Kendas before, even ran the one in Queensland from memory. So here he is to have his first crack at the track this morning. Yeah, the OG 275 class. Like, this is where we are getting these street cars. They're street cars on the cusp. They are just, they've come from the street. Yes, you can drive them on the street to a fair extent. Billy does a lot with his. He really does. Matt does the same, but you know, you get to a certain stage and the things get, you know, they're almost too wild for the street, but they're not, you know what I mean? So here we go. Billy Shelton, Matt Turnbull, great qualified pairing, both with LS power. We're going to have a little bit of not LS power in a second. You're going to hear it. You're going to hear it from everywhere. I hope they hear it over the road at the supercars, because guess what? Over the road, if they call them supercars, then what the hell are these things? You know what I mean? If that's what they call a supercar. Oh, how much horsepower you got? Oh, we might have 600. Oh, really? Wow. That must be impressive. We've got average 1,000 maybe each. I don't know. We really do have the true supercars over here. Over the roads, just it's a bit of a letdown. It's like watching netball. Same thing. Just there's a novelty to it, but you don't get right into it. All right. Bump City, baby! Oh, Turnbull goes for the wall. He's still going to stay on it. 473. 473 with a walk to the wall. 124 in the 60. Billy Shelton went 525. But Matt Turnbull, number one so far in OG 275. With that 473 and a little bit of a walk. He drove it well there, did Matt, to get that away from the wall. And we've got plenty more in OG right now. What is on board this thing? Are we 2J or RB? I don't know what's on board. It just says it's 3-litre turbo. It did have an RB sound to it. It's the 2J RB. It's hard to sometimes tell. That did sound RB-ish. We've got Pete Faulkner there beside. License plate slick. It's one tough, real street VH Commodore from Queensland. And Chuck Jifkins from New South Wales. Bump City. Oh, it's out like a flash. 125 in the 60. He gets there, 527. Nice run from him, real street car. And Chuck Jifkins, 508. 508 for Chuck. Oh, the underdog, the little 3-litre in there. Second qualifier in a sea of LSs at the moment. Oh, and Barney's big block, by the way. Yeah, we put Barney's big block in there. So OG 275, thanks to Joel's Garage Gear, banging out the good qualifiers here. And I don't know whether that's Jason Cowie beside us here in the green Tirana. I can't quite see from here. I know he's running OG before. John Heisman's from Orange in New South Wales. I love this XY. Turbo 351. So it could be Turbo Clevo, you know what I mean? Like, you don't hear of too many Turbo Clevos if indeed that's what it is. I mean, we hear a lot about Windsors, and of course, in the days of the Turbo Windsors in Mustangs in the States, when they started to really lean on them, as the old Clevo being more of an Aussie engine, we don't see a lot of Turbo Clevo action, so that's good. I think this is Jace Cowie here. This is one stout handful of a car as well. I mean, when it's on this thing. So let's have a look at the shuffling of the qualifying order if he gets this thing all hooked up. Here comes the Black Ute. Here comes the Sicko back after their runs there. So a little bit of a wheelie there for the Black Ute. So up she went, James. I don't know. Did we put 2 pounds on the front again? I don't know. That was a bit of a wheelie for the Black Ute. And what about Sicko, the street car? All right. Bump City, baby. Oh, they both come out of the hole well. 125 in the 60, 468. That will be Cowie. 468, 162. 468, 162. That'll be number one qualifier so far. 468, 162 for Jace. And John, 533, puts him in 6th spot at the moment out of the 8-car field. But I don't think we're done yet, because I can see a very, very nice 57 Chevy tow car down there. Got the Naughty Boys sticker on it. Got the Roll'em license plates, and must be part of the Naughty Boys crew, which will be the Capri shortly. Now, we're having a bit of a squiz out there. We've got the double reds on for the moment, and we are paying a little bit of attention to the Rocket Lane, and that's just a bit of a wander. Now, sometimes, you might see something come out of the car at the finish line, and then you'd normally go for a bit of a callback, and you just want to make sure, well, hang on, if we just saw something there, is there something on the track? We've given it that inspection. We've still got the reds on. We're just going still for another little wander down there right near the 1320 feet. And we're right. Righto, let's roll it up some more. OG 275, check this out. Cameron McNabb and Christos Karamola. Yes, from Airport West Victoria. RB30, 3.2. This thing's a weapon. It was a beast last night. And what can you say about Cam McNabb? The naughty boys love a bit of OG 275. Yeah, Christos, that RB32, so you'd say 3.2 stroker, 1 tough VL. Geez, you know what? I know we're the only country in the world that's got VL Commodores, so this is a silly statement. Man, we've got the quickest VLs in the world, don't we? Of course we do. We built them here in Australia. We Australians, we have to do that. And you know what? The single best thing that was the difference why the VL was what it was is that RB Nissan engine that they put in it. Like the first domestic product to ever cop a Nissan RB in at factory, and the rest is history. Where they are now as far as performance is mind-blowing. The RB engine, Australia on the map, mate. That RB, this is not your average RB though. This has got some. Oh, he blows the tyres off the RB on the hit, but it's Cam. 5'11", 075 light, 5'11 at 135. Not a bad start, but no, Christos just zinged the tyres. Just all that RB power, he just had to zing them. He zinged them a little bit, and that was it. It's all game over, and he's going to take that first exit. Gee, some OG 275, hasn't it crept up here? Another black belt brigade right here. Listen to that thing, hey? Get that in here. Anarchy, I think's the license plate on it. I think I've seen. Harold Joss from Queensland. Graham Horner from South Australia. We've got a couple of South Aussies here. There's a mad AU wagon that ran last night that might turn up in one of the classes today. But we've got a couple of guys from SA here as well. I did do the shout out to the WA guys at the driver's briefing. I did forget that we had a couple of South Aussies here as well. Talking to a few of the guys last night, and it's so good that they've decided to come to a Kenda and have a crack. And as Justin said, sometime in the future, we'll be bumping in at the Bend. And we'll be doing that in South Australia. We'll have a Kenda in South Australia. Stay tuned. We don't know when that'll be. But let's have a look at this. A bit more black belt. A Dart 400. So look, we talked about Nathan Rose's VH Commodore. That's got a traditional small block engine, not an LS. Look at this one, a Dart 400. I hope that's another all small block Chev based and not LS, just for that little bit of difference to see just something with that traditional small block architecture. But hey, no matter what it is, it's tough in OG 275 thanks to Joel's Garage Gear. All right. Qualifying going so far, so good for everyone. Some guys getting some good numbers up, some guys a bit of work to do. Whoa, he makes that Commodore jump out, 117 in the 60 foot, oh, 467, 467 and OG 275. First hit for the South Aussies, and now I think at the top, let's have a look. 1078 for Harold, no luck there, but 467 for Graham Horner. 468 for Cowie, 467 for Horner, 473 for Turnbull, 508 for Jifkins, 511 for McNabb, 525 for Shelton, 527 for Faulkner. So this is some tight stuff at the top. South Aussie, Queenslander. Here's another one from WA, Mick Wormall from Kelmscott, WA. Small block Ford, 434 cubes. Sponsored by Power Management Solutions, so the Rocks had a bit to do with this one as well. Ben Taylor from Kipparing in Queensland, the 400 Chev. I think we are LS in this Camaro. So this OG 275 field's got plenty of quality in there and plenty of promise. So Ben Taylor will be bumping in. I think Mick's on the edge and with a bit of spray here. I don't remember whether it's turbo or not. I didn't see that. I think it had the air filter out the bonnet, I think. Let's have a listen. It's hard from this angle to see it all. They both got out. They both got out okay. Ben sort of had a bit of a hesitation and then he went. 5.31 for Mick. That's no slouch. 6.06 for Ben. We know there's more in that car, but it just had a little hesitation. Mick goes 8th qualifier with a 5.31. So OG's still got plenty on show here. And here's another one that's just done some licensing or performance testing last night, and here it is in battle. Entrant 5441. We don't have the name as yet. We got Elvio Gonzalez. Well, Elvio, we've been waiting for Elvio to do a bit of Kenda. Normally, this LS-powered Capri does drag challenge pretty well. It is a 7-second street car too. Like, this thing is all of that and more. And here he is, an OG 275. Does come up here as 0275, but it is OG. I think it's got OG on the back window. It is everything that an OG 275 car needs to be eligible, and that is that, you know, preferably street-based car. Yes, it's kind of still got to have a lot of that street sort of gear in it. Can't be all out sort of a gutted race car. It's got to have a fair few things in it, and that's what we see in the OG 275 cars especially. The OG 315, we seem to lax up a bit on the old OG 315 rules, but the 275, very close to, you know, wild cars you can drive on the street. So Elvio's got one bulb in there. That thing's ready to go. Good to see Elvio back out here having a crack in a bit of heads-up racing with Kenda. And he's bumped in both, so his opponent's got to get 7 seconds to get both on. He's going to have 7 seconds here. He better just get the thing in. He better go, oh, the bump, it's the bump. Yeah, what can we do there? We can't do much. We can't. Oh, Elvio, double wheelie, bit of something, bit of everything. He's through the pipes and everything by the sound of it. 565 at 134, but our friend in the Tirana, no such luck. Last night, he was able to overcome that bump because it's got a bit of a violent bump on it. He was able to overcome it by just putting both bulbs on, but there he tried to do the full, you know, engagement. Let's engage in a battle for bump. And he just jumped too far through, and we have to throw the red in that situation. So, look, he's lost the opportunity. That's like 5 or 6 guys now that have just lost the availability of the ET in round 1 of qualifying just because they haven't had the thing in stage enough or long enough for the tree to go to get the timers to go. So that's a shame. Absolute shame. It really is. Right, we've got the double reds. We're going for another little investigate just near there because I think our friend in the Torrey went down that lane there. So we are just having a bit of a wander and see whether we got anything there to worry about. We're still investigating there. We've still got a little bit of action happening right down near the 1320. Yeah, right. So we're just keeping an eye on that because there was a little bit of smoke, which gives you the instant clue that you've got to look harder. So they are just investigating near there. There might be something that's just going to need a bit of a pickup here because I can see the vehicle running back up the track from the finish line. So we are investigating that whole area because Elvio did go through at 134. So Elvio was able to get it all the way through. What happened with our friend 5441 in the Tirana? It just didn't want to bump in there, and Elvio was gone, I think. So whatever we've got there, we're just investigating that and whether or not we've got a huge pickup to do. But we're still investigating. Sometimes it's just something so minor we can drop a bag, like, you know, a bag of the rice hull ash, which is normally the stuff we can use to pick up stuff. Sometimes if you've got a bag, if you bump it, it's probably a bag of flour, you could bump it on the ground, it actually a little bit comes out of it, and that sort of helps you. They can do that sometimes with spot cleaning. If there's something like drops or something, you can just hit it with the bag and the thing's just mopped up immediately. We are down in that braking area. Well, of course, we're running Kenda 660. Our braking area starts at the 660. So where our Kenda flags are there, that's effectively becomes our braking area. Yes, we've got some issues. We did have, the odd little bit of something we must have picked up there right near the 1320, which is effectively our braking area. So we've got that sorted. We have a clear track. We've still got flashing reds. So whether or not we just got a little bit down the bottom that we've got to solve. But we've nearly an open track. There we go, flashing reds off. This is a wild car. Saw this thing at Jambo this year. I think the license plate was LOL 13B, but it's a 2JZ powered RX-7. Now, I do remember this car well because it did it did. It blew the bejesus out of the diff. If you ever seen a picture of a diff and there's an arrow pointing to where the bejesus is on it, well, it just blew the whole bejesus out of it, right? In other words, there was nothing left to it, really. And I do think it was like either a hotted up RX-7 diff or whatever it was. That RX-7 diff wasn't there anymore after that run. So I remember that because we were down for a bit from that thing when it went, because it went down a bit further on the track. So we in OG here as well. I haven't got, here we go. Yeah, OG, Michael L. Curry. Circulate air conditioning sponsor. 2JZ RX-7. This is going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons. I don't know why we need two guys standing on the right inside, but there they are, two guys to stop him as well. And here goes Michael L. Curry's shot on OG 275. And again, this car is right in there with the prerequisites. It's technically, and again, we're not breaking down the rules to the point of what's fully street legal and what's fully engineered and this, that, and the other. But I wouldn't be surprised if you could probably get away with this, just because the curb weight on RX-7s, they're not a 1,000 kilo car. You know, they're nudging 1,500 kilos easy. So I suppose a 3 litre in there. Depends on how they size that first 13B to start with as well. But I mean, the curb weight, I think, allows you, hell, we've seen them with LSs in them and all sorts of things. So 2JZ with the RX-7, fine by us. Michael L. Curry, first go at the Bump City there too. So he's got to bump this on a Pro Tree this afternoon if he wants to race. Yeah, it does that fine. Oh, it does that all right. 118 of the 60-footer moves around. Look at this for 2J Power. Oh, 67 in OG 275. Is that number one qualifier? Oh, 67 with an O for Horner. 67 with a 1 for El Curry. 68 with a 3 for Cowie. 67 with an O. 67 with a 1. 68. That's their top 3. Then there's a 70, a 70 after that, a 470 after that. Righto. Can we take a breath just for a sec? Because now that we're out of all our OG and Outlaw classes, we're getting into this great fixed index categories. This is our first one. Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, Radial Renegade, $1,500 winner, $750 runner-up. It's a 550 index. Adam Cope from South Bathurst with the Utes. Patrick O'Shea from Bow Desert, that Fairmont. 440 cubes of Tony O'Connor. Listen to the lungs on these things. 550 is what we're trying to hit here. Zings it a little bit, Pat. Zings it a little bit, but we're going to run it out to the 550, 610, 665. So nothing representative there, but I think Pat knows he can hit that thing right on the number. We've got a few guys that can hit this 550 nearly right on it. Hernan Tosti now from South Aussie, another one of our South Aussies here. It's like we have a South Aussie convoy turned up here at Kenda, and it's good to see. Jeff Trapnell from Queensland. That's right, Jeffrey, not Greg. Greg's still in the States, I think. Took Agro HQ over there. Well, it's been over there. And I can't see his brother anywhere, so Jeffrey gets a crack here today. Normally Greg's driving and Jeff will tune it, but Jeff's having a crack. Jeffrey is still on the other side of the... Gregory's on the other side of the world. The Agro HQ, he did, I think, he's going to do Rocky Mountain Race Week or something over there. He's done a little bit of no-prep stuff. I've kept an eye on old Agro HQ. He's been doing a little bit over there. So how good was OG 275? That category just keeps jumping up and just giving us these amazing results. And El Curry's driving the thing back. Here it is. The RX-7's coming back. How good was that, Mr. El Curry? 67, mate. I think that's nearly number one qualifier in OG, mate. And yeah, just drives the street car back. Driving the street car back. All right, here we go. Hernan Tosti, Jeff Trapnell, Radial Renegade, thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. You just can't get one. 550 index this class, so it's as close to 550 as we can. Oh, Jeffrey. Oh, boys, come on. I think we just got to put you back. Thank God you're both stuffed up within half a second of each other. Thank God you're both stuffed up nearly together. Oh, no, we're sending. All right, we're sending. Yep, righto. I thought there was a glimmer of hope there. We could have put them both in. But, you know, if that was a test day, we'd probably do it. But, you know, when we were trying to run race days, you know, if you don't get it right, you don't get it right. You just got to come back and another crack at it. We did talk about that in the briefing this morning about, you know, the staging and everything like that. And it's a funny thing to try and get done. You take it for granted sometimes. And in the heat of the battle, sometimes you just go. You're so wide for it. Here's someone from the ACT, Pete Hamilton, the VH, and Aris Contolian from Queensland. That Coppo Camaro, genuine Coppo Camaro. This man's like Mr. 550. Having said that, we've got a few that'll hit it by the end. Yeah, righto, here we go. There's a fair bit of slack in this qualifying list already in Renegade, so Aris can hit this thing nearly right on the money. He is one pedantic fellow when it comes to running this 550 class. I'll put it out there, mate. Even the car behind him, keep an eye out on that one towards the finals tonight in the 550. Now, these guys no turbos to worry about there. They seem to be just staging it. Oh, nice wheelie for the wagon. How about that for a treat? We hit the stride. 51 to a 58. Hamilton in #1 qualifying spot for the ACT. 51 to a 55. #1 qualifier for Hamilton. Wheelie to boot. How good was the wheelie, boys? Yeah, this guy knows the pointy end of finals, and that's the Harthill Law boy out there. The Mustang. We've got the Cortina there. Just getting these details put in. Radial Renegade. Cortina bumping in. Mustang one light on. Got nothing popping up here, but here we go. Let's see. Oh, tell you what, the Cordy doesn't mind it either. We're going to hit the stripe. They're both trying to hit it. What do we see? A 55 and a 612. So Dale Harthill Law. 001 for Darren Mallison from South Australia. Another South Aussie. 001 and a 555 with a 1. Puts him second spot. So Aris went 555 with something. And he's gone 555 with a 1. So that's a 551 and 2 555 so far. And here we go. Another guy that we call Mr. 550, and that's Jason Seng. Again, another guy that goes close to the pointy end nearly every time. He's got this class in his sights, and he's going to be another one in the mix here today. Doesn't matter which class we're in here today, folks. We're going to see some tight stuff, no matter whether it's our fixed index stuff or our heads-up stuff. You know, heads-up, no fixed index. Jacob Setgast from Pimpamar. Jake and Friends, the YouTube channel. 2JZ in the Cressida. Jason Seng from Westbrook, Queensland. Sort of think that's up the range. 408 cubes, LS power. That KPM cranky LS with a bit of spray on it. So Jacob with the 2JZ. So we've got a bit of 2J representing you today. We've got a bit of Barra representing you today. A bit of RB represent. Plenty of big block, small block, LS, you name it. We can't go to Bump City because there's no two turbo cars here. Jacob's got to bump that in. Sengi will just do it when he wants. Tell you what, Jacob Setgast, watch this ET, 52, 608. So yeah, Sengi just off by half a second from what he's normally used to. 551, 552, 551 with an 8, 555 with an 8. 551, 555 with a 1, 555 with an 8, 608. So Jacob in second spot now. But our South Aussies having a good crank. And here's another man. Yes, he's gone to a few pointy ends as well. Disco Dean Ferris from Queensland, from Tambourine, actually. I didn't know he lived in that beautiful part of the world. It's the Barra-powered Ford Escort panel van. That's right. Australia. Just kind of what we got around here, especially in Kenda. We get some oddball in there. But in Australia, that's not oddball anymore. That's called normal behaviour. He knows how to go to Bump City all by himself. Loves the 550. What does he hit first? Oh, 47. Disco, just too quick. 47 for Disco. 547 for Disco, just too quick. So he's going to have to shift it early or do something. I can't tell these guys how to do anything. He'll know what to do. He'll know just to slow it down or do whatever. All right, Robert Morris from Menai in the Tirana. We are now into Ruckus. Now, Ruckus is thanks to RC Metalcraft. So we've got the 550 class being Renegade. We've got the Ruckus, the 580 class, brought to us by RC Metalcraft. Thank you very much for Rob Chaplin for that. 1,500 the win, 750 the runner-up. We're playing with airplane. We got air shows or something going on over here. We got guys flying stunt planes while we're trying to do Kenda. I'm hearing some stuff in the headphones here. I know, I tell you what, down there, September 1st and 2nd, mate, we'll be having World Time Attack down there with the Red Bull stunt plane. They probably got stunt planes down there for the supercars today. That's what it is. We got the real supercars here. Derek Logan, 509 cubes in the Ute from Queensland. Robert Morris, as we said, the Tirana with the LS on board. We are in the Ruckus 580 class now. RC Metalcraft 580 class. Just checking him out here, just making sure everything's A-OK. Derek's got some spray on board. A little bit of moppage there to make sure the Tirana's not dropping anything serious. No, we're just telling him. We're just telling him we got something. We got something there. Yeah, we can hear some planes flying around or something. No, we've got the magnificent men in their flying machines. What have they got? Okay, we're gonna put him in. We're gonna put him in. Oh, he's gone past. You better roll back. Normally we might wrap you on the knuckles for that. We got to put you back. He's got to put you back. There you go. All right. Derek Logan knows his way in. He's done the odd Kenda before, but I'd say Rob Morris might be his first one. And welcome. Let's get him in. Let's have a bit of this 580 right now. This Radial Ruckus 580 class. Heads up Pro Tree still. Keep an eye on Derek looking for the 580 something. Oh, 83. What a great run. 583. 583 is a good number. Oh, she is here. All right, 583. Good number there for Derek Logan. And as we said, RC Metalcraft bringing us 1,500 the win in this class, 750 the runner-up, so it's not bad coin. Yeah, we've got some crazy bloke in a pit special here somewhere, is he? All right, we got something out of that Tirana. We thought we had something leaking out of it, and then it's confirmed that we do. That's why we're now just holding up while we get the mop out. And look, we got mops on it. Hopefully that's all we need on it, or have we got something else? But isn't it nice here at Kenda that we thought we'd put the air show on at the same time for you? It sounds good. I can't see it. Is it doing anything impressive out there, people? I can hear. Where is he? Where is he? I can't see him. Looks dangerous. Are you guys seeing it out there? Can you see it from there? Yeah? You're welcome. We put all that on for you. Thought we'd just throw an air show in the middle. We'll cop that. We'll look, there was a minor leak, thank goodness. Carolyn says that it's right above us here. Oh, it's the Red Bull. Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Blondie. Yeah, a few guys. Big shout out to those people driving back, watching the stream. Here we go. Ian Pimble from Brightview, Queensland. The XD. Hang on, is he okay? Has he got leaky? Oh no, he's dropped some guts. Dropped the guts there. It's 580 cubes a big block by the look of it, but guess what? It also can bleed, and it's bled. What a shame. What is it? Is it coolant? What have we got there, boys? Anyway, Bailey Stokes from the rank bar bumps it in, mate. Oh, this looks good for the Turbo LSVH. Oh, 59 too quick. 59 too quick in Ruckus. That'd be a great time in Renegade. That'd be killer run in Renegade, but 59 too quick in the 580 class right now. He's going to have to soften that up or do something. Yeah, that's oil. That looks like bad stuff to lose a lot of it. Meanwhile, Ronnie Hope's getting on with it. From Jim Boomer in Queensland, 440 cubes for Ronnie. And look at our crew, straight on it here, our Kenda crew, our Sydney Dragway crew on it. Got a couple of rig-ins there too, helping out, which is so good to see. That's Paul Butler's plumber's crack there. That's your plumber's crack, Paul, I can see. Well done. Yeah, that's the Red Bull plane. Thank you guys for letting us know. And yes, he'll be at World Time Attack September 1 and 2 as well. You want to see, I mean, yes, those guys over there can go quick around the track in their taxis, V8 super taxis, but September 1 and 2, come to Sydney Motorsport Park. Yours truly be his 10th year commentating their World Time Attack Challenge. Some of the most insane stuff, including a lot more of that stunt plane. He'll be landing it on the track. Where's the tree? Here we got the tree. Here we go. Oh, Ronnie! And he's going to stay in it. Oh, 595, Ronnie Hope. What Red Bull stunt plane? What Red Bull stunt plane? Was there a Red Bull stunt plane? I'm sorry. I'm looking at Ronnie Hope. I'm looking at Ronnie. Folks, when he comes back up the return road, we better give him a round of applause. Because, mate, he drove that back out too, Ronnie Hope. What? How crazy was that from Ronnie Hope? I know we're only in qualifying, but that might win Power Wheelie. Ronnie. Oh, Johnny Ricker sending me a text to say he's got some broken bits in the Camaro. Jai Ward, Barra powered XD in the 580 class, thanks to RC Metalcraft, goes 742 with a few little issues there, but he's be okay for now. So yeah, this 580 class, it's a hard nut to crack sometimes for some of them. Ronnie Hope. Here's another guy from the Rang Bar, Ryan Durant, the LJ, 430 cubes. So he's 10 cubes less than what Ronnie was. But he's in this Ruckus class, radial Ruckus, for the 580 class. Let's see how he tries it out. Now, look, in Queensland, we would be 20 deep in Queensland of all these categories. Now in Sydney, it's taken a little bit to kick, to catch on. But we're still getting a good group there. All right, so let's see how he goes here for the 580. Oh, 91, not a bad number. 91 might put him in second spot. 91 might put him in second spot there. Yeah, 583 from Derek Logan, 591 from Ryan Durant. There was a 595 in there too, which it might have been Ronnie. Could have been Ronnie Hope in there. I think he's coming back in a tick here. That's the run of the day. That was a power wheelie. In other words, that was a wheelie. He drove that and drove it through and came back. So hang on, here we go. All right, folks, can you hear us out there? Just wait till he comes past the burnout pad. Just wait. Let him come in. All right, give him a clap cheer and give him a round of applause to this bloke. Ronnie Hope, give him a round of applause. Ronnie Hope, you bloody legend. You bloody legend, mate. You wait till you see the photos on that. If there's not smiles on the dials from him, What a ride, man. What a ride. Oh, Matthew Cowley out there with the Turbo VEU. Just a bit of wheel spin off the start line. Still going to recover, but to no avail. 7.26. He's trying to run, and he's from South Aussie as well, Matthew Cowley. So in each category, we've got South Aussies, WAs, Victorians. It's a great bunch, let me tell you. We're not done yet. These guys can play in there as well. I bet we're into Rumble now, actually. So that was our ruckus. We're into Rumble, all over Plant higher here, all over group. 1,500 the win, 750 the runner-up, and this is a 640 index class. So this is a tough class as well. And of course, we've got Bailey Simpson there. Shane Locke, that's he's up on the way to Toowoomba from Plainland. 383 cubes in the Chevy Love. Bailey Simpson, 383 cubes of small block in the Gemini. A bit of spray on board for Bailey Simpson. Horsepower Solutions and KPM Performance. This is a 640 class, folks. So this is the Radial Rumble class, 640. So we can go tight there too. Shane Locke knows what a 640 looks like on a time slip. He's done it several times before, got to many a final before. Cuts a good light, 2.025. We hit the stripe right now. Shane Locke's first run, 57 and a 58 for Bailey Simpson. You got to start somewhere. That's a good place to start. 57 and a 58 on the 640 class. Here's the other guy from South Aussie, Brett Matthew, last night. This is a 6-litre LS Turbo in the A, I think it's an AU. Didn't see the front. Is it an AU from there, Benny? AU from there. And this is Nick Nitro. Now, have I met Nick Nitro? He's got sponsors, Krusty's Concreting. It says Chevy 406 HR, but that's 6-cylinder sounding, unless that's Nick Nitro's entry, and that's someone else in that ute. That's not Nick Nitro. But if it's Nick Nitro today, let's call him Nick Nitro in the ute then. Check this little race out here. What's this little race? Bump City, by the way, in Rumble. Bump City in Rumble. Now, the wagon picked up the wheel last night. You've got to watch out for the 640. Oh, 19. Oh, God, the guy's almost ruckus material there. He's from Gawler South, Brett Matthew, and that thing's just too quick for its own good today. What do you do with something that's like that? We did tell the competitors at the briefing that if you think you're in the right class, it's good, but it's going to be hard to change. So we kind of wanted them to change it before you did anything silly. It's hard to... You don't want to run 2 runs and then figure you're not in the right class. Here's another guy from South Aussie, and I love this thing. Watching this thing last night, Steve Hunt from Ingle Farm in South Aussie. We've got just as many South Aussies as West Australians here. 408 cubes in the XW, and Ross Mackey from Brightwaters in New South Wales. The 5.7 litre on board might be an LS in the commie. Tell you what, these guys are winding up something sinister as well. What's going on in the VL? 748, not his best start, which has really robbed him of time, and an 874 there for Steve Hunt beside. So a fair bit to improve, considering that we don't have, we only get one more session each for everyone. All right, so we're still in the Rumble class. Sean Smith from ACT, from Waniassa. Does that get that right? And what do you know about Jamie Turner from Kilmore? Jamie's been in Rumble. I think he's won a final here before, Jamie Turner. So he knows how to rumble. Jamie Turner knows how to rumble. Sean Smith coming forward in the HSV Club Sport. So 427 cubes. I think it's small block on board for Jamie. And for Sean Smith, chasing the all-over group, 1,500 win today, 750 runner-up. So that's some good coin. That's really good coin to win with everything down to even a 7 flat car. So this is our 640 index class still, Jamie Turner. That's not a bad first hit for, well, what have we seen? A 50-something there. So we haven't quite seen a 40 anything. We saw way too quick for this AU, by the way. AU Series 2. But good to see the South Aussie boys here. Love that AU. Just a little bit too quick for the 640 at 619, but he's going to have to slow the old AU down a bit. Look at that, Sean Smith, 086, 101 for Jamie Turner. Yes, Jamie Turner can be outreacted sometimes. 45 for Sean Smith from ACT. Could be his first shot at a Rumble class, and it goes 45 to be number 1 qualifier. All right, Rowan Hudson from Uchuka. Yeah. I just coughing up a syllable. Nathan Dawkins from Dunstown in Victoria. So a couple of Vickies up here. 4 litre on board for the XE from here. It looks like XE. And Rowie, well, that's a blowing 540 big block in that 55 Chev. Got the Culprit Racing sticker on the back. Good mates with Webby. In fact, Webby's been in this car for a week of drag challenge. And of course, wears the Culprit sticker proud. Rowie was like the first one to extend the invitation to come down for a beer. And by the time we got settled in, that opportunity probably flew past us. Got to find out where he is tonight. We've just got to keep all of our appointments tonight. Got a few appointments to keep. We've only got till 4 a.m. Rowan Hudson, Nathan Dawkins. Heads up, 640. All right, we get to that 660 where we all start to sort it out. Oh, 44 for Rowie. Rowie's on it. 644 to a 672. 644 to a 672. That's now number 1 qualifier. 644, 645, 652, 657, 658. That's the first group in the all-over group 640 Rumble class. And here's Big Lukey Hauser from Ipswich in Queensland. The 3.8 litre Buick-powered KE70. And he loves the 640 as well. Jai Ackland from Lara in Victoria, the AU XR8. Pretty stout Windsor on board for that thing. Love the way that thing sits. So we are AU represent here today. A couple of AUs. What a great side-by-side run. 2 different power ratters, 2 different cars. 54 to a 52. That's the sort of stuff you get in all of our Kenda classes. Completely different combos sometimes running within half a tenth of each other. And that's some crazy stuff. All right, that's the end of our 640 class. We've got Nitto Performance Engineering doing us the Rebels class. This is the 7 flat class. And if she hadn't entered her HQ, this black HQ, I was going to hunt Alicia Teal down at her auto parts store where she works and was going to be the customer from hell. I was going to nuisance her, but of course she entered because it's Kenda. And she does pretty well at the 7 flat. Alicia, of course, from Cherrybrook here in New South Wales. She's done God knows how many runs down this track. Chris Samet beside her from Doonside up the road too, the VT. 350 cubes in the VT, standard LS issue. 7 flat the index here too, so the racing doesn't get any less tight. They're trying to hit this number of 7 flat. 100 reaction time for Alicia. And we're looking at the stripe, 729, 752. You're going to have to be sharper than that by the end of the night, folks. I'll just give you the hot tip. You need, the closer you can go to that 7 flat, because you know what? These guys like in the water now, Phil Petrovic, he can do the same thing. He can put this XB into the 7 flats. Almost 7 flat, flat, flat. So he's from Sunnybank. Entrant 7640. No details on the screen at the moment, but we do see the New South Wales plates on it, so we can just assume, yes. Another one of our New South Welshmen joining the Kenda fray, having a play here in the Nitto Performance Engineering Rebels, Radial Rebels, 7 flat class. Are we going to hit the stripe? Here we go, right to the stripe. Oh, 90, too quick, but a 7:03 puts you in number 1 qualifier. Phil Petrovic, 7:03 on that 7 flat. That's a good number to start with. It, you know, when you got a car that can nearly hit that number every time, it's a great feeling. Even if you've got a 690 car, you want to try and make it fit. You've just got to, you know, knock a shift RPM out of it, or do something to find the mark. Oh, look, no details yet on our friend in the Monaro, but we've got Mark Hopkins beside him in his hatchback. Little 312, 308 with a 30 thou, I think. Gets you that, or 20. Someone will tell me. 312's normally just that little overbore on the 308. Hurricane metal roofing from Wattle Grove, New South Wales, is Mark Hopkins. So trying out this 7 flat index. Let's see. We hit the stripe right now. 7:10, 7:20. They've got it. They know what they're doing. Good morning, Alicia. Nice to see you. How are you, darling? Nice to... hello, Alicia. Hello, wave. Can you wave, Alicia? No, she's not listening. Well, maybe. You know, I've probably done me dash there. She doesn't seem like it. Frees me out. Oh, well, that's not... we'll catch up. So, look, folks, this is our time. We've just run the first qualifying session of all of our Kenda categories. We've done pretty well for ourselves, we must admit. We have had probably 6 or 7 that just didn't get a time slip, just from this whole starting line staging thing, just either leaving before the lights went or bumping through, and, you know, we cancelled the run from that. So we've had only a handful not get the ETs for the first round, but we got everyone else with a time slip in their hand. We are now just in our traditional track prep stage, where we will just give this track a little bit of love. We'll give it a little spray. We'll give it a tweak. Right in the staging lanes right now is Outlaw Radial session number 2. Hot news from the pits. And again, look, he wouldn't normally tell me if he didn't want it to be public knowledge, but it looks like Mr. Ricker has a 7-cylinder Camaro at the moment. It's got some damage to a piston there. I can't see whether it's melted or whatever, but it's not good. It's got a hole through it, and with setups like that, you just can't turn that thing around in the next, I don't know, 50 minutes, whatever time it took for us to run this first session. We just can't turn that stuff around. So he's called in sick with that car. So unfortunately, that Camaro, it's not going to be back out for the Turbo Brigade. So that's kind of leaving it all in the hands. If you're going for the turbo guys in Outlaw Radial, you're kind of putting it all in Paul Merry's hands, because we've got 3 Pro Charge cars in there, a screw blowing car in there, and Paul with the last twin turbo car in that category. So unfortunately, Mr. Ricker will not have the well, I should say the honour, the pleasure, whatever, to enjoy any more racing today, because that's racing. It's done a piston, and it's not the right time of the weekend to be doing one. If you do a piston maybe on Thursday, you might have half a chance. Those boys, we've seen how much work they've done in the past. God, he broke a drive. I think he broke a tail shaft here at the other one here, and thrashed forever, running tail shafts up from Melbourne and gearboxes and extension housings and everything. Like, honestly, the amount of thrash and work that team's got through in the past. I mean, they can just about handle anything, but that sort of stuff, when that happens, that's not a good thing. That's literally, you know, we've got to pull the motor out, rebuild the motor and go again sort of deal. It's not a try and patch it up and get out there in 40 minutes. You just can't do it with cars of that magnitude. But they did obviously get the head off it to get down to that far to it. I don't think putting a slug in it and running again was an option for them. So that's just a notable exclusion from our Outlaw Radial field. And I can see Wade Wagstaff coming through. I think that's Andrew Zada coming through, the boogeyman. I don't know whether the Purge is through there. Was George Jozefsky towing through this session or not? He might not have. He might be happy with that first one that he put in there. But remember, We're only getting two. Oh, here he is. Or was that Smithy at the back there? Can't quite make it out. Could be Smithy. Because of our delay this morning, it just pushes our schedule back. In theory, this should have been a 10:30 session for Q2. It's now 12:30, so we did effectively lose 2 hours out of the schedule. So that's why we did tell people, we brushed on the subject at the driver's briefing that was going to be on the cards, because you just can't lose that much time at the beginning and expect to keep every session on time after that. We were behind. And look, it was word that we weren't getting that third session, so we're treating it all like 2 sessions and that's it. So it's a shame for some if they can't get it round in time. We have we got a new. Let me rephrase the statement about the only turbo guy left. Oh, okay, so Johnny's telling me they're actually going to fix that. So they're going to be out for the first round. So they're not gone at all. They're not gone. They're just gone for this session. Now, I noticed someone who was gone in first round was Steve Smith. He's now in the staging lanes. So Smithy's in the lanes now. So there is a bit of turbo represent still. But, yeah, Johnny did say that they reckon they're going to be back for round 1, they reckon. So we better seed them in. How do we... We've got to just seed him in there. I might have to just quickly go and we'll just leave it with the footage just for now on track. And we'll just quickly go and word up race control immediately after hearing that news from Johnny Ricker, because Johnny didn't get a time slip in that first session. So he won't turn up on the system unless we get him in there. So I better just go and duck off and make sure race control knows about that. We've just got this little bit of track prep, which we do traditionally in between sessions, which is the tyre rotate, or in this case, we're dragging the sled. Normally the rotator comes in and when we're rebuilding a track, basically from scratch, is that we do use the rotator a lot to put the rubber on. We've already done that this morning. So what we do is we give it a nice little top up with the sled, and we will give it a nice little spray with the spray ring. And then very, very shortly, we will be back with more Outlaw radial qualifying here at Sydney Dragway for the Kenda 660. So we'll have a quick break for a sec, chat amongst yourselves, taking this beautiful sunshine we got right now. We'll go talk to race control to make sure that that Mr. Ricker is going to be accounted for round 1 and factored into the seeding. Yes, indeed. Thanks very much for your patience. Hope you enjoyed the silence. Just been talking in race control. So your word is that he'll be featured in the first round. Johnny will. So he's just going to do that now. We're also making sure that people just don't walk in on solos and stuff in seating too. We've got to be fair and get people back in, and just making sure all that sort of works out as well. So there's a good chance he'll be meeting someone in round one, Johnny. There's a good chance he will be. But it's all looking good out there. We've had a couple of competitors go a little bit too quick for their allocated class, but as we did say in the briefing there, it's a case of just trying to embrace what you've got there. If you are a little bit too quick, it's hard to slow these things down, but, we are trying to play on numbers here. There is some money to win here. We don't want to make it absolutely easy to do that. We'd rather make it really hard to do that, and that's what happens. It's hard to win this stuff. No one's ever sort of just walked in and taken them consecutively meeting after meeting. Not in the distant memory anyway have we ever sort of done that. It's never quite been as easy as just turning up and give me the money. You got to earn every drop. There's a lot to see and do between now and round 3. Yeah, so this is the joys about watching our live stream back. So Bailey's just said that he's been watching the live stream back, and it looks like Ronnie Hope did get all 4 wheels off the ground. Yeah, I did think he did. From the back here, it looked like all 4 wheels came off the ground. But I can't believe that he drove that through after that. It wasn't bang and hats off to him. He probably had a bit of throttle on the way down there that made the impact not so bad. It didn't bottom out or whatever. Or he's got really good sprigs in the front. One of the 2, one of the 3. But Ronnie Hopes, what a session. What a session there for Ronnie. All right, all in readiness. The track has been sprayed. We've given it a drag with the sled. Sydney Dragway has given the fire-up signal to this pairing for Q2 of Outlaw Radial. 2 Noonans firing up together. One supercharged, one centrifugally supercharged, one screw supercharged. George Josefsky, Mr. Lotus Caravans. And George Josefsky just getting it fired up. Now it is fired up now. The Purge. Whoa. Okay, Mr. Lotus Caravans coming through to the water now from Bandura, Victoria. Oh, yes, indeed. Getting a real handle on this car. It's not like George hasn't had any big car experience. Of course he has. He's, his beloved VL's nearly, a 6-second performer over the quarter at 200 odd mile an hour. He's had that Lexus, of course, the E-Canoe Lexus with the Pro line in that deep into the 4-second zone as well. And this car, well, this is the ultimate step to take yourselves right to the pointy end of Australian radial racing, and that is Outlaw Radial. Of course, Lotus Caravans putting up $10,000 to the winner today of Outlaw Radial. And Race Parts Melbourne putting up $5,000 for the runner-up. This is the second qualifying session. Wade Wagstaff went 372 on the first run. George went 392 with an early click at only 175. Wade went 203. What's it going to be here? Do we hit the mark? What do we do? A little bit of cloud cover probably helps. Supercharged Noonans, both sides of the racetrack. Crew chiefs walk away. Q2. Oh, we're on one. Oh, it's an early shut-off for both. It was 992. I wish I could take a photo of that. Hold that screen. Can we hold that screen? I don't know whether we can or not. Oh, we can't. Damn it. I wish we could hold that screen, folks. It was like a 003 and a 005 reaction time, like 9.960s both sides. Like we've lost that. We lost that really quick off the screen here. but that was 9.960s both sides, and I can't believe the reaction times. Those guys will grab that time slip and go, man, were we ready for that? It's like 003 and 005 on the tree. I think that was Wade 003 and George 005 on the tree. I mean, that's crazy reaction times on a pro tree. You talk about guys ready to race. They were both little missed opportunities there. Again, I wish I could have the screen up a bit later, sorry. If I had the screen up a little bit later, I would have been able to give you those 330s, because it looks like they were nearly out to 330 and still cranking. And that's, well, really, when you're running over the 660, there's only one other really important increment other than your 60, and your 660 is the halfway mark. It's the 330 mark. And I didn't quite catch the 330. I'm going to start just taking photos of this real quick, I think. That's what I've got to do. All right, here we go. The boogeyman is back. And he's not been holding back, Andrew Zada. He wants, he wants that 350 performance on each run. I mean, I know that he has been mentioning that we are on a slightly different track prep compound than what we've normally used. And we're just down on supply of that particular compound. We are on a slightly different compound. So Andrew said that's the only difference, really. He said the air's pretty good. He said, but the compound for prep at the moment's a slightly different compound than what they've been using at their recent test days when he ran the 54. So he's got that to contend with. But right now, the boogeyman needs to give us a statement run. It needs to give us a, I want to race everyone tonight run. He's already the quickest guy in the country. So it's nothing else we need to, to see from the boogeyman other than some good representative numbers, and we know the car's capable of that. Like, it's probably nearly run more 350s than anyone else, and that's me just plucking that out of the universe at the moment. But he may have more 350s than anyone else. I know Symbolic's got a few. I know Wade had that big run last year of 50s, including the 57 with a 1 in the final. So let's see what happens here. Outlaw Radial, brought to us by Lotus Caravans at Race Parts Melbourne. Oh, he's on one. He's on one. Oh, yes. What a number from Zada. And what a number for Paul Merry. 030 light, 101 to a 102 in the 60-foot. Zada, 372 with a 6. Gets in front of Wagstaff's 372 with an 8. Ahead of Symbolic's 377 with a 2. Paul Merry, 382. And George's earlier 392. That's the 5 cars down there so far. We've still got Smithy to go, which didn't run in the first session. So we are going to have that 6 or 7 in there. So, yeah, check that out. 263 to 330 for Mary, but it's the boogeyman. Goes 250, 250 to 330 foot. Oh, yeah. Here's Dan Symbolic's and Stephen Smith. One from Victoria and one from Victoria Point, Queensland. All right. Pro Charge, Proline Hemi in the Camaro, Proline Twin Turbo. I don't think, is he gone Hemi? Was that a 481X still in that? Might have been 4. I don't think we're gone Hemi in that. Might have gone Proline. I'll have to check. Great cars, great vehicles, great rigs. Great rigs. Good rigs everywhere here. All right, Symbolic, so he went 77. Now, what have you got? He's got to go 72. 72 with a 6 in front of Wade, 72 with a 7. And we saw the boogie band there, yeah, 72 with a 6. So Smithy hasn't got one yet, representing the Turbo Brigade. And Dan Symbolics. Outlaw Radial, dishing it out each session here. Let's see what this comes down to now. Bunch of 3-second runs in there right off the bat. Dan's got another car coming from the States, he tells me. Oh, he's walking around, he's 90, a 90 to a 418. That'll do for that, but that went for a way walk, 260 to the 330 rather. Here's Georgie back. Both you and Wade were wide to the tree. Have a look at your time slip when you get your time slip, George. You want to talk about cutting a light? Wait till you see your time slip. You guys were ready. So on that run there, yes. So Smithy goes 113 in the 60 foot, and off the button, Symbolics goes 1 flat to the 60. But that thing started to walk around. It went for a real walk. 390 at 189, 418 to 185. But yeah, 260 to a 284. And that's Zada, 372 with a 6. Wagstaff, 372 with an 8. Symbolics, 377 with a 2. Mary, 382 with an 8. Josefsky, 392 with a 5. And Smithy, 418 with a 5. And, you know, we are going to see, I believe, Johnny Ricker back in that field somewhere in round 1. All right, here we go. Jeff Campbell-Brown and Lorenzo Galotto. This could be right now our final tonight. I'm saying that right now, just because we know that the performances of these vehicles might just, if they continue to do what they're doing, this will be a good indicator of that, then we might see both of these guys against each other in the final. 622 cubes of big block for Jeff Campbell-Brown. Lorenzo, 573 cubes. By far our biggest matchup yet. 1,195 cubes there together. 1,195 cubes together. Thanks for you guys on the stream there. Getting it in there. Good comments. Love that. Happy to provide you the action that you want to have on a Saturday, wherever you are right around the world. Jeff Campbell-Brown, we're going to go to Bump City, baby. Oh, we're on a number here again. Both boys on a number. We get to the finish line. Oh, it is Campbell-Brown, 414 to a 416. 414 to a 416. What a great pairing between Campbell-Brown and Galotto. So Campbell-Brown, 414 with a 0 after his earlier 413. Lorenzo, 416 after an earlier 421. 107 in the 60 foot. 110 for Lorenzo. 2799 for the Chevelle. 2822 for the Mustang. And that's some good numbers there. It's a little bit of daylight back to third place, which is this guy, Nathan Rose, with a 461. But boy, the big blocks are grabbing it by the scruff of the neck and putting the numbers down there. So yeah, look at this. 107 for Jeff Campbell-Brown, 110 for Lorenzo. They went 053 on the tree to 067 on the tree. Those guys are ready to race. Those guys are ready. So let's see what the 3 rounds of racing gives us this afternoon. All right, Connor Bailey all the way back from WA, bumping in with the 6-litre hatchback. He ran 5:38 first round of qualifying. Nathan Rose from Mount Louisa in North Queensland. The VH Commodore, very, very stout small block Chevrolet on board, making some good horsepower. He went 461 at 158 mile an hour. So, as we said, it's daylight between number 2 and number 3. So, your number 2 at a 416. Number 3 is 461. So there's a big gap in Outlaw 275. Thanks to Outlaw Exhaust and Performance and 5,000 runner-up for spot-on performance and fabrication in Outlaw 275. And we'll go to Bump City again. I love it. Light them up, boys. Oh, Nathan's out on a good one here too. Nice run for him. 52. What about a 52 there for Nathan Rose? And a 73 for Connor Bailey, stepping it right up there. So 73 for Connor, 52 for Nathan. Great runs there from the both guys. And I've got to be happy with that one, I'd say. Connor Bailey, that's a big step up for him from that earlier run of a 38 to a 473. All right, Jared's back. We didn't see him in round one of qualifying, but here he is. All you 2J fans out there. You just can't get enough goodness in the one pairing, can you? Just a lot of 2J out there. I'm going to let these things scream down the track themselves here, I think. Jared Blair from Coomera, the King Kong Racing Supra. 3 litre 2Js there. Danny Lansdowne, the Spot On Performance Workshop. One of the flagships. The VL Wags. Built with his own hands. And this thing, she's full SFI 25.3 deal. She's essentially a VL door slammer wagon. Kylie's trying to keep the feet from sticking. You're almost at the point. And you know what? A funny thing happened. It's not a funny thing. It's actually a tragic thing that happened last weekend at Willowbank. Talk about sticky track. We'll talk about it in a sec. We might have to bring a new type of footwear in on the start line because the track's too sticky. All right, let's hear the two Js bump in. Oh, he legs that one out there. Danny goes 59. 4.59 to a 6.36 there for Jared. So 1.21 in the 60, 3.07 to 3.30. And Danny Lansdowne into 4th spot. So Nathan's got into the 50s and so is Danny. 4.59 for him. So it's 4.13 for Campbell Brown, 4.16 for Lorenzo, 4.52 for Nathan Rose, 4.59 for Danny Lansdowne, 4.73 for Connor Bailey, Randall Laurie 5.04, and that super there of Jared Blair, they're 6.38. So the Outlaw 275 category. That's what we might be the prediction, but you know what? Funny things happen over 3 rounds of racing later. Funny things can happen. One of those 2 heavy hitters might just trip up in one of the rounds. You get to that fine line. Ah, Mr. Nuts. Yeah, he doesn't do much in the way of a burnout, does Randall. Doesn't need much. This is a stout little small block Chev on board here. There's something about a blowing car. Whether you see the Naughty Boys or the Anarchy hatchback or the Fox Cullen or this one, there is something about it. Here comes Dan back after that run. She was a real white knuckler, mate. She went for a real ride there. She went for a real ride going for a steer. All right. Loading up Mr. Nuts. Nice run for him as usual, 5.06. That's normal, Mr. Nuts, for you. Nice and reliable, point A to point B. 1.20 in the 60 foot, 3.29 to 3.30. Randall Laurie doesn't mind qualifying where he qualifies because he knows that Mr. Nuts can do that nearly every pass, and some of these competitors in the next 3 rounds of racing might just step over their 275s a little bit. We've seen it before. You can never write a script at a Kenda until you're giving out the big checks at the end, because the script changes pairing after pairing. And once we get into that race mode this afternoon, anything can happen. All right, so that is Outlaw 275 done for now. Now, that is, again, thanks to Outlaw Exhaust and Performance for 10 grand the win. Can't believe that. That's crazy. Spot On Performance, 5 grand the runner-up for Outlaw 275. All right, here's 235 ready to go, thanks to Heltec. listen to Jaden make that LS sing there. Really fries the tyres up. Now, Scotty, he normally does the funny car style burnout. He'll roll through a bit fast and nail it. And he does a real short, sharp and sweet sort of skid, or picks up a bit more speed on the skid. Jaden Seng, though, he just lit that thing up a little harder in the water. And that whole theory is that you get that tyre so hot and sticky that when you roll past the start line, you're taking some of that tyre with you across the start line. You're then rolling back over it. So you're kind of layering up the footprint to be able to use it to your advantage. So let's just see how we go here in Outlaw 235, thanks to Haltech. Two guys from Toowoomba, the Cortina Gazzard brothers and the Seng family. The Seng brothers, but it's more about not just the boys, it's mum and dad as well. Anita and Terry. So happy to see their kids out there doing it. He wanted to cut one on him. He wanted to cut one on him, Cortina, but Jaden goes 60, 460. 460 for Jaden. So earlier 472, now a 60. Number one qualifier so far. Cortina's back with a 542 after 2 runs. So let's just see what happens. You can never underestimate the Gazzard brothers in 235. You can never underestimate anyone in a Kenda event. You just cannot. Do not rule out the Cortinas somewhere in the next 3 rounds. They have a funny way of making their way to the final. They're already $5,000 up from last night, but that thing can run 50s when it did a 50 out of the blue last night. It just pulled a 50 out. Here's a guy that can run right there as well. Cam Riley. He's gone. He is officially our quickest 235 guy in the country at 4:53. That was run here at a test event a couple of weeks ago. He's now bumping in at a Kenda against Caleb Seng. Pretty much our newest, youngest competitor here. I think he's smack on 17, Caleb. I think that's what he is. Of course, you just saw his brother Jaden going down, and this is little brother. So dad and mum out there again, just guiding in Caleb. Now, if Jaden's gone 460, what have we got in store for Caleb here on 235s? Cam Riley, what have we got in store here? Bump City, baby! Whoa, they're both sending it to the moon! 461 to a 470. 461 to a 470. 124 to a 120, 60 foot. And how's that? 460 for Jaden Seng, 461 for Cam Riley, 468 for Steve Lundy, 470 for Caleb Seng, 485 for Shannon Reeves. That's the top 5 in Outlaw 235. And we ain't done yet because here comes Nick Baxter and Lundy again. That's a hell of a list there. That's like Toowoomba, Newcastle, WA, Toowoomba. Might even be a South Aussie there a bit further down. All right, here we go. You couldn't get them two diametrically opposed competitors. One from basically Gold Coast, one from WA, Forestfield, WA, Steve Lundy. This is a 6-litre. I think it's a pretty understated LS build. Very stock LS with just a couple of components to make it stronger. Nick Baxter, well, it's a pretty stout 3RZ. 2.7 litre. It's our smallest engine in the group. It went 516 yesterday on 235. So that's pushing some power out of that little 3RZ. We go to Bump City again here. Oh, Nick Baxter gets off with an 063 light, 116 in the 60, but Lundy goes 73. So earlier 68, there's a 73. Nick Baxter goes 17. Nick Baxter goes 17, so that's a little bit better for him. But he went quicker in the 60 than the Mustang. He went quicker in the 60 than the Mustang, and we're not over yet. Oh, that's not the burnout Shannon Reeves wanted. Look, that's not a bad burnout for Phil Penny. That we know we've seen Phil do bigger ones than that, but the little Honda just got a little bit out of shape. So he's just kept the burnout low. Now, I think Shannon might see if we can have another crack at it here, because that did not come through and give him the love. No, they're pushing him. Well, I thought he was going off to the side, but they need him to come back and do a skid. That thing just fueled up and did not want to do anything then. He needs to light that thing up. I know Phil can wait for him a little bit there, but Shannon wouldn't want to hold him up too much. Here we go. Oh, look, that's possibly better than what he had, but not perfect. There's a fair bit of water spun there before it even made any smoke. So anyway, Shannon Reeves, he's got a 485 under his belt. So what do we got there? Queensland, New South Wales, WA, Queensland, Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, Queensland. Not a bad lineup in 235. What do we got? 9 cars so far that have come in Outlaw 235 thanks to Haltech. 3,000 the win. 3,000 the win. And 1,500 the runner-up. Oh, they're both on a good number here. Phil Penny, Shannon Reeves, 495 to a 475. So Shannon does improve again. So does Phil. That just tightened everything up just a little bit more. Big time tighten it up a little bit more. 235's just been a real mover this round anyway. And we know that that's just a sign of all the other categories as well. 460 for Jaden Seng. Cam Riley, 461 with a 9. Steve Lundy, 468 with a 6. Caleb Seng, 470 with a 3. Shannon Reeves, 475 with a 9. Phil Penny, 495 with a 4. Nick Baxter, 517. Scott Cortina, 542. Mark Talbot, 555. So this stuff it's tight. No matter what category we're talking about, it's tight. 235, just, we've always expected a little bit of action in 235, but 235's gone another level. Again. The Magic, remember George, the 470 George ran years ago in the VL, that 70, that 470 was a mark that we thought, wow, who's ever going to run quicker than a 470 in 235? And look what's kind of happened the last 18 months. We started knocking on some 60s last year, and then since then we're now into the 50s. Mark Talbot. Oh, not going to improve on that one. Look, Talbot's going to keep the 555 for now, but you know what? He can be that fly in the ointment, because if any of his other competitors in the next 3 rounds of racing do what he just did then, he might just snag a win here or there. It's going to make it hard for all these guys to meet the final. On paper, there's 6 there that could probably nearly be finalists if everything goes right. You just never know how a Kenda script is going to end up. And look at these unique cars. Where else in the world do you see a Hilux-powered Mustang followed by a 2JZ-powered Honda 600? You just don't. We're so lucky to have these cars in this country. And Phil, that's an absolute testament, that thing. The Rising Force S600. Righto, Damien Boyce and Reese Carkeet. So Reese's 22nd birthday today in the EH, and Damien Boyce, 540 cubes, both from Queensland. How good is the quality of these cars? And that EH, that's a real head turner. So's the Nova. Like, a real testament to all of our entrants that have, just put these beautiful cars together, make the sacrifice and the commitment to be able to turn up and race these things. It's a real treat to see. And guess where we're going again? Light it up, Reese. Let's engage. Let's go to Bump City. Oh, Boyce is on a good one here. He goes 79 to go with his 78. 479 to go with the 478 for Damien Boyce. So he is on it today. 478. And Carkeet 498 gets it into the 4-second zone. We ain't done yet. Twin turbo, big block Chev Power Gemini, twin turbo Brad Anderson in the Commodore Ute. Big shout out to the Seng boys coming back. How good was that, Caleb? Was 7-0, mate. So improving every single time that they come out. So it's good to see some numbers starting to come up for the guys. They're starting to hit their straps. The track's definitely responded. We're at that time of the day, 1:10. Hopefully that's the end of all the powerful sun on this track, and then everything else from here is going to be just stored track temperature, just enough, I think. Tony Mazzatelli went 4:52 with the parachutes out. Now, it can't be 3 times a charm, can it? The last thing we need to see out of the back of that big Maloo is the parachutes popping out like they did. Because this thing is an absolute beast. And apart from probably Lorenzo's Mustang, the Rock's probably, this is as much horsepower as I think the Rock's be able to play with for these guys. He's out the front there, of course, Jeff Johnson from Power Management Solutions. Mazzatelli and Hepburn. We're going to bump them into Bump City again. Yeah, we get a big streak of Bump Cities. It's good. All right. What's that? Oh, where's the question on the... Yes, it's Casper. Yes, James, it's Casper the Gemini. Now, we've got double reds for some reason all of a sudden. Got double reds all of a sudden. Tony's reverse lights work and everything. Check that out. Street car. Now, do we have something? Is it a reflector? Is it something we're just checking? It's funny when things pop up, isn't it? It's right when you've done the burnout, you're about to engage in a little bit of unleashing the beast. You know, a couple of 1,000 horsepower on the line, ready to go. I mean, we're both playing with nearly 2,000 odd horsepower here, easy. And now we might have had something just trigger the old CompuLink that's given us a bit of grief, whether it's a reflector or something. We are at that 660 mark. I mean, so far we've had ETs pop up and everything up till now. So it is interesting that something's just... No, we've just got to... We might have to just give that a little adjustment, turn it off. We're going to have to do that again shortly. All right, so these things go back, just to sit back for a sec, as we've got our official out there right at the 660 mark. Something's maybe triggered, God knows what, up here. Obviously, for us to be able to tell from race control to tell our officials out there, look, we need to check something at the 660. Something's not right. And look, I've got to go in and look at race control, familiarise myself with what we see in there. But I do know, remember, you go to Willowbank and you go in race control, you'll see all the timers. They're all got a light to indicate that they're all working fine. And then if one is out, one's out, you can say, look, well, that's out on our little test board. So maybe that's what we've seen here. Something's maybe gone up on our little test display that's just told us that there is something just getting our attention in this left lane that we need to work on. Now we've got the hood up here on Tony's Maloo. Just try and get a bit of air into that. The Clint's in the Casper. Our reds are gone, so that's half a good sign that we could be right to go. So whatever it was, maybe it was like a reflector or a timer or whatever. I know. Look, we do have a little bit of breeze. We don't have a lot. So that doesn't seem to be too much of an issue with the wind or anything like that. So we're just seeing whether these guys might want to go at the end of the session. Maybe that might be the first little negotiation. Whether you go now or go at the end of the session. Are they going to go now? Let's see what they're going to do. Just sometimes this little delay, you might just have that option to put them at the end of the session. We are in OG 315 thanks to Fuel Tech. 3,000 the win today, 1,500 the runner-up. So 4.5K in this category to give away to these competitors. No, I think we're just going to run them. I think we're ready to run them. So there we go. They get to do the burnout and everything again. All right. Yeah, so Clint didn't too much more skid into it. Neither did Tony, so they didn't really whack a lot in there. So I think they're appreciating the track's in pretty good condition and that sort of temperature is probably not needed to just do a skid again. We're having a beautiful... Do we have a temperature somewhere today? What are we? Air temp today here, 20-something. And our track temp. Not a mega hot day, thank goodness. Is that a tablet or an iPhone you got there, Ben? It looks like a tablet. It's an iPhone, isn't it? It's a Google phone. It's a Huawei. It's a Nokia. It's a what? I didn't know what. I thought he swore at me then. A black what? A Blackview. Wow, I never heard of that before. What is it? 22.6. All right, Bump City, baby. Oh, they're both on a march. No parachutes yet for Mazzatelli. 13 for Hepburn. 35 for Mazzatelli. 35 with the parachutes working at the right time. And Clint Hepburn, that earlier 4:10. Two good runs for Hepburn, 4:10 and 4:13. And Mazzatelli, a 35 with no parachute assistance until it was needed. So Outlaw 3-1, OG 315 rather. OG 315's got some good stuff in there, I can tell you, including this hot rod. This car's still registered in New Zealand too, would you believe? I think Foxy's is still registered too. There's Dale out the front. Got a fair bit of Haltech gear on this car. Here goes Marcus. Yeah, here we go. Now, Foxy had an issue last run. He didn't get a time. He didn't get a time last run. I think, remember, we had this funny staging thing happen, and off he went, and then the thing sort of carked it on the run. It just lost power or something, and he didn't get an ET. So this is Fox's only opportunity to get himself an ET and put him in the field. We would have put him in anyway. It's not like, oh, if you don't get one, you won't get in. We do get you in there. We'll get you in there. You're seated a lot lower. You can still sometimes come from that. Top qualifier doesn't always give you the luxury of an easy run into the finals. In fact, sometimes it's a curse. You can be really good and then, you know, as the night goes on, get really different, so to speak. So let's see how we go. Nitrous, big block Mopar. It's a 572 Nitrous sniffing hot rod. Brad Cullen, blown injected, 509. Just got to put it in, Brad. Let's go. Really legging that small. Bit of smoke near the finish line. 448 though. 448 there for Brad. 001 on the light for Marcus. Marcus goes 001 on the tree. That's our best reaction of the day. Mind you, we've got about 8 or 9 00 lights that have been cut today, but Marcus takes the cake at 001. And that's only in qualifying. I know that we've got awards for different things, but we normally do them all in racing. But 001, geez, we've seen some good qualifying hits on the tree. So that's a great field there in OG 315. Clint Hepburn, Tony Mazzatelli, Brad Cullen, Damien Bush, you name it. That's a hell of a group in OG. One more car to go, which he went into a big wheelie, remember, and he wants to go in the lane where we are just examining the track. We did see Fox in that lane, just a big sort of puff of smoke as it went over the finish line. whether it nipped anything up or something there, but they are checking, they are scrutinising that. They're standing on the start line and checking to make sure everything's A-OK. And we could be good. We're clambering over the fence. That's a good sign. It's a good sign if we're clambering over the fence like that. One more car to finish off this qualifying session for OG 315. And yes, we've seen Clint Hepburn in there at 4:10. Tony Mazzatelli at 4:35. Brad just ran 4:48. Damien Boyce for 4:78. Marcus Page at 4:95 with a 001 light. Reese Carkeet 4:98 in the E8. So there's been a couple of guys improve this session. One guy that needs to improve, because right now he's in number 7. That's the Black Ute that we see here in the water. Well, in the fire-up area. He's just about to hit the water. The Black Ute. This is another one that's been built with the bare hands of the man that steers it. Builds it. Steers it. Tunes it. He's becoming one of the best torque converter gurus in Australia. He can do you a torque converter as well. Full Race Fabrications was the business. But one thing about James Horan, you got to say, mate, it just oodles and oodles and oodles of talent. Started with a Toyota V8 in this thing. Went low 7s over the quarter with the Toyota V8. He had to go at a big block Chev there for a while. Next thing you know, it's got a 511 Hemi on board, twin turbo. And as we say, James does his own bolt-together torque converters. He could do a converter change in under an hour in this car. We've seen it with our own eyes. What does the Black Ute have for us? He did a big wheelie last run. Can he go to number 1 with this run? He's got to go better than a 10. Oh, come on, James. Oh, 10 as well. 4:10 as well. 4:10 as well. What's the decimal point? 4:10 with a 4. Beats a 4:10 with a 7. Number 1 qualifier, the Black Ute, by 300ths of a second. 4:10 with a 4. 4:10 with a 7. Wow. Yeah, we have to turn it up to 11 when we have to. And, oh, geez, didn't the old Black Ute get out of there? Didn't get the 60, but it didn't matter. Here's OG 275, Joel's Garage Gear. What a cracker of a category OG 275 is. We got a bunch of them in here from the 460s to the low 5s. And how's it all going to end up tonight? No one knows. All I can tell you is that there is some of the wildest machinery that you're going to get in this category. Whether it's a blown and injected. It does say here 864 cubes. I don't think it is. I mean, Krieger's out there, so anything's possible. It could be the engine out of Krieger's old Tirana, 864 cubes, you know. It could be 364 cubes. It could be 564 cubes. I don't think it's 864 cubes. Could be, you know, some guy's writing the 3 looks like an 8 and the 6 looks like a whatever. Jason Cowan, Turbo LS, 427 cubes. It went number 3 qualified with a 468. There you go. Thanks, Blondie. Blowing 355. Thank you. So, not 864 cubes. Thank you, Carolyn. Oh, where's he gone? Where's he gone? Thank you, Tommy Ryko. Tommy also gave me that as well. He's got to go somewhere. He's got to go somewhere. Are we kicking him out? What are we doing? We're going to put him in, are we? We're going to put him in. Has Jace done the same thing? Has Jace done the same thing? No, we're just sending you. We're just sending you. Okay, you're sending him. Just sending him. All right, they've got to send him there. Jace did nothing wrong there. He had the car ready to stage. It was Harold that Harold rolled through. And Jason's not going to get a representative run now, but the 68's going to stand. But he would have loved one more run at it. But this staging stuff, we've never seen so many issues pop up until you got to ask everyone to go heads up pro tree. And then you realise that staging procedure is so important. All right, double reds, what for? Let's check. Double reds, what for? Let's check. Here comes Foxy Cullen. 440s, eh? 440s for the blower. 440s for the Black Belt Brigade. All right, double reds off. Billy Shelton ready to go. Barney Lindner ready to go. OG 275. What's that? Ah, there we go. It's like ABS, when ABS happens in a car, the hazards will come on by themselves. Yeah, it's just a little thing that happens. All right, Barney went 530. We know this thing can get into the fours. Billy Shelton, 525. I mean, it's a full-weight street car. It's got all sorts of stuff going on. I mean, it's a full street car. Honked me with the horn yesterday. Honked me with the horn, old Billy did. We cannot stress, and we said it at the driver's briefing, we cannot stress enough how important that staging procedure is. If you have trouble staging the car under battle, just put 2 bulbs on and get a run. If we're going to have this discrepancy, you bounce over that line one more time during stage and they're not going to tolerate it. They don't seem to tolerate it. We've got an event to run here. Oh, Barney goes red, but it's going to be all right. It's going to be a good run from the big Barney. 524's a bit better than the 30, and Billy Shelton, 511's a bit better than the 525. So all that stuff steps up a bit. That's chunky in the middle there. That whole OG 275 is chunky in the middle there. Very chunky. Everything from 508 to 527. There's about 5 or 6 cars in there. Christos is back. He had a shocker. Zing the tyres off at first hit today. He deserves more, does Kiramola. That thing just means business, that thing. Even last night, that thing running, it just had its own presence. Like the mighty RB was just on a bullet pass last night. He's got to get the tyre. He's got to keep the thing stuck, though. I mean, he's already in the field, but he's going to be seated on the bottom end. Pete Faulkner, 527. Now, look, he's out of Horsepower Solutions stable too. So, you know, we saw Sicko go from a 25 to an 11. Maybe the master tuner, Justin's, just didn't been there and maybe given Peter a little bit. So maybe Pete might get something. We're just checking the back of that car for a sec, make sure there's nothing sinister there. Chris Kuramola's ready to go. We're going to go a bit of Bump City here. RB versus LS. Oh, yeah, it's out there. It's got it. 122 to the 60, 531, 486. 486 for Christos. He shakes that list up as well. Christos shakes that list up. He goes into 5th spot with an 86. 5th spot with an 86. Remember, we've got a 467 with an O, a 467 with a 1, and a 468 at the top. And here's a guy that wants to improve because we've seen him near the pointy end of OG 275 before. We're talking about Luke Knight, the VL Commodore, 403 cubes of LS, 400 cubes of LS for Matt Turnbull beside him from Victoria, the VS. He's number 4 qualifier so far with a 473. Luke's number 9 with a 512. How's that? Number 9 with a 512. How good's the OG 275 field? OG 275 brought to us by Joel's Garage, paying $3,000 the win, $1,500 the runner-up tonight for the best 2 cars in this class. Gotta love your Holden products. Here comes the Black Ute back after that crack and run snare pole position on the last hit of the qualifying. So the Black Ute doing really well. Bump City, baby. Oh, look, I tell you what, it wasn't good for Luke Knight, but it was good for Turnbull. 61 with a 4. How tight do you want to make it? 61 with a 4. The top of the field just looks crazy. 61 goes to number 1, Matt Turnbull, 61 with a 4. That is a crazy list. We're not done yet. 61 with a 4, 67 for Horner, 67 with a 1 for El Khoury, Cohen 68, Christos 486, and we're not done. Graham Horner was the one that came out and did a 67 with a 0, and until just that run was number 1 qualifier, but now there's another Holden in front, and that is Matt Turnbull. Loving the sights and the sounds here today at Kenda 660. A real treat. John Heisman's now, Graham Horner. Heisman's been 533 in the Ute. Horner 467. What has he got from Lewiston, South Australia? Remember, our ghost index is the 60. Like a 50's probably going to get you a fast trip out of the class after today. We don't normally kick you out immediately, but if you start running 50s and 40s, we got to put you in Outlaw. Really do. Bump City again. Aussie Steel, Bump City. Oh, wheel stand. Graham Horner, what a wheel stand. Check this one out. 77, a little bit off the throttle early, but it carried him out. It carried him out a long way. He keeps the 60-70 number 2, but oh, what a mission that was. What a crazy mission that was on the leave for Graham Horner. That must have felt good because it looked good. It looked a treat from here. Double Reds were going for a look just in case. I did see, I don't know, I thought it might have been tyre smoke as it came back down, but it sort of had a little bit of brown come out of it, like it was like a brown dust or something. I don't know. You know, has Graham been doing some laps on the street? Did he go on a dirt road? Could it be a few crumbs out of the wheel arch? I don't know. One thing about super traction that we have here at Kenda is that we'll expose every little nook and cranny. If you ever thought you had some hidden sand from a sandblaster or whatever, we've had cars do that sometimes, just start bleeding sand out of the sills, just because we've twisted the things up a little bit. Here he is, Chuck Jifkins. What a surprise. Just comes in with the 3 litre. And again, I don't know. I'll have to message Dale. Dale will tell me. Dale's a bit busy right now. He's out there tuning it. I might see if anyone else out there can tell us what's in Chuck Jifkin's ute. I'm going to try and ask Dale now. He's crazy sometimes what he's able to be. I'm asking him right now. He may not answer me straight away. But anyway, Chuck Jifkins is in there, our entrant 5441. He didn't get a run in the first round. Remember, the bump caught him. The bump caught him. So he's just got to put the bulbs on here. Just wait. That's it. He can put 2 on now if he wants. Just get it. He's got to get him in there because that bump's a bit violent at the moment. That bump's a bit violent at the moment. He could be throwing it all away here if he can't get it in. Oh, no. Oh, no. He could have had it. He could have just put him on soft and do the trans brake then, but he didn't. And he's not going to get any ET. Look, I'm sure we're going to get him in the field, but that's not good for him. He wants some time slips, you'd think. You spend all this money and time and effort on a car, you want some time slips. And just because the thing won't bump on the day, just not getting it. Chuck Jifkins, 504, improves again. Chuck Jifkins improves again. Dale will check his phone. Here he goes. He's checking his phone now. Pulling the phone out now. And the answer will come very, very soon. Dale is texting right now. 2J, there we go. 2J in the utility. That explains a few things. Okay, OG275 keeps giving it some action. Let's put a couple of Capris on there. Oh, he loves that blower, does Cameron. Oh, yes. Went off on a little bit of a left-hand angle there, did Cameron McNabb. Elvio Gonzalez is ready. Elvio got a 565. He's running that thing almost like through the pipes and everything, this thing. So it's almost the ultimate OG 275 car. As a purist, it's almost the ultimate 275 car, OG 275 car. He's driven this for the week at Drag Challenge. The thing was I think a low 8-second performer at Drag Challenge, but I know it's 7-second potential. Cameron McNabb, we know we can go 4s in this thing. Once he gets into the groove, this thing's good. Elvio, 565 through the pipes. So they got the naughty boy over a little bit there. I don't know whether that's going to affect him or not. Let's just see. OG 275, thanks to Joel's Garage Gear. It likes it. It likes it a lot. We've got no ET up here. We've got no ET up here either. We've got the tree. We've got the tree. Elvio got nothing either. Elvio got nothing either. All right. That's no good. That's like ordering $5 of chips and getting a roll of paper. Unroll your roll of paper and there's no chips in there. That's exactly what it's like. It's like wanting to pay for 2 litres of milk and you get an empty bottle. So we've had a little timing thing go on there or something. We're just doing a bit of Control Alt Delete up here, but that's the sort of stuff. You know what? It happens. It happens. It happens. We've seen it happen. That was a number. We knew it was a number. If they've got any data log on those cars at all, that's going to help them. It's going to help them. But if they don't have that's a mystery. That's going to say, well, that felt quicker than the 16. But yeah, that's no good right now. So we're going out for another little look at our timers here and everything like that. But no one got it. No one got anything both sides there. So no one got anything both sides. That was a mystery because they both went in. They both lit the tree. The tree got thrown and off they went. We got no reactions. We got no 60s. We got no incrementals on the way down on that run. So that was indeed a mystery for that to happen. We've got it all loaded up back up here now. But yeah, sometimes this system, I remember in the past we've lost runs on pairings. And I'm not talking about here. We're talking about Willowbank, talking about other tracks that do run, a timing system. We've had various little issues that happen. Little gremlins creep in, little idiosyncrasies. And we can normally nut them out. But that is one crazy OG 275 field starting to line up now. That's good after 1.5 sessions. Yeah, Matt Turnbull, 461. Graham Horner, 467 with a 0. Michael L. Curry, who's down there right now, 467 with a 1. Jason Cowan, 468 with a 3. Christos, 486 in the VL. And then Chuck Jifkins, he went 505 on the next run. Billy Shelton, Cam McNabb. I'm sure that would have been a quicker run for Cam. Luke Knight, Barney Lidner, Pete Faulkner, Mick Warmall, John Heismans, Elvio Gonzalez, Ben Taylor and Harold Joss. I know Elvio and all those guys, they would have been hanging for that ET. They would have been hanging for it. There's not going to be a time slip back there. Well, they know they won't get one because they went through the 660 and there's nothing come up on the board. So it's a little bit disappointed. What about Matty Turnbull, eh? Matty Turnbull, 61 for Matty Turnbull. Numero uno qualifico. Michael L. Curry now ready to light the 2J up. 2J Central today. 2J Central. 467 with a 1. With its first ever time in an OG 275 class at a Kenda. And Michael L. Curry's 2J Z-powered RX-7 fits like a glove. Mick Wormall from WA, the XY 434 cubes of small block Ford, 531, 12th qualifier. When we see these fields, we normally get a nice bunch all close to each other, racing each other. So we're going to see 3 rounds of tight Chicago shootout racing a bit later on. And I'm sure after this second session of everything, so we've got all our fixed index classes to come up soon. Once we get that, we'll be putting that into race controls seating sheets, and I would imagine we'll be trying to get them down to Kenda Central or down to Scrutineering, because all our racers will need to know who they're running. All right, boys, anytime. 7 seconds. The old 7-second rule, mate. The old 7-second rule. It happens. It's bitten people before. And that's another one where it got bitten again. And Mick was in there. Mick had a light on, and then he rolled forward, and we're expecting Michael to just roll it in and bump it in, and this is it. We go to racing. We've got a 7-second rule there. From when one opponent puts a second bulb on, there's normally a 7-second thing. All right, Renegade. This is where a lot of tightening up might just happen as well. This is where a little bit of tightening up starts to happen. We've got Jason Sang burning out. That sounds sweet. 400 Clevo, it says here. 408 cubes of LS and 400 cubes of Clevo. This is the Renegade 550 class thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. You just can't get one. Simon's got plenty of pools on the bill. Please inquire. If you are after one, do inquire. He'll give you an ETA of when he might be able to deliver that pool. You won't get it in 6 weeks, put it that way. He's too flat out. Building not only pools, but just outdoor resorts. He said some people go for the whole resort. The whole backyard becomes a resort. Simon does that. He's giving us 1,500 the win, 750 the runner-up here. Jason Sang, Adam Cope on the 550 index. Let's have a listen to these things. That's a bit better for Jason. 553. And Adam Cope, 642. Just no banana this time. So that class, this will tighten up. Disco Dean's a little bit too quick at 547. And Pat O'Shea went 610, spinning the tyre. So he knows he's got a bit more. Yeah, this would be one of our most powerful aspirated small blocks here today. I know we all talk horsepower figures, but I tell you this right now, this 440 cube on board for Pat O'Shea, that's making some serious steam for an Aspo engine. It's on the jungle juice and everything, this thing. It's tough. The Disco's too quick at 547. Pat's too slow at 610. Pat's got so much under the throttle there. 556. There you go. Disco's got one in the bag. Pat's just zinging the tyres at the moment. It's not liking it. It just goes to prove that, you know, you can have all the traction in the world out there, and then some combos just can still overpower that surface. It can just show you how much these things can throw you curveballs. All right, Hernan Tosti from Clearview, he didn't get a run. Jeff Trapnell didn't get a run. And when I mean didn't get a run, both these guys had a bump infringement where they rolled through at the wrong time. The wrong time to be bumping through. So hopefully these two guys just do one thing right here, and that's just put it into stage. None of these guys have got a time slip from qualifying. You'd hate to think after this run, when qualifying finishes for them, that they'd have at least one time slip from their event here today. But it just goes to show you've just got to get that thing in just for now. Get the thing in. Don't go jumping yet, boys. It's not a reaction time contest. There we go. Now go. There we go. He's going to get one. The timers are on. 135 to 60 foot. Jeffrey hits the stripe too quick. 537 in Renegade. Too quick at 537. 566 though for Hernan. That's a good run for Hernan. Hernan puts himself in about 6th. Puts himself in about 6th position there with that qualifier. So there you go. It pays to keep the thing into stage, and it pays to wait till the tree goes. Here's Aris at 5th qualifying spot with a 555 with an 8. Here's another South Aussie, Darren Mallison from Mount Barker. 565 cubes in that Cortina. 555 with a 1. That's right, bring any combo you want. Bring any combo you want. Put it on a radial. We don't care what size radial you run in Renegade. We don't really care to what standard your car is. You could be nearly a full tilt race car, put a radial on it, you're in. 550 is the magic number for this class. Can Harris whittle down that 550? 549 with a 7. Oh, no. 49 with a 7. He's going to have to keep the 55, and you've got to try and fight with that. The trouble is you start fighting with a car that can go 49. You want to try and slow it down a little bit, but then you might get beaten by a guy that's been going 53 all day. You never think we get this tight, would you? But we do. We get this tight. We do get this tight. That's right, Ben. All right, from Hume, ACT. Geez, everyone had some tough stuff out of Hume over the years. Pete Hamilton. 366 cubes of Chev on board the wagon. Jacob Setgast from Pimpamar, 2JZ. Again, it's a 2JZ fest today. If you love your six bangers, we've got a few barrows and we've got the 2Js out. But Pete Hamilton, from memory, he's about, you think he's nearly number one qualifier with a 51. Now, is he going to do a wheelie again? Let's just see if he does that wheelie again here. Let's just see if he does the wheelie again. Renegade, 550, thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. Oh, nice stuff, sir. What a great launch there for Hamilton. He goes 53. This guy's here to play. This guy's here to play. 553 for Hamilton, 545 for Jacob, just a little bit too quick. So we've got Trapnell, Setgast, Ferris and Aris too quick. But Hamilton, Sang, Mallison, Tosti, O'Shea, Hartle, Law and Cope in behind them. In behind them. So Disco's previous 550 run will count. So that hasn't upgraded on here because our CompuLink won't work out that we'll accept every good run over 550 rather. Now, Dale Hartle-Law went 612, way off where he's pointed this Mustang right near the 550s before. In fact, he's come up with some Kenda money before. This looks a lot better for him. Oh, 43. 43. Oh, it's all back together. Mr. Rick has got it all back together, as he said he would. Oh, wow. What a build. What a thrash. Packing it up early and not having a crack is not in their vocab. Ah, here we go into Ruckus, our 580 class, thanks to RC Metalcraft. And here we go. Ryan Durant, went 591 to be number 3 qualifier. Robert Morris went 781 to be 7th qualifier. So he did not have a perfect run on the previous run, did Rob Morris. So there's a little bit more in the bag there, you would think, for him. Now again, we're just checking something on this car that's caught our attention before. Are we fuel? What are we? Don't know what it is, but we're letting it go for now. Whatever it is, just caught a bit of attention of him. So let's just see. This Ruckus 580 class, RC Metalcraft. None of this is easy to win, folks. Remember, you go under that 80 and you're not going to win. You've got to stay as close to the 580 as you can. Seven seconds, boys. 7 seconds. Well, that was close. All right, here we go to the 660, 566, too quick, 593, okay. 66, not a bad run from Robert Morris. The 66 on the 580 index is just a little too quick. The 66 on the 580 index, too quick. All right, Derek Logan and Ronnie Hopes. God, Ronnie. Let's see how this one ends up. Ronnie, what do you do as an encore after you gave us that first one? So this is Torrey again, just done this again. Whatever it was is just getting a light tickle, whether it's a little fuel leak or a tiny little drop of oil. You wouldn't want it to be oil or coolant. Not that we accept any liquids dropping on the ground, but, and look, sometimes we like to say fuel's the nicest leak to have because it kind of goes away by itself, but you can also burn something to the ground with a fuel leak. It's hard to burn a car to the ground with a water leak. You can annoy the whole crowd with a water leak or an oil leak. A fuel leak, no one gets annoyed, except you might torch the thing to the ground. So, or if it's a Tesla. That's right. They don't leak anything, do they? Oh, do they? Oh, they do have captive systems there, don't they? Ronnie Hope and Derek Logan. Well, Ronnie, you're already a hero in our books from the antics you carried on with on the last run. What have you got? And remember, Ronnie not only didn't get out of that wheel stand, he continued it on and ran a 595 in the 580 class. So Ronnie Hope's from Queensland. You're a little bit of a legend in our book already. He hasn't done anything. He just did one qualified. Ronnie Hope's became a legend. You can become a legend that quick in Kenda. Normally it doesn't happen that quick, but it can. Hold on to your hats here, folks. Doesn't matter whether it's Outlaw, Radial, Renegade, Rumble, or Rebels. Exciting stuff can happen. Or, in Derek Logan's case, the opposite. That's not good. Ronnie goes 89. Nice run for Ronnie. That went across the ground that time. They're happy. The boys out there on the start line, the crew are happy. I'm glad that we're seeing happy crews out there. But Derek, the thing just might have taken a big gulp. Took a big gulp. I know that he runs a bit of nitrous through the big block. And maybe she just took a big gulp because he just fired the thing up with a bit of black smoke. Oh, gosh. He's got to send the ute off. So he's going to have to settle for the 83, which is keeping him in #1 spot so far. I've had two guys that go too quick, Robert Morris and Bailey Stokes. But Derek Logan, Ronnie Hope, Ryan Durant, Matthew Cowley and Jai Ward have all stayed on the right side of 580. All right, he's back, Ian Pimble. That 578 cube Ford, geez, whatever it dumped on the last run, man, it was a dump. That was a monster dump. Good to see that he's got it back. He's from Brightview in Queensland. He's put 2 bulbs on. Now, Matthew Cowley from Reed in South Australia, technically he's only now got 7 seconds and he's going to go in. That's good, we're away. Oh, the big block Fords cried enough out there. I heard it go off. He's going to roll through for an 8.10. Here comes Matthew Cowley, 6.22. He's improved by nearly a whole second, but Ian Pimble, that thing just lost power, just a bit out. And that thing was on a fairly decent little mission to start with, but then the thing's just lost power. We are going to go for a bit of a look. We're just going to go for a little, you would think we might need to wander or inspect. We're just going to see. Normally, sometimes the best thing to do is look at the car as it comes around and pulls up. If it's got anything leaking off it there immediately, well, we're out scrutinising that track as much as we can. That was nice across the ground, Ronnie. That was a bit more controlled. But if there's nothing dripping on the thing as it comes around, we're less suspicious to think that it might have dropped something out there. That's normally the big clue. All right, so we might have something there. We just tell them to shut off for the moment. Just tell them to shut off for the moment. And just see what we've got down that side there. Now, how far out have we got it? That's the other question. The Falcon was doing pretty well till, oh, look, a couple of 100 feet out, it was fine. And then the thing just went dead. So we don't know to what extent that has come, whether or not it has leaked anything out or not. But we are just wandering that track for the moment. We'll just put them both back for now, back in the fire-up area. And we're all just clearing out there to make sure that whether we are in full cleanup and recovery mode. We're going down on the buggy maybe there for a look, just to see whether or not we've got anything that's going to attract our attention. We've got a whole committee going out there for a look, just to see whether we got anything super bad there. We've been pretty good so far. We've got boys out there to see whether or not we've got lots of stuff to clean or not. And we've got Justin out there on the sled ready to do a similar thing if we have to. We've got track walkers doing the same little shuffle across the track there from, what are we, 400, 500 foot out. And just hoping that what's happened there hasn't been dumping too much down. Of course, it's not real good if it's something to do with his engine. Ian Pimble. It was a big cube V8. So we're just scouring that area now to see whether or not we need to pay any particular attention as far as cleanup is concerned. But we are just scouring that area. A lot of eyes on that track right now coming down in the buggy. Got Justin on the tractor as well just to see if we had anything that might need that cleanup. You know, sometimes we always think the worst when we see it happen down the drag strip. We've all encountered the worst. We've all seen the worst. We've seen what happens when it goes horribly wrong and we dump a whole crankcase out. It's not good. It takes a lot of cleanup. It takes a lot of time. It's one of the biggest things that kills a drag meet, kills the vibe of a drag meet is oil downs and delays. When we're on, we can just give you round after round of performance with no delays. And then, you know, once you get a delay, it stands out like a sore thumb. It just stands out like, you know, anything. Here's old stunt. Anyway, we'll get the stunt plane out for you. How about that? Here we go. Here's a stunt plane for you, right above us. There you go. Geez, we're fast on the entertainment around here, aren't we? Thought I'd just crack the old Red Bull plane out, you know. All I did was buy a 4-pack. Next thing you know, there's a bloody plane flying around on top of me here. Yeah, well, there you go, folks. Hope we enjoy that for the moment. We might have to look at seeing if we can get one just for ourselves, for oil down entertainment. Just throw a plane out there every time we need to. I don't know whether he's doing it here, whether he's taking off from the local airport or whether they're letting him do it at over the road at Sydney Motorsport Park. I do know that with special permission, I think that's Matt Hall. I think the name. Thank you, Matt Hall. That's Matt Hall, I think, from memory. We'll have him at World Time Attack in September 1st and 2nd. But you know what we get Matt Hall to do? We get special clearance. We land that plane on the main straight at Sydney Motorsport Park. So he'll land that plane in there. Then he'll take off and do all the stunts for us. Like, he can do some crazy stuff in that thing. If I could just get a view of it, I'd start commentating it for you. But he's a weapon. He's a lunatic. Oh, that's great. Of course, we've got all our fixed cameras. We can't show you the aeronautics happening above us here with our cameras. We can't throw them up there. But there is our... I don't know where he is either. I can hear him. The crowd can see him somewhere. Oh, I saw a bit then. How's your guts? How's your guts? Pull a few G's there. Thank you, Matt Hall. Does he know that he's got to perform that over Sydney Motorsport Park and not just here? Because maybe he think he's at the wrong venue. Because, oh, well, I'm seeing some cranking events happening there at the drag strip. Is that what you want me to do? Benny's scouring with the camera. You got the camera going around. Benny's trying to find him. Where is he? He's around here somewhere. Yeah, what a little hot rod. You right, Derek? Is that okay? Did you just have a little hiccup? Little. Yeah, he's a weapon, Matt Hall. If he's the Red Bull stunt pilot, like I remember, this guy is an absolute gun. He's been in the air races. He's done all that sort of thing. And yeah, he can pull some crazy stunts. Oh, can hear it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Ian, is the big Falcon okay, mate? Are we okay? What happened there? Don't know. 582 cubes of love, but no love. No love today. Is she all good? I don't know what did it drop or whatever. You made us pull out the stunt plane anyway, Ian. Can you catch him there on the camera? But it's hard. He's doing some crazy. Oh. What a treat for you folks. I'm glad you all turned up to see that. We're here for the best rodeo racing in Australia, but yeah, we'll throw the air. We do that at Willowbank when all the Air Force planes come over, you know, all the transport planes. We'll go look at the air show we've put on for you folks, you know. Yeah, those big transport planes fly over a lot over at Willowbank. We kind of take them a little bit for granted over Ipswich because the RAF does fly quite a few. Sometimes you'll see 2 or 3 transport planes together in formation. There's a lot of fighter jet action happens at different times of the day out there at Willowbank. So it's about time you guys got a little bit of aerobatics at the drag strip. Whatever you do, don't book that company that does the 500 drones in a row up there together, unless you want to play catch a drone. So the track crew committee is back, all good. Whatever we had there, we've obviously mended it right at the 13:20 mark, right at the quarter mile mark, as we've had something there, and they're just doing the big mop up. Oh, lunatic. Absolute carry on. Crazy stuff. So this little oil down's just taking us up a little bit of time. Obviously, just got to deal with what we deal with there. We've been pretty lucky and well behaved up till now. But look, just a couple little drips. Whatever's dropped its guts, we're right onto it now. We're lucky it's not actually on the racing surface, so that means that, you know, our race surface is still going to be good for the rest of our competitors in the lanes. So we've still got the little bit left of ruckus, the 580. Like, we may even be at the end of it. There he is again. Oh. Yeah, that's a treat. That's a treat. Worth the price of admission just to get in here to see some good radio racing and an air show. So we've still got Rumble and Rebels to finish the sessions, our qualifying session out. And then we'll be looking to seed. I'm sure we're probably nearly ready to seed our pairings for the rest of the classes. So I would even imagine by now we're probably at the stage where we have got nearly the seed sheets. You've got to say that slowly. The seed sheets. The seeding sheets. The lineups. Oh, licorice. The lineups for, we can do probably Outlaw Radial, 275. Oh, they're fuck. Oh, look at those, like billet licorice. Jeez, I thought I was going to get a smaller piece than that, I tell you. Yeah, I bet you it is. I might have one now and one after. I'm going to sneak a bit of smoko in here at some stage once we finish this session, because there will be, you would assume, that slight little bit of downtime as we seed all of our categories and then start calling them around for the round. So there will be that little break coming up soon, guys. What makes licorice so nice? What was it? All right, Dry Ward, Bailey Stokes. Renegade 580, Rumble. Sorry, Ruckus. Got too many R's in here, don't we? 580, thanks to RC Metalcraft. Dry Ward just needs one good run here to get himself into that 580 zone. He went 742, not good enough. Barra Powered XD. Bailey Stokes went 559 in the 580 class. He kind of needed Renegade today, Bailey. So yeah, Bailey's got to come up with some plan to try and stay on the 80 today. Or he's just going to run it out the back door and just run some PBs today. 5.58 with a 9. Jai Ward goes 6.87. That's a bit better for him, but still a second off the 5.80, and 5.58 for Bailey, just too quick. So that's the end of the RC Metalcraft Ruckus qualifying. It's now turning our attention to the 640 class. Rumble, brought to us by the All Over Plant Hire Group. And this guy, I think it's got to be nearly his first Kenda, Rowan Hudson. I'll have to go and check with him. 644 for his first ever hit at the 640 class. 644. What? It's gorgeous, isn't it? Shane Locke beside him. 383. So just pretend this is a race, right? Just pretend this is a race. Rowan's got the whole shot at 640, 47. 47 to a 58. Now, we know Shane's normally bang on the 40, but down here in Sydney, just the 10th off today. He's going to have to fight his way through the next 3 rounds tonight. Who knows who's going to be in the final? I can't even tell you right now in all these classes because we know you cannot predict too early. All right, Bailey Simpson and Brett Matthews. So Brett from South Aussie, he's in the 640 class. He did kind of make the AU go 619. So is he going to stay on that or not? We did clue everyone up at the driver's briefing about it, that it's hard to change classes. It's easier for you just to try and defend your number for the day. But, you know, when it's running so well, you might just sacrifice, you know what I mean? You might end up sacrificing a couple of wins just to get some good ETs. Oh, what's that? Oh, yeah, air density. Good. Is it good? Is it good, Betty? All right, Bailey Simpson, Brett Matthews. So Turbo LS in the AU, Nitrous sniffing small block in the Gemini. 640 is the goal here, thanks to All Over Group. Oh, he was lucky to get that. That light flickered one more time for Brett Matthew. It flickered one more time, but he was lucky, didn't go red. 43's nice for Bailey Simpson. 43's really good. 627 for Brett Matthew there. Just a little bit on the other side. No, I don't yet, Lorenzo. I don't have the seeding yet. Once... I'll know soon, Lorenzo. Lorenzo's on to me. Lorenzo's on to me. So I don't know yet either, mate. Steve Hunt and Ross Mackey now. So we're still in Rumble. Still trying to hit the 640. Ross Mackey from Brightwaters here in New South Wales. And Steve Hunt from Ingle Farm, South Australia. That gorgeous panel van. Hold the phone. What are we doing? We're just checking the VL out just in case. Have we got anything leaking out of that? We got something? Have we got something there? Seems to be something that's caught the attention. Oh, got the wheels up. That's a lot better for Steve Hunt. Let's see where he goes on this 640. 46. Oh, yeah. So the field tightens up a little bit there. The field tightens up a little bit. We've got a few running under. So what have we got there? Bailey Simpson, 643. Rowan Hudson, 644. Sean Smith, 645. Steve Hunt, 646. Jai Ackland, 652. Jamie Turner, 652. Luke Hauser, 654. Shane Locke, 657. Chris Pattinson, 665. Nathan Dawkins, 672. And Ross Mackey, 748. So Brett Matthew, that AU, just a little bit too quick for the 640 today. But 43, 44, 45, 46, 52, 5, 52, 9. A bit more rumble. Sean Smith already in the top half at number 3 with the HSV Club Sport from the ACT. Nathan Dawkins from Dunstown, Victoria, the 4 leader. XE Falcon. I'm assuming it's an XE by the taillights. I've seen D's with E's on the back. He's going to get an ET here, Nathan, lucky enough. Sean Smith goes 52. Nice backup from the 45. 8-12 for Dawkins. At least he's got something, but he just rolled through at the wrong moment. He's going to have to be fighting his way out of that. And it doesn't matter where you are in the seating either. It's like everyone's got just as much chance. So here we go, Chris Pattinson. It was Nitro Nick at the beginning, Nick Nitro, now it's Chris Pattinson. Yeah, you can change your name. It's the Barra 4 leader in the XF Ute 665 he ran before, so this 640 class, that's all right. Jai Ackland, very sweet standing small block in the XR8. Looks great with those 2 4-barrels out the bonnet. He went 652, so he's like 5th qualifier. Remember, we're Chicago's shootout tonight, which means you get 3 rounds. No racer goes home until after round 3, and then even then the good ones have to stay back one more time because we've got 60 grand to give away tonight. So Jai 652 with a 5 keeps him there in 5th, and a 665 for Pattinson. He ran an earlier 665. There's a 666, so that's pretty consistent car. All right, Lukey Hauser and Jamie Turner. Lukey with a 54, Jamie with a 52 up till now. Yeah, righto. Scott de Groot and Phil Petrovic, we're in the 7 flat now. The Rebels, thanks to Nitto Performance Engineering, there's 1,500 to win here and 750 runner-up. Phil Petrovic's already gone 703 to be number 1, 716. Scott de Groot goes into the 6s as well again, so that puts him sort of down the list because you've got to run 7 flat or slower. So Phil Petrovic's still there with a 703. And Scott de Groot just too quick on both occasions. Paul Toms now and Alicia Teal. So Paul Toms, we've got the name for him, that gorgeous Monaro HG, I think it is, 350 cubes. Alicia Teal, thanks for the big burnout, Alicia. I can't see you now. Done big skid now, I can't see. All I can see is her staging. Better be a good light, Alicia. Pro tree, no pressure. Double, oh, she's gone deep. She goes minus 58. She might have heard me. I don't know, but here we go, going for the 7 flat. Let's see what we got. 7 flat, 38 and a 30. That's safe. That would have been a nice race any which way. So 7 flat's where we're aiming for. The tighter you can get it in there, the more margin you give yourself. Mark Hopkins and Chris Zammit now. Hopkins went 7.10 in the earlier run. Zammit a 7.52. Zammit a 7.52. So we've got our Outlaw radials already back in the lanes. Is that for round 1 of racing? Now we had a quick shuffle of the seeding there, and normally we would seed to the slower car getting them by, but considering that one was a no, didn't have any ETs at all, is that we're going to give, I think, the bye to the number 1 qualifier. I think they're happy with that. 7.03 with a 5. We'll have to have a look at that for Mark Hopkins. 7.03 with a 5. 7.51 with a 2. Check that out. Petrovic, 7.03 with a 2. Hopkins, 7.03 with a 5. Then Paul Tom, 7.20. Alicia Teal, 7.29. So that's still a tight field there. Very, very tight indeed. So there you go, folks. That's our qualifying done for now. Like, we've got Outlaw Radial in the lanes right now, and I would imagine they're calling around all of our other categories, like our Outlaw categories. So, folks, I wouldn't imagine it's too far away before we start getting round 1 of racing. That's 3 rounds of Chicago Shitout. That means you will see these vehicles through for 3 rounds of racing tonight. The competitors with the most amount of wins after 3 rounds ultimately go into the final. If we do have a case of more than 2 competitors with 3 wins from 3, we have to take in round 3 the 2 quickest ETs. That'll go for every category. So, for example, in Outlaw 275, we might have 4 guys with 3 from 3. We've got to take the 2 quickest runs in the 3rd round. If you're going into round 3 and you get a solo and you're assuming I'm going to finish with 3 from 3, in the past, some people have made the mistake of taking it easy in round 3. I've got a solo or something. I'm going to roll the thing through. I've got 3 from 3. I can't do anything more. The answer to that is you can. You've got to run the car as hard as you can in that 3rd round and keep a clean win. In other words, a clean, fast win. We don't take competitors in the fixed index department, a 3 from 3. We don't take an ET under the fixed index. So just say you're on the 640 class, you're going to be 3 from 3, you've got to buy, and you go 627 on a 640. We can't take the number. We've got to take the 2. We've had this discussion before with other races. We've got to take the 2 cleanest runs. The 2 quickest, cleanest runs above the index in the fixed index category anyway. As for our heads-up categories, like all of our heads-up categories, of course of our Outlaw and OG categories, the same deal applies. You can be 3 from 3, but we're going to take the 2 quickest DTs in the 3rd round. So do not take it easy in round 3. Swing for the fence if you have to, because that's going to give us the, the 2 most eligible and worthy finalist to take all this money away from us. 10,000 the win, 5,000 the runner-up for Outlaw 315, thanks to Lotus Caravans and Race Parts Melbourne. Outlaw 275's paying 10,000 thanks to Outlaw Exhaust and Performance. Outlaw 275 runner-up taking 5,000 thanks to Spot On Performance. Outlaw 235 winner is $3,000 thanks to Heltec. Outlaw 235 runner-up is 1,500 thanks to Heltec. OG 315 takes 3,000 thanks to Fuel Tech. OG 315 runner-up takes 1,500 thanks to Fuel Tech. Joel's Garage Gear, OG 275 takes $3,000, runner-up takes 1,500 thanks to Joel's Garage Gear. Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, Renegade 550, that's a $1,500 win and a 750 runner-up. RC Metalcraft Ruckus 580 is a 1,500 win, 750 runner-up. All Over Group is Rumble 640, $1,500 winner, 750 runner-up. And Nitto Performance Engineering, Rebels winner, 1,500 and Rebels runner-up. 750 thanks to Nitto Performance Engineering. Now it doesn't finish there. We've got to give an award for an outstanding Renegade car thanks to the Bolt King. We've got to give an outstanding Ruckus car thanks to Finance Next. We've got to give an outstanding Rumble car thanks to Impact Ground Solutions, an outstanding Rebels car thanks to 60 Foot Inc. And remember, we don't have massive fields and all of that, so we've actually got, I think, it's still a hard job to pick it. We've got the best reaction time in a Rumble, Renegade, Rebels or Ruckus class thanks to Suspension Dynamics. We've got Joe's Diner, King of Bling. There we go. Thanks for that, James. King of Bling, thanks to Joe's Diner. So, I don't know, the flashiest car out there. The Hard Luck Award, thanks to 6 Boost. Well, that's one that we'll have to check on. Announcer's Choice, thanks to Darren at Mood Motorsport for that award. I've got to pick something. Most consistent is a $500 performance wholesale store credit. So we're asking racers to submit their time slips from racing, their 3 rounds of racing. We are looking for the 3 closest time slips as far as margin. In other words, we want to see if your car can run within hundredths of itself on each run, or tenths or whatever. We are looking for the closest margin over 3 time slips during racing. So that's to get the most consistent performance wholesale store credit, $500. Fastest 6-pot thanks to Spool Imports. So that might be a tight one as well. The Bump City Baby Award thanks to Lorenzo Diverse Project Group. So for the best bump. So I've got to find someone that in racing does the best bump. That was hard last time. We found the perfect bump. It was I think the first time it went to Shane Baker with a fantastic bump. No flicker. We normally let someone flicker the bulb once in the heat of racing. Ideally, if you can get it in without doing that, you might get that money. And the best power wheelie thanks to Power Management Solutions. So we've got to try and pick all that stuff in the next couple of hours over 3 rounds of racing to be happening here shortly. So we're just starting to get those categories into the lanes. And we are doing that little bit of prep like we normally do before round 1 of everything. So great opportunity now. Just grab that bite, go down and get that Kenda 660 merchandise that we've got down at the Kenda tent. I think we've got the caps and the hoodies. We've got the shirts. We've got them all down there, the Kenda 660 stuff. Get down there and grab some of that merch there. We'll take a break and be back with round 1 of Outlaw Racing real soon. Righto. Popped out, grabbed a few seeding sheets. We've got the rest coming for race control. We just have to do a little reseed on OG 275. We just had a late scratching, as you'd call it, in the horse racing game. I don't think we're seeing Cullen back again in the Valiant. I think that was a late scratching, which threw a spanner into the seeding of that class for OG 275. We've got seeding for the other ones, and it's been emailed down to, obviously, our scrutineering shed and our bracket marshals, and they've been out, and I think notifying all of our competitors about that. So all that stuff works well. But right now, we're not too far away from a start here. And it's going to be Outlaw Radial. So we've got 7 cars, and we've just had to tweak the seating for this round. So we've given the bye to number 1 qualifier, Andrew Zada. So it'll be George Drzewski against Paul Merry, Wade Wagstaff against Stephen Smith, Dan Sabolics against John Ricker, and the Boogeyman on a bye. So they're all going to have a crack at this in this round, you would imagine. From here on into the evening, we know what it's going to be like. It's going to be, by all previous accounts, a wild evening of different scenarios playing out in front of y'all. Got a bunch of awards we've got to try and work out who to give to by the end of the evening. That's a hard thing to do there as well. We're trying to make sure that we keep our stats up to date as well too. We've got to make sure we keep our ETs written down as well, especially in round 3. So round 1, it's Drzewski versus Mary. So Pro Charger versus Turbo. Got Wade Wagstaff versus Steve Smith. Screwblower versus Turbo. Dan Sabolics versus John Ricker. So Pro Charger against Turbo. And then we've got the Boogeyman Pro Charger on a solo. Round 2, it's Andrew Zada and George Drzewski against each other. Wade Wagstaff and John Ricker against each other. Dan Sabolics and Stephen Smith against each other. And Paul Merry on the bye. Round 3, it's Zada and Sabolics. Make sure you got your earplugs in. Actually, you need your earplugs in nearly all night. Wagstaff and Drzewski. Paul Merry and Johnny Ricker. And Smithy will get the bye in round 3. So that's the way that's been drawn out for that one. So that's Outlaw Radial's seeding for now. Outlaw 275 looks like this. Jeff Campbell-Brown against Danny Lansdowne. Lorenzo Galotto against Randall Laurie. Nathan Rose against Jared Blair. And Connor Begley pulls the bye in round 1. Campbell-Brown and Begley face off in round 2. Lorenzo and Danny go against each other. Nathan Rose and Randall Laurie, and Jared Blair gets the bye. In round 3, Jeff Campbell-Brown and Nathan Rose, Lorenzo Galotto and Connor Begley, Danny Lansdowne and Jared Blair, and Randall Laurie gets the bye. So how that all ends up after that, we will see. So that's Outlaw 275, that's Outlaw 315. Our Outlaw 235 category with 9 cars is as follows. Jaden Seng against Shannon Reeves. Cam Riley against Phil Penny. Steve Lundy against Nick Baxter. Caleb Seng against Scott Cortina. And Mark Talbot gets the bye in round 1. Round 2, get this. You cannot plan this. This just happened. This is the way the seeding worked. Jaden Seng has to race his brother in round 2. You can't write that script. We never thought we'd have to write that script. Jaden and Caleb actually have to... Someone's run to a finals berth might just get, especially out of those two, might get chopped down a notch. Cam Riley and Shannon Reeves run each other. Steve Lundy and Phil Penny run each other. Mark Talbot and Scott Cortina. Nick Baxter gets the bye. In round 3 of Outlaw 235, thanks to Haltech, Jaden Seng and Steve Lundy run each other. They ran each other last night. Cameron Riley and Caleb Seng. That'd be a good run. Shannon Reeves and Nick Baxter, Phil Penny and Mark Talbot, and then Scott Cortina gets the bye. So that's another interesting one as well. So there's some crazy scenarios that just happen just through pulling the seeding through the way we normally do. And look how it's going to end up. Just writing some notes here. So that's crazy. So that's Outlaw 235. Outlaw, as we said, Outlaw Radial. Some interesting pairings there as well. But that's some big money tonight, folks. I think I heard the supercars out there before running around. Not as super as what's in here, I can tell you. Mind you, we need to keep the sound of V8s happening forever. I think it's a sound we should never get rid of. We've got to thank Outlaw Exhaust and Performance for their money. Oof, and some money, isn't it? What? 10 grand, the win. And Spot On Performance for the 5,000 runner-up. That is some money in Outlaw 275. OG 315. Let's actually that's one of the ones that did get shuffled. Here we go. So here we go. OG 315 I've got there. That's Fuel Tech, that one, of course. OG 315 is $3,000 the win. $1,500 the runner-up. Thanks to Fuel Tech. Now, this is a late scratching, so this seeding will probably change. I'm just going to go and run and quickly grab that copy. It was going to be James Horan against Brad Cullen, Clint Hepburn against Marcus Page, Tony Mazzatelli against Reece Carkeet, and Damien Boyce on the bye. But we've had a late scratching, and that's of Brad Cullen, Fox Cullen. So that is going to change things. I am just going to quickly go and just check our race control. So we've got a few more copies of the updated seating. We're starting to get a few of those categories already rolled through into the lanes. I can definitely see our Outlaw 275s in there. I can see our Outlaw 315s in there. I can see our OGs going in there. Not yet, Barney. I'm going to go and have a bit of a look. Well, or maybe not. All right, well, see how the rest plays out right now. All right, here we go. Get yourselves ready. Round number one. Round number one, Turbo versus Blower. Queenslander versus Queenslander. Now, I heard a little thing came through from James Horan that he's done they've done a converter change on this car. Got the FRF lock-up converter in Steve's Mustang now after he damaged his last night. Okay, so Smithy damaged a converter. James has put a lock-up converter in it from, I think, his own design and build, and maybe it's not wanting to play the game. It's not wanting to play the game here. Smithy's not wanting to play the game. It didn't want to come up on boost. Did not want to come up on boost. He's going to try everything here to try and fire it up. It did not want to start. It started, but then he tried to light it. So solo. So there we go. Smithy in round one. Did not start. Got to the water, the thing wouldn't light up, so we're going to have to go back and check what that is. Wagstaff gets 1 from 1 already and a free swing. A free swing at the track. So let's just see what happens here. The Grinch, all to himself. Outlaw Radial, thanks to Lotus Caravans. Oh, nice one, 371 with a 3. 371 with a 3, 202 mile an hour, 988 in the 60, 988 in the 60 there for Wade, 249 to 330, 371, 202, yeah, 988 in the 60, 059 late, light. So that was going to be a hard one for Smithy to try and cover. The boys were after it. 988 in the 60. Now, look, I know that anything sub 1 we've come to know as being absolutely ballistic 60-foot times, but when you've seen some of the increments, the short times from like the Boogeyman and everything, we're talking low 9s, like 9-1s in the 60. Like crazy hitting the start line. I mean, every little hundredth you can pick up in that short time is off you on the bottom end.
All right, very good shoots.
Oh.
As quickly as you can.
Oh, I just don't know about these chips. Thank you. All right. Oh, listen to that pro line revving. Thank you very much for that very fast and prompt delivery. Fast and prompt delivery. You'll have to go to the next window. Please drive through to the second window. George Jazeski, that Noonan Race Engines 4.9 bore spaced Hemi, and Paul Mary, the pro line, 572. I think we are still 481X based. From Victoria, George Jazeski, Mr. Lotus Caravans. Paul Mary, Mr. PST Performance Automotive. Turbo versus Pro Charger. 382 against a 392 in qualifying. So look, on paper, Mary has been the quicker car here. Mind you, we know how much potential the Purge has. We know how much potential the Purge has here. Let's just see how we go. No free run here. These guys are going to have to earn their win. Paul Mary ready. Trying to look how sticky it is there as the crew chiefs sort of walk away. Oh, he's gone red. He's gone red, and it's going to be a good run there for George. It's going to be a great run there for George, but it's a red. It's a red. It's a win there for Paul Mary. Oh, when George went red, it just took a little bit of, just that tiny little distraction. Just that little tiny distraction there. Like George just hit the converter once there as Paul tried to bump it in. Paul was just trying to roll that thing in. He came out with a 008, but he did just, he flinched a little bit, George. He flinched a little bit. Paul Mary gets the win. All right, the Boogeyman on the solo. And he's going to go after it here too. I think that's all you can do. On a day like this, you want to go after your opponents. Now look, he's one of his single goals. Can we get Phil Penny to the lanes, please? Phil Penny to the staging lanes, please. Phil Penny, we need you in the lanes, please. Bushy, can you get the rest of the seeding sheets to us when you get a chance, mate? Yeah, just the rest of the paper. Yeah, I'm going to run out fast, I think. So yeah, back to the point is that yes, Andrew was solely dedicated in getting. He said, "I want Wade." He goes, "I want Wade. I want his record. I want that 57 with a 1." He told me that more than once. I want Wade's record. I want to be the quickest man in Australian radials, and he is now at 354. On a day like this, you can still have the same goals. You want Wade. You want to be ahead of him. You saw a 71 with a 3 from Wade. What can Zada do now on this run? Remember, Wade had the solo because Smithy had to be pushed back. Zada's got a solo. He gets the whole track to himself. What can he do here? No, it came out. It went 108 in the 60, and it's just shut itself off. He's still going to get the win. It's a 769. It's not a pretty one. It was going to go. Like they don't just go and put that thing in to idle it down. It was going in there to go. It was going in there for kill. It was going to go in there and try and run at least a 60 because as we said, even on race days like this, you're going after your opponents, whether or not it's one run at a time or when they're right beside you. But they were going for the number. They wanted another 60-something there. That was going to be that, but some little issue has crept in there, which they'll be onto as soon as they can get him back. They'll be onto it. The boogeyman was ready to load that thing and send that thing. All right. We got more to go. Oh, boy. You sure got to have your earplugs in around these Pro Charge cars. Dan Symbolics, number 3 qualified with 377. John Ricker did not qualify. Look, he's going to be in the field. He's an entrant. We get him in the field. Had a rotten bout of luck in round 1. The thing will not go on the stage with the... For some reason, it melded a piston. It might have done it in the burnout. It might have done something, but the thing did not want to run. He got one bulb on, and then he got nothing. So he found a melted piston. They then took that second session to fix it, and here they are in round 1 having a crack at Symbolics. All you can do is have a crack. Race Parts Melbourne, Mr. Race Parts Melbourne. Isn't it good that we've got Mr. Lotus in this category and Mr. Race Parts Melbourne, and they'll kick in. They've kicked in the 10 and the 5 grand to be part of this great category. Here we go. Oh, good run with Symbolics. A 77's going to do it. A 77's going to do it right now. 202 mile an hour for Symbolics. Johnny left the line and it spun the tyres, and that was it. All she wrote. Symbolics 102 in the 60, 256 to 330, 377, 202. 3778, 202. The win. Johnny zings the tyres. So, out of our winning races there, the Boogeyman gets a win with a 769, and the thing fell off power. Symbolics gets the win with a 377.8. Josefsky loses to Mary, but mind you, we saw 381 from him, that Mary gets the win. And Wagstaff 371 with the 3. Just going through me little ET boards here. Have a look. All right, Outlaw 275. Good on you guys coming back after the run. Good on you, George. Just a red light, mate. Quick, ready to go, but just too ready to go. And the cherries come up from there. Look, no one's normally happy when you pull a red light out in round 1, but it happens. He was ready. All right, Danny Lansdowne, Jeff Campbell-Brown. We are in Outlaw 275, thanks to Outlaw Exhaust and Performance. 10 grand the win. 5,000 the runner, thanks to Spot On Performance. He's bringing a penknife to a gunfight here, Danny Lansdowne. 2JZ powered VL wagon, 459 in qualifying. Jeff Campbell-Brown, 622 cubic inches. The Moonshine Chevelle, 414 and 413 the car has run today in qualifying. So it's 4/10 quicker than Danny, but Danny's going to try and crack another 450 here or better to keep Jeff honest. We're going to go to a bit of Bump City again, baby. Oh, it's a good one. 420 there for Campbell-Brown. 4204. 183 mile an hour, 110 in the 60 foot. Danny actually got the whole shot. He did go in deep. He did go on deep, but Jeff, 622 cubes, just muscled its way down the track. Muscled its way down the track and gets the win. 4.204, 183 mile an hour. Sets the benchmark in Outlaw 275. A big number indeed. We are just having a bit of a scour on that side of the track to make sure that we're all good in the lane. But that's the first win. The win there for for Jeff Campbell Brown, 4.204. Johnny, you're going to be the hardest team in radial racing, the Race Parts Melbourne and Joel's Garage Gear guys. You guys have thrashed, and then round one you've zinged the tyres, but at least you're back together, and they're going to have another run. Paul Mary, that was an interesting little match-up there. Got through with a red light there with George beside you, so he's got himself one from one. And Zada's coming back, the boogeyman now. And just not an ideal, obviously did not meet any of the expectations on that run. They were, I think, ready to try and peel out a 60 on that run at least. But whatever that issue was, the guys are going to get onto it. Whatever it did, it seemed to lose a fair bit of power on the hit after that, and they'll be chasing that down. So kind of, in a way, it's good that if a gremlin's going to kick in, it's good to do it on a solo, because then, you haven't lost anything. You've won, but you haven't, you've done it. That's crazy. Is that right? Okay, well, we'll just hold that up for a sec because, apparently we're feeling a sprinkle down at the finish line, right down at the 1320, would you believe? It's a beautiful day. I know that when we send a few Pro Charge cars down anywhere, it can upset the upset weather systems and stuff. They're quite loud. We've just shook a bit of rain out of a cloud or something, have we? So I just got a little sprinkle down there, which I think they're rectifying. Well, can't rectify. It's got to wait till it stops. Hopefully it has. And they'll be on from there. So, the next pairings up will be Randall Laurie and Lorenzo Galotto, Nathan Rose and Jared Blair, and then Connor Begley on that bye. But, just surveying, observing a little tiny light sprinkle out of I don't know where. Obviously the sky, but it's weird that it's doing it. But all we can do is wait, make sure it's all good. And little flashing reds are there doing that. So we've got a few more seating sheets yet to come from race control for us. But right now I've got Outlaw 275, OG 315, Outlaw 235, and our Outlaw radials. I know that a few guys are waiting for OG 275. I'll go and see if I can hunt that down for you as well. Thanks for that. Thanks for that constructive comment, Pup. Thank you for that. So here comes Dan Symbolics back after that run. Now the drive for him, but a 377. It's kind of not a bad performance you can fight with today. But I think the 70s have got to be low 70s, and maybe in the 60s we might even get up there. But look, a win's a win. And Dan's taken the amazing Camaro back to the pits for its normal routine maintenance and to get it ready for the next round, where he's going to meet Steve Smith in the next round. If Smithy can sort the little whatever happened to the Mustang in that first burnout there, hopefully they can get it to not happen again, because that was it was a mystery. The thing was starting to come up on boost, and then the thing would sort of pop and carry on. And it's not the sort of thing you can really diagnose or fix when it's just occurring in front of you. You're kind of in the water. You're effectively in the starter's hands. There's no real time for you to start diagnosing issues that have popped up. It's a case of, and Kevy was one of the first ones on it to just sort of say, look, solo to the opponent. So solo to Wade, not hold Wade up any longer, and just get Wade in and just go and deal with the problem in the pits. And you got potentially two more shots at it if you can solve the problem. That's the joys of our 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout, is that you still got 2 more runs to try and make things right. And if anything, you may not be in the mix, but what you're trying to do is get some good numbers up in the thing. You're here just as much to get a number as it is to try and take a few scalps. So if you are just trying to fix issues like that, it's just best to go back to the pitch. You've got a small amount of downtime until we can do it. We're all okay. That little sprinkle stop, that's good. I blame the Red Bull plane for that, like mixing the clouds up and stuff. Like, all pro charge cars will do that. If we want to solve drought in this country, just fire up pro charge cars sort of in the middle of the desert, and that'll make it rain. Drag racing can save the world. All right, he's shut the thing off, Mr. Nuts. What's going on there? He's got the door open. Thank you, Bushy. That's all of them? Yep. Thank you, mate. I'll sift through that, but that's not good. Straight away, Randall was on the door real quick. Randall was on the door real quick. And that's got to be, I don't know what would have been the trigger for that. Sometimes you get the big red warning light on the inside of the car that might say we got no oil pressure or something. But whatever happened after the burnout, that thing got turned off real quick. So God knows what's happened there. So they're just going to take Mr. Nuts back to the pits and have a look and see whether it's something salvageable or not. But Lorenzo gets a gift. Lorenzo gets a gift. 111 in the 60 foot. That big block Chevy is flying. 416 again. 416 again there for Lorenzo. 184 mile an hour. 416 there for Lorenzo. Low ET of the round for him. 184 mile an hour. 044 light as well. Great run there from Lorenzo. So Campbell Brown's 420 was good. A 416 from Lorenzo is just that little bit quicker. So, boy, round one, we're starting to see a few shots fired. And the boys from WA, they want to repeat what they did here last year, where they that run between Lorenzo and Webby last year was a cracker. All right, on paper, this one looks like it'll be all Commodore, but you can never rule out an upset in a Kenda race. Nathan Rose went 4.52 in qualifying. That small block Chev-powered V8 Commodore. Jared Blair got a 6.36 out of the way in that King Kong Super with the 2J in it, but look, it wasn't a happy run for him. So we know there's definitely some potential with that car to go even fours if it has to. He's going to have to pull it all together here. It's 3 from 3, best of 3, of course. Thank you, Mark Drew. Thank you, Drewy, for tuning in to the live stream. GCC. Bump City, Nathan Rose, 447. 447 for Nathan. And that poor old Supra. It's like me choking on a bit of hamburger. Oh, okay now. I think I'm okay now. Yeah. Just the wrong time to inhale. Wrong time to take a breath. Yeah, big number for Nathan Rose. 109 in the 60. 109 in the 60 for Nathan. Don't even get that photo. Then the screen just went before I took it. Good run for Nathan. 447, 109 to the 60. So this will be Connor Begley on the solo. So the right lane's given us a little bit of grief for some of the competitors. From Applecross in WA. I think part of an 8-car contingent that's come from WA. I don't know how many we got from SA. We might have at least six plus cars from SA as well. Some from ACT, Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, of course. But so good to see the WA guys coming over in force. That is a monster effort. You don't get a bigger effort than that. That's about the biggest effort you can possibly think you could do to come from WA to be part of this here in Sydney. It's a hell of an effort, and hats off to all of our WA and South Australian people as well. Of course, anyone that's travelled to be here, to be part of it. All you people out there watching as well on the live stream. I know you wanted to be here. All you people that are here, I'm glad you're here. Connor gets a gift here, so he's going to get a win. He qualified with a 473. That's the little 6-litre on board this thing as well. The Rock's got him on a string. Oh, another 73 with a 0. Nearly identical runs between the previous 73 with a 0 to another 73 with a 0. What more can you ask? What more can you ask? What more can you ask? That is Outlaw 275, round 1 and done. Here is Outlaw 235, round number 1. We got Caleb Seng against Scott Cortina. 2 races, 2 families from Toowoomba. Caleb, the whole family on a high after that 470 out of the car. Caleb, literally, I think he's 17 or something. The kid's barely just out of junior drags. He's straight into a radial car. Scott Cortina, that Pro Charge 540 cube big block. It's got 450 potential. He's going to have to find all of that potential right now. If he's to go any further here tonight and to back up what he did last night, he's going to need a little bit of that one shot that he did like last night. Oh, Caleb's out on him. A hole shot, big hole shot. Oh, he gets him. 469. 469 with a 1. Beats a 481. A 481 there for Scott. So the power's fallen off of the big block and the LS has found some. 064 on the light. Quicker in the 60. 119 in the 60. 469 the win there for Caleb Seng. 1 from 1. He's not there yet, but that's a hell of a first round 1 hit because I was expecting a little bit of what Cortina gave us last night in that shootout. Just an off the hit 450 is what he gave us last night. We thought we were going to see exactly that, but something's just maybe letting that engine down there. That's just off its power a bit there, that thing. We're back out there at that 660 in the left lane again. We're just looking at something there. We're getting good times off it though. We're actually getting readouts from those lanes. We are getting readouts from those lanes, but we are just casting an eye on that left-hand wall area where we will have, you would assume, our beams. We're away from light beams now. We're photoelectric or laser there, aren't we? What's our beam per se these days? It's like a photoelectric. It used to be a light beam. You used to break the light beam, which is like photoelectric. So we might be lasers. Look, someone will know. I thought I would have known by now, but I don't. I just marvel in its technology that it can do that for us. To thousandths of a second. The whole true win situation where it electronically determines who is there first and who is the eligible winner. Do you want one? Hey? Oh, did you? All right. Oh, well, I'll look into that. I just had a little burger. They gave me a burger. They come up literally after I text you. So we're just checking the red lights. Here's Lorenzo back after that first round win. Bravo, Lorenzo. Bravo, Team WA. Good one there. A 4:16 for you boys. 4:16. 4:16. There's no good one, Nath. 440s, Nath. 447 with a spicy hot bluebird tune-up in it. That's a good one. Spicy hot bluebird tune-up is working a treat. And then the 4-4s now. All right, Steve Lundy on the receiving end of a Scott Cortina victory in the small tie shootout last night on 235s. Here he is against Nick Baxter, another interesting Mustang, 3RZ powered, 517 he ran in qualifying. Steve Lundy went 468, so he's got 460 potential as well here. We saw Caleb go 469 with a 1. What's the response from the WA team here if they were to meet in the final? Bump City, baby! Lundy's on 114 in the 60, 468 with a 2. 468 with a 2. Here we go. Here we go. Nick Baxter goes 523. 118 in the 60 for the Mustang. He got the gate job on Lundy. The margin of victory was still half a second, but 468 with a 2. 468 with a 249 mile an hour. 114 in the 60. Nick went 118 in the 60. 307 to 330. So that is a good win there for the West Australians. So we've got the Queenslander at 469, the West Australian at 468. We had a big call for Phil Penning to the lanes. We haven't seen him yet. Let's see what the other Seng can do. Let's see what the big brother can do. Both guys don't mind a bit of RPM in the burnouts. Jaden especially. I mean, Shannon, that thing's 588 cubic inches. Flogging that thing in the burnout. Now, Jaden can't underestimate his opponent here. He went 475, Shannon Reeves. That Mustang works. It had enough time with Scott Cortina driving it. It's got potential here to upset. Or can Jaden Seng strap a hole shot on Shannon Reeves and head to the 660? Haltech, Outlaw 235, $3,000 the win tonight, 1,500 the runner-up. Turbo small block against gassed big block, both on a 235. He let it go first. He let it go first, Jaden, and off he goes. Jaden Seng, 460. 460. 4603. 4603 to Shannon Reeves, 494. 4603. And an 02 light. I think an 02 light as well. So Jaden straps the whole shot on Shannon Reeves and makes it count. Here we go. Phil Penny has made the call for round 1. Up against Cameron Riley. Cam Riley. He's still technically our quickest 235 car at 53. Done at a test day a couple of weeks ago. 4:53 at Street 20 test day. And he's gone 461 in qualifying. Phil Penny got into the fours. He went 495 in the 2JZ Honda S600, sponsored by Van Site Rentals and Repco Nambucca Heads. So Phil is ready with his 2JZ. He has got the wheelie bars back on it because he said this thing wanted to wheel stand more with the 235 on it than the 10.5 that he used to run on it. So we're going to go to a bit of import versus domestic bump city here in a sec. Cam engages, here we go. Oh, he's on one. Cam Riley's on one here. Big one coming. 455. 455 for Cam Riley. That's why he's known as one of the baddest men on 235s in this country. 121 in the 60. It was actually a little bit, look, I'd hate to say, a little bit sluggish at the 60. 121 in the 60, but geez, did it make it up from there. 305 to the 330. 455. Phil Penny, 508. Great attempt there, Phil, but oh, Cam, just that Commodore's making some horsepower. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Here comes Connor and crew. 1 from 1. That's pretty good. 1 from 1. See what happens round 2 as we go into battle. Mark Talbot gets the bye, so he's going to get one here. So wins to Jaden Seng, Cam Riley, Steve Lundy, Caleb Seng and Mark Talbot. Ah, that's better for Mark. That's way better for Mark Talbot this time. 552. 552 or 129. All right, let's get into some OG. 315, brought to us by Fuel Tech. Marcus Page and Clint Hepburn. Here we go. Fuel Tech, $3,000 the win, 1,500 runner-up. Oh boy. It's not like we don't have enough cubes out there. Both guys from Queensland. Clint Hepburn, the Gemini, 540 cubes, twin turbo. Marcus Page, 572 cubes in the hot rod of Mopar with some spray on it. And as we keep saying, this thing's still legally registered in New Zealand, where Mark's an expat Kiwi. So big match up here. How about the Seng brothers, hey? How about the Seng brothers? Round 1 wins, but of course you got to race each other in the next round, which is a bit of a bummer. But you guys have got to take each other on next. What about that one? What about that one, Jaden? Happy with that? A good run there for Jaden. 6-0 with a 3. And Phil, yes, Phil. The little Honda, just drive it back like a streetcar. 7-second, 180 mile an hour, quarter mile. 4-second, drive it back, 2J Honda. All right, Casper. Kind of been on a little bit of a string lately. We're in OG 315 here, brought to us by Fuel Tech. Marcus Page ready to jump in case some of these real quick cars slip up. OG 315. He got the whole shot, did Marcus, but oh, here comes Casper. Casper on a mission. 413. 413 for Clint Hepburn. 413 with a 9. Marcus goes 485. Marcus goes 485 with the loss at 145 mile an hour. They're going to be happy with the 480 out of the hot rod, but oh, Clint, that thing just goes. 116 in the 60. Mind you, Marcus went 121 in the 60. So Marcus really threw that thing. Marcus really threw that thing down there, but it was just the horsepower. Once Clint had that thing locked at 60 foot, just start unleashing what that big block Chev's got. All right, here we go from Queensland. Reese Carkeep, it's his 22nd birthday today. Mum's guiding him back. Dad's standing behind the start line. I don't know how long Reese has inherited this car for. Is Steve going to get back in it? I don't know. Seems like Reese is getting quite comfortable there. Now, Tony Mazzatelli, the thing might have just stalled or something, and he's just trying to get it started. Now it's back in reverse. I think we're okay. Are we okay? No, just... He's got the rock out there. I mean, Jeff Johnson could push it back by himself. But no, this thing's not wanting to reverse, not wanting to run or something. So we've just turned off the EH, just turned off the EH for now. Tony's just trying to get him back to the start line. That thing has just cut itself off or something. Here comes Shannon after a good run against those Seng boys. Nothing worse than being on the receiving end of a good run from a turbo car. I know how much the Nitrous guys don't like getting beaten by those turbos cars. There we go, Carkeep, get a win here. He makes it count, 5007. Now that was one that was probably he didn't think was coming his way because, you know, Tony went out there and had run in the 430s, I think Tony ran. So that's just one that you don't think you're going to get. And then something like this happens to Tony. Look, maybe it's something those guys can fix and they can come back for another round. That's the joys of Chicago Shootout, is that you do get to, if you can fix it for whatever reason, whatever the little gremlin was, is that you can get that fixed and bring it back for round 2 and round 3 and so on. Might take you out of the running. Doesn't mean you can't come back and have another couple of runs. So that's a win to Clint Hepburn and a win to Reese Carkeet. And this will have, I think this has been reseeded. So it is the Black Ute. And I don't know. I just had to check my papers here. I might have had a new OG 315 come in here yet. Let me just check. Now, look, we had a late scratching. We had a late scratching in OG. We did have a late scratching in OG, and that was Brad Cullen. So that means we've got to put James Horan against Damien Boyce, even though they're supposed to race each other next round. I'm just going to say Fox couldn't start. Look, for now, they're supposed to race each other next round. So it's whether we change the seating or the seating's changed. I'm going off the sheets I've been given. So I'm going to put him down for a win each because Damien was supposed to be in a bye. James was supposed to race Fox Cullen. But next round, these guys are supposed to race each other anyway. So go figure. Bump City, baby. 1,051 cubes out there. He got left on big time, James Horan, but the Black Ute. The Black Ute's on a tear. 400, so close. So close to the first ever 3 for that car. Damien Boyce goes 483. 483 for Damien Boyce. But how's that for the Black Ute? 108 in the 60 foot. 108 in the 60 foot. So close to that 3-second run. So close to that 3-second run for James Horan. All right, let's crank it up. It's OG 275. OG 275, brought to us by Joel's Garage. And we are 3,000 the win, 1,500 the runner-up. And this is how we start things off. From Ben Taylor from Queensland, the Camaro bumping in against Mick Wormall from WA. So this is how we start OG 275 off. Oh, where's Benny gone? Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Where's he gone? The wind's going to go to Wormall. The wind's going to go to Wormall, and he's going to go 5.58. Ben didn't bump in or something. Bumped through, he bumped through, he had a bump out. I call that a bump out. So Wormall in the Falcon. All right, OG 275, it doesn't get any better than this one. All right, Cameron McNabb and Jason Cohen. So here we go. Now look, qualifying wise, I'm flicking through stuff here. Let me get back to OG 275 real quick. Here we go. All right, Cameron McNabb, 5'11", 468 for Jason Cowan. So on paper, it looks like it can be all Tirana here, but these guys have got to stay in stage. And look, there was no fault of Jason on the last pass against his opponent. He just sort of rolled through and the opponent couldn't get him. But him doing that was enough to even just get the starters to say, well, you better roll through too. You've broken the beams and gone forward without being instructed. So he lost that run. So he's kind of now shooting the breeze a little bit. He's going to be up against the black belt, one of our black belt heroes here, the Naughty Boys, who's going to give it everything here. Cam McNabb and Jason Cowan, round number 1. OG 275, what a great field. I know they had a 4-something in them, the Naughty Boys, last run, but the timers didn't work. Oh, we got the whole shot. He sinks the tyres. Cowie sort of runs a bit sideways. Cowan's going to get it with a 4.68. A 4.68.5 will do for now. 4.68.5. And he zings it, does Cam McNabb on the line. Jason Cowan gets the win. 4.68 with a 5. That could be the benchmark. He got the whole shot, did Cam. Cam went 0.34 on the tree. Absolutely gapped him, but he just needed the thing to hook up. It didn't hook up, and then, like a flash, the Tirana is past him. And we got more where that came from. Let's throw a couple of commie utes against each other. We haven't even planned this. This just happened. Choose your poison. 2JZ or LS. Number 1 qualifier, Matt Turnbull, 461. Number 6 qualifier, Chuck Jifkins with a 504. What do you got there? Is that? Ah, they're new? Yes. Ah, right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right, where's it going to be? Where's it going to be? Matt Turnbull ready to go. Let me get my sheet out here. OG 275. Bump City, baby. Oh, we got the whole shot. Matt Turnbull. Oh, he's driving that thing towards the wall. 116 to the 60 foot. 464. 464. 464 for Turnbull. 464 with a 2. At a 508. What happened there? 508 for Chuff Jifkins. 508 for Chuck Jifkins, but they might want to go and have a look down there. I can see something just probably, I don't know, 200 feet past the 660 in that lane. I can see something just in that lane. Something's happened out of that car. He's pulled it over, but I can see something's hit the ground there. Liquid or whatever. It's probably liquid. I didn't see the run. Did it smoke up a bit as it went through there? Okay, so whatever got put out there, we're just checking what it is, folks. But all right, so there's oil there, right? So that ute, look, he's done the right thing. He was at speed, right? So it's not like Chuck can just immediately pull over after a 508, but he's pulled over as fast as he could. But that thing has dumped some stuff there. Look. The upside to that, the downside is that it's dumped oil. The upside is that it's not on our racing 660, which is good in a way because we're not. What's that? Oh, is that worse? All right. Well, let's hope it's cool and it's not oil. It is harder to clean up. We need a ton of paper towel to start with or whatever. Hey, what about the Black Ute, folks? The quickest ever that he's ever run. 400, James. 400. In the Black Ute. 400. Built the thing himself and it's gone 400. So the Black Ute, he's having a good day. Who's not having a good day is Chuck Jifkins. He's pushed some coolant out of that pretty hard. We're almost relieved. No, you're right. Hold on to that. We're almost relieved that it's not oil, but we're also horrified that it's coolant because the coolant is a harder thing to clean up. You would normally think, like, honestly, if I need to pick up water off anything, I get an old paper towel there and pick it all up, and you can burn the rest off. But if it's coolant, that's something that doesn't want to sometimes cooperate. It's a little bit gooey, a little bit slippery. So that's just what we've got to do here is just deal. And as you're right, Benny, you saw it evaporate quite quickly. What we saw there was a big bunch just past the 660, just as he clicked it. So he's gone over the 660 and he's clicked it. And then in that left lane, we just saw this dark mark past the 660 there. And we thought, whoa, what's that big thing? That wasn't there the last run. And it turns out it's dropped its guts. Look, I'm not going to say where it's come from. If you're boosting any engine, you can push that out a variety of ways. You can push it out of the normal engine breathing system, right? So, you've got breathers and you've got catch cans and stuff. You can have a catch can that might be half full. You might also have a catch can that is a coolant overflow. I learnt the hard way myself that you don't want to have a catch can that collects engine ventilation and coolant. Because what will happen is the thing really starts to breathe. It can blow whatever coolant got in there out of your breather, and normally out of your little mesh. It leaks some juice, all right, Carol, and it definitely leaks some juice. But it's definitely squeezed it out. So the other one is it can push head gaskets out. Sometimes you can push a head gasket out. That pressurises obviously the cooling system and can blow, raw coolant out. That's dropped the whole lot in one go. So I just wonder whether, if it started to pressurise the cooling system, that whatever breather system will catch containment, because you've got to have containment on them. You're actually going to be able to contain your fluids, either your radiator overflow to a capacity of over 600 mil, and your engine breathing, I don't think they put a literage on that. It might be 1.5 litres. I forget what it was. That's no coolant. Well, isn't that good that maybe he hasn't used... There we go. He hasn't used coolant. He's just used water, and we might be a little bit out of the poop here, a little bit. Less in trouble than we thought initially we would have been. So that's a good news. So the news is getting slightly better every time. Is that taste all right, mate? Yeah. I'll ate a burger before. You enjoy that. Hope everyone's getting fed and watered. But so far, this has been our only real delay of some magnitude. Is a nice big coolant overload there from Chuck in the ute after a 508. But that was Matt Turnbull driving down that lane beside him with a 464. We've already seen Jace Cowan go through with a 468. He's coming back up the return road now in the Tirana. So it's still, I think we've still got a few 4-second runs to come in this OG 275 class. I just remember running fours, any fours was a good thing, like a quick thing. And now, honestly, if I flick through our little results so far, I mean, obviously, let's go through what we've done in Outlaw Radial. Well, look, we'd all would have gone nuts years ago if we saw this, 381, 371, 377. One of that 381 was Georgie on a red light, but that just goes to show we're seeing threes out of everywhere. That's always good to see now. OG 315, or what do we see? James Horan go 4 flat. Clint Hepburn go 413. Damien Boyce 483, 485 for Marcus in the hot rod. So that's crazy. We're getting lots of fours around the place. Of course, here's JC Cowan on the way back from another 68 there, mate. I wonder what the other run would have been if you didn't have to be rolling through there in that last qualifier. Outlaw 275, check this out. Jeff Campbell-Brown 420, Lorenzo Galotto 416, Connor Bigley 473, Nathan Rose 447. 447 for Nathan. And check this out. Outlaw 235, 4603 from Jaden Singh. Cameron Riley, 455. Steve Lundy, 468. Caleb Singh, 4691. So that's some pretty tough contests already in round 1 of 235. We have barely just started to scratch the surface of our OG 275s with 464, 468 sort of stuff. So there's some good matchups to come there. In this class, we've also got Graham Horner against Billy Shelton. Christos Kuramola against Luke Knight. Barney Lindner against Nathan Jehu. Peter Faulkner against Elvio Gonzalez. We've seen Mick Warmall over Ben Taylor already. We've got John Heisman's against Harold Joss coming up. So that's a couple of matchups still to look forward to there. In our OG 275 class, we've got 11 in Renegade. We've got 7 in Ruckus. 12 in Rumble, and 6 in Rebels. So when it comes to our outstanding awards tonight as well, like, we're not as spoiled for choice as we normally are, so that actually might help us give them out. Sometimes if it's a dominate, and that's what we say to people in our trophy presentations in the past, you want to give prizes out to nearly everyone. If you can spread the love as thin as you can, that's good. But if there's a car that comes in and is dominating and wins everything every round, sometimes they also win the outstanding award because of that dominance. So we keep an eye out for that as well. I'll be trying to keep an eye out for the Bump City Award there as well. I don't want to split that award either, because I know that there's some good races where we see two guys bump in really well together. You can split it, but we're going to have to give it to someone here tonight in the heat of battle. Matty Turnbull back after that run. That's a nice one, mate. Nice drive down the wall there. Nice steer, mate. Getting good laps in that thing. That's good news. That surface is looking better by the second out there. We have no one needing to tend to it by the look of it in the 1,320 feet. And whatever it was getting into the asphalt area, that sort of stuff has probably spread itself fairly thin. We had a fair dumpage just there, 200 foot past the 660. Had a fair dump. But everything after that, we've now got the Commodore off. The buggies aren't too far away from probably coming off as well. And our flashing reds are off. So we're nearly ready to probably start mustering the troops up for a more round 1 OG 275. I think we wouldn't be too far away from that. Just getting our final clearances and checks. But that went from being something horrifically bad to, not so bad at all, really. Thank goodness. Thank goodness he was not running coolant. Because, yes, engines can still run on water. The trouble is, of course, with them, it's corrosion. It's a corrosion inhibitor. That's one of the reasons why we use coolant. It's not because it's not because it makes the engine cooler. It's more of a corrosion inhibitor. That's why it is that little bit oily. That's more of a corrosion inhibitor. All right, Harold John Heisman's coming up now. This thing would sound amazing at the finish line. Missed that. Good. Where'd you get that from? Just from the canteen. Here he is. Come on, gentlemen, please. Just stage the cars. We want to give you ET slips. We want to give you results. We need you to stage the cars. It's hard in the heat of battle, but this is the time that we need. You hungry? Let's try it. We'll need that for a snack later. All right, Heisman's ready to go. Joss is ready to go. He's got 7 seconds. He got left there on the tree. He's going to get through, but it's going to be Heisman's 4.95. Not a bad one there for him. 4.95 and a 5.24. A little bit of smoke on the overrun there for Heisman's. I hope that's all okay for him, but I think they've got to be stoked with that. 4.95, boys. Happy with that. 4.95, 148 mile an hour. 129 in the 60 for the old XY Ute. And we are just checking that finish line to make sure that that's nothing too sinister out there from the utility. I mean, she's got a bit of boost up it, no doubt about it, but that's a pretty good win for an OG 275 XY Ute. Haven't seen an XY Ute. Hey, we're lucky we've got XW panel van, XW Ute, XY. We've got Fair XW that was running yesterday, which we didn't see today. That went like a 450 yesterday. So our guys, are we going for a wander? We got something down there again, have we, lads? Oh, now we've got oil. Now we got oil. All right, so he's pushed something out down there. I'd say the utility. We're hovering around that lane. Oh, right. Okay. Well, that's not good. So we've got a sliver. We've got a sliver of it, and we're off to pursue it. So we'll just get to see what sort of magnitude that is, but we're onto it right now. Let's just take a break. We've got them getting all assembled in the staging lanes for all of our other categories as well, including Renegade with the 11 cars in there, the 7 in Ruckus, the 12 in Rumble, and the 6 in the Rebels are all getting all assorted there. Now, look, it's not affecting, obviously, John too much because, look, the Ute's driving back. So whatever it's pushed out, it can be that breather thing we were talking about before, that the breathers you can fill some stuff up there and blow it out. Whatever it did, it loved it. Went 4.95. Like the time slip's going to show how good it was, but it's pushed some stuff out there which we're now trying to jump on to attend to. So let's just scope. Let's just scope what the magnitude is, whether if it's a light spray or whatever. If we can find it there and it's a little bit slippery, we'll be jumping on that the best way we know how. Whether it is to, whack the pickup powder down on it and give it a drag and a vacuum or whatever. But we are just surveying that. We're going down the centre line here just to get down to where we see it all. And normally we've got to try and work from where it ended to where it starts. So not from where it starts to where it ends. We've just got to see just how it's come out. So that's why we're just attending that down there. As I said, we saw John just come back from the run with the Ute with probably no real clue maybe that he's done anything at all. It's just the things dumped a whole bunch out. And I don't know. I don't even think he popped the chute. He didn't need to. If we're running over the 660 here, there's quite a few of these guys that can pull the thing up. And he's maybe pulled it up without the chute. So there's no real need for those guys to stop it all down there if they're driving it back. Some guys obviously stop and get towed back. That's when you might see something on the car because you've stopped and had a look. But if you've just done a run, come around the bottom and then just start driving back, no need because you haven't pulled the chute to stop. Maybe our finish line crew have spotted the car coming around the corner dripping something. That's the first clue that sets us looking. and it's just to where it started and where it's finished. So we are still surveying that right now. We've got track ute down there just at the finish line of the 1320, and we're just looking whether we can just grab it from there back. So we only may have a couple of 100 feet here that we might be able to just attack. So just looking at our seedings for our other categories coming through. So just looking at this. So in Renegade, we've got Pete Hamilton against Pat O'Shea, Jason Seng against Adam Cope, Darren Mallison against Aris Contolium, Hernan Tosti against Disco Dean, Jacob Setgast against Dale Hartall Law, and Jeff Trapnell gets the bye in round 1. Pete Hamilton and Hernan Tosti race each other in round 2. Jason Seng races Pat O'Shea. Darren Mallison takes on Adam Cope. Aris takes on Disco Dean. Whoa. That's going to be a killer, that one, those two. Jacob Setgask and Jeff Trapnell. Then Dale Hartall Law will get the bye. He can't give Dale too many freebies like that. He's got to go against Jacob in round 1, so he's going to get, a nice gift in round 2. Pete Hamilton against Darren Mallison in round 3. Jason Seng and Hernan Tosti. Pat O'Shea and Aris. And Adam Cope and Disco Dean. Dale Hartall Law and Jeff Trapnell, and Jacob Setgas gets the bye in round 3. I don't know whether they're drawing again, Disco. I didn't know. I didn't know whether they're drawing again. I'm just going off our the last bunch of stuff I just got given to me, and out of all my sheets, let me just see if Renegades, whether I've got 2 Renegades. I don't think I do. I don't have 2 Renegades, or do I, over there? I've only got 1 Renegade sheet. Flicking through the Renegade sheet. All right, well, either whatever's out there is what we're doing, or it might be different, because I'm looking at. Yeah, no, that's the version 2, Disco. I'm reading version 1. Version 1 was actually you against Jeff Trapnell, but I've got a version 2 here where you and Aris are in the version 2. In version 1, you were to race Darren Mallison in round 1 instead of Hernan Tosti. And then in round 2, in version 1, you were supposed to race Jeff Trapnell. But in my version 2, I have you racing Aris. So we've got some V2s here and some V1s. So when I see V2, I think that's our revised formula. And the V1s, we keep the V1 separate to the V2s. So that's just what we're going off here. So look, there we go. There's the stripe. Well, that's what we've got to do. That's what we've got to deal with out there right now, folks. So we've just got a little bit of time on our hands right now to this is the opportunity just to chill for a sec. We'll crank a nice little bit of background music in there. Well, we can't. No, we can't on the stream. All right, well, we're going to have to keep that stream going, and we'll be back here. We're rolling some ads. So look, stand by one. When we're back in action here shortly, we will get back with some more live pictures here on the stream. But we're just going to run our graphics for the people watching on the stream. Great opportunity for all those people on the stream to just go and take that break if you're doing something else. And look, I still think we're going to be good 10 plus, maybe 15 by the time we get it all mopped up. But time to take a break. I'm going to look at some more paperwork here, and stay with us. Well, there you go. That didn't take long at all. These guys are onto it. All right, where were we? OG275, thanks to Joel's Garage Gear. This is Graham Horner and, well, hang on, Christos Kouroumola and Luke Knight, sorry. Victoria, VL. Queensland, VL. RB, LS. You know what that means? We got ourselves a little bit of Bump City. Oh, going to be big numbers both sides, but it's going to be Luke with the win. A win there to Luke Knight, a 5.13 for him. Christos was going for the number. He went 4.81, big number for him. But the win there to Luke Knight. And yeah, or he was just trying to get a number there, Christos. He put it in the stage. He got the deal. Got the number that he wanted, but yeah, he sacrificed that for the win. God, I can't believe I was just talking to this guy about 3 minutes ago. Graham Horner, back in the car. Billy Shelton. Here we go. Real deal streetcars in OG275. Graham Horner, Dart 400 Cube. It is an LS, I've understood. Billy Shelton, little 5.3. Does the trick. .3 is very popular. He qualified with a 467 Horner, Billy a 511. We take these Commodores again downtown to Bump City. Oh, hole shot for Billy. Is it going to be enough? Here comes the stride. Billy Shelton on a hole shot. Billy Shelton on a hole shot. 5.15 on a hole shot. It takes out a 4.98. Takes out a 4.98 on a hole shot. Billy Shelton, 5.15. Gaps him. Gaps Horner on the tree, 090 to 324. And it is a win to Billy Shelton in round number one. Wasn't expecting that. Wasn't expecting that. Big run there for Billy. Run of the day so far. What a gate job. All right, now. Peter Faulkner, Elvio Gonzalez. Oh, some of the tough Queensland and New South Wales streetcars bumping in together. Oh, he's gone red, Faulkner. He's gone red. It's going to be a win there to Elvio. He's wasting a 5.33. Elvio gets it with a 5.52. Red light for Pete Faulkner. A faster 5.33, but just leaving a little bit too sharp on the tree. All right, Barney Lidner and Nathan Jehu. We're looking for Nathan. We can't find him. Can't find him. Not there. So that's going to be one up for Barney. Look at these guys hot lapping it back here. Billy Shelton in the streetcar. Graham Horner in the streetcar. Billy Shelton on a hole shot. Billy Shelton on a hole shot. All right, Barney's going to let this one eat. 588 cubes of big block Chev with a bit of spray on it. Reached for the sky in testing yesterday. Big wheel stand out of Barney's Nova yesterday. Bottles on. Nitrous purged. Big Barney going to the line to go 1 from 1 in this 16 car OG275 field. Goes through 517 for Barney. 517. No show. All right. We're into Renegade now. Renegade version 3. I've got Renegade version 3 somewhere. Where is it? I've got Renegade version 3. Let's see if it's right. Hernan Tosti. Yep. Hernan Tosti against Jacob Setgast. Yep. Renegade thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. You just can't get one. That's 1,500 the win, 750 runner-up. Setgast, the 2JZ Crusader. 552 he ran today. Hernan Tosti, 566. 550 index, here we go. Whole shot there for Jacob. Whole shot, he's going to go. What's he going to go? 51 with a 9. 551 with a 9. Hernan goes 546 with a 4, goes under. 546 with a 4. But, yeah, whole shot for Jacob. He went in there, got it ready, and off he went. Yeah, this is going to be a cracking category. 11 cars in Renegade. Dale Outlaw and Darren Mallison. So from Mount Barker, the Cortinas made the trip up from South Aussie. 565 cubes on board, 440 cubes of Windsor. Of course, the Outlaws, they're got Ford blood in their veins. Outlaw knows how to cut one here. Just gets it in red. He's got 7 seconds. He got 7 seconds. Oh, reaction time advantage to the Cortina, but Outlaw's out in front. Here goes the Cortina. Oh, it goes back. 559 on a whole shot. 559 for Mallison, beats a 548. 559 with a 1, beats a 548 on a whole shot. He goes 013 on the tree, does Mallison against Outlaw's 032. Wow, breakout for Outlaw. So that's going to be hard for Dale to try and make a final. You've got to really hit round 1 with a win. We've seen how those journeys start. They got to start with a nice round 1 shot, and we haven't seen that. Didn't see that. Now here we go. Pat O'Shea could not buy a good run today at all. Keeps blowing the tyres off. This is one cranky 440 cube Ford. Jason Sang, 408 cubes of very stout gassed LS. 550 the target. 550 the target here. Plenty of lungs out there. Let's just listen to these things go down the track. All right, so he's got 7 seconds from now. He's in. Oh, Pat O'Shea gets a good one this time. Gets a better reaction time. He's out to the side. Oh, 551 with a 4. 551 with a 4. Pat O'Shea loses to the 777. He was out on Seggy. The thing was motoring, and then either couldn't shift or something went wrong, and he shut that thing off early. He's got that thing off early. That's there, whether it's wounded or not. He's waiting for the gate to open down there. He's wait for the gate, and off he goes. So look, it can't, maybe not too stricken. It might have had a problem changing gears or something. It's normally 3-speed in that thing. And he's just looping it back, whether he's got any issues or not. We don't seem to attract any attention there of anything more than just a quick look with the mop. So we've got 2 guys already at 551. And this is a nail biter. From ACT, Pete Hamilton. From Queensland, Aris Cantolian. I call him Mr. 550. He is one committed bloke towards trying to run 550s with this car. And here he is, up against number 3, well, actually, I think he was number 1 qualified, Pete Hamilton, 551 with a 7. Keep an eye out for the wagon. If it does what it's done already today, a couple of big wheelies here. 366 cubes of gassed Chev on board for the wagon. Oh, a little bit better reaction time to the wagon. Aris is at the stripe. Here we go. The win. Oh, it's Aris. 5.52 beats a 5.55. 5.52 with an O. Beats a 5.55 with a 7. So Pete Hamilton, whole shot Aris, 144 thousandths the difference at the end. $144 thousandths at the stripe, the win there to Aris. So Aris starts off the campaign here today, 1 from 1. Our slowest so far has been a 5.59. The slowest winner is a 5.59. The fastest so far is a 5.51 with a 4, then a 5.51 with a 9, then a 5.52. Here's Disco Dean against Adam Cope. 7 seconds, Disco. 7 seconds, Disco. Oh, Disco. No. He won't get anything for that. He won't get anything. That was timed out. Timed out. Time out there for Adam Cope. He's going to for Disco. Adam Cope's going to get the win. 8.23. Yeah, it wasn't wicking up. It wasn't able to go to Bump City. It was not wicking up. It could not do the deed. What's this car? Is it? Oh, no, it's XE. XE, that's what it is. Eyesight's failing me. All right, Jeff Trapnell gets a solo in round 1. Jeffy's going to get one here. Geez, we had some tight runs in Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pool's Renegade. But that's where we're at. Round 1 of Renegade. Trappy went way too quick at 5.37. Way too quick. Way too quick. Let's see how he goes this time. On you, Jeffrey. Good to see him out there having a fang. Oh, 47. He'll take it anyway. Take it anyway. As we said, you get to round 3, we will take the 2 cleanest runs, legal runs, above the 550. You know what I mean? If we're stuck to try and determine who's going to be in a final, a lot will determine on clean runs. We can't take a run under the 550. We can't take a run under the 580. We can't take a run under the 640. And we certainly won't take a run under the 7 flat. We've got to take clean runs. It's caught a few people out in the past where they've gone 3 from 3 and run too hot in the 3rd round. That's how tight the racing is. We're expecting nearly perfection. That's nearly what we're getting. We're not demanding it. It kind of just happens organically. Derek Logan now and Matthew Cowley. This is the Ruckus class. Ruckus is brought to us by RC Metalcraft. Thank you, Rob Chaplin. And that's paying $1,500 and $750. So here we go. Derek Logan went 583. Matthew Cowley went 622. So on paper, Derek's got a little bit of advantage here, but he can't let it hiccup like it did on the last round, where it just sort of had a bit of a cough. Who? No, you got to get one bulb on, then you got 7 seconds. Oh, I got the blinker on for Matthew Cowley, but it's Derek. He's got to be careful about the 80. 580 with a 3. Yes. What a way to start round 1. 580 with a 3 on that 580 index. So it's kind of like that. That's, if you can do that 3 times over, that's dominating. You can do that 4 times over. Well, you deserve the money. All right, Bailey Stokes and Ryan. Hang on, what did I have here? Ryan Durant, yes. Ryan Durant and Bailey Stokes, that's what we've got. Ryan in the LJ, Bailey Stokes in the Commodore, both from the Rang Bar in Queensland. Both from the bar. Piranha Central here coming up in Ruckus. These guys super serious about staging, both in the 5s. Bailey went a bit too quick in the Commodore. He's going to try and back down a bit. He's going to have to. He's got horsepower here. He's been a little bit out. He's brought it back. The win there for Bailey Stokes. A 92 beats a 94. 125 thousandths the win at the stripe. 125 thousandths at the stripe. I knew we were going to get some tight ones. 592 with a 4 beats a 594 with a 1. That's crazy. All right. Ronnie Hope and Robert Morris. Ronnie and Robert. These blokes have got one thing in common. They both love Kenda radial racing. They both love the 580 class. They both got Tiranas. One's from Jim Boomba. One's from Menai. And Robert Morris had the odd little issue where we were watching a little bit of... I'm sure we kept watching a bit of drippage under this car, and on more than one occasion that was found after the run. Hopefully he's got that all sorted, whatever it was. Definitely, here we go again with the mop. Here we go again with the mop. Just this little tiny drip it gets. Some little drip it gets. Whatever it is. Whether it's a little fuel thing or whatever. They seem to be copping it for the moment anyway. Ronnie Hope. Is he going to do the big wheelie he did before? Remember he did 595 on the bumper. Actually got it off the bumper, got it onto the chute. That's what he did. Let's see what happens here between the two. All right, Robert Morris has got to get 7 seconds to get in. Across the ground, a little bit out-reacted was Ronnie Hope. He's out there now, but I tell you what, Robert Morris is at the stripe, and he got it, 585, both sides of the track. How about that? The win of Robert Morris, 585 with an 8, beats a 585 with a 1 on a whole shot. Robert Morris, like it wasn't like an O-light, it was a 287 to a 340. But a 585 8 beats a 585 1, whole shot win. Whole shot win. Jai Ward gets the bye. Now remember, we're not really counting ETs yet until round 3. So we don't need to count that yet. We'll count that when we get to round 3. So Jai Ward gets a gift here. Won't get it again. He's got to beat Derek Logan next round. Runs it on through, gets himself a 698. And that's round 1 of Ruckus thanks to RC Metalcraft. I think it's time to rumble. It's time to rumble. The All Over Group paying $1,500. The win, $750 the runner-up. And let's start it with a couple of Barra-powered Falcons. Why not? What could happen? What could possibly happen? Can't catch 2 fish on the 1 hook, or can you? 640 both sides, fixed index here for Radial Rumble. 12-car field. Number 10 takes on a number 11. There's going to be a bit of Barra Bump City here. A little bit better for Chris Pattinson off the break, but I tell you what, the XC's made up a hell of a lot of time. 640 on this trio, 39 loses it. Pattinson wins it. Pattinson wins it because he goes 662 with an 8, which is safe, but a 639.2 for the loss for Nathan Dawkins. Lost that race by 8 thousandths of a second. All right, let's grab our breath here again. That's how tight it's going to be. Rowan Hudson against Jai Ackland. Jai from Lara Victoria, Rowan from Yachuka. I keep getting it wrong. Yachuka. God, didn't go to school. Yachuka. Victoria, but heads up Pro Trio, he's got the whole shot, big hole shot. The 55 might be in trouble. A 665 beats a 46. Wow, 665 beats a 646 on a massive hole shot. Rowie went to sleep. Jai Ackland just goes to prove, folks, you can win these things. You can win a round or two. You just got to be sharp. Keep your wits. Run the number. You can do it. Sean Smith, Jamie Turner. This won't be any easier either. Both guys sort of 50s, 40s. Smith from the ACT. Turner from Kilmore, Victoria. Made a bit of a trek to get here, but here they are, round one of Kenda. All over group, Radial Rumble 640 class. Just as intense as any other category. Oh, a little bit hole shot there to Sean Smith. He's been left behind for some reason. Here he comes to the finish line. Jamie Turner, it's Turner. Wow, a 677 was enough. A 677 with a 6 was enough to beat a 689. Those boys have fallen right off their performance. They didn't want to break out, obviously. All right, Bailey Simpson, Luke Hauser. Oh, they just get better, these matchups. Couple of little cars in there. You can just do it any which way you want. This is an exciting way to do it. Small block Chev with a bit of Nitrous or 3.8 Buick in a Corolla. Pick your poison. What do they have in common? They love running on this 640. Righto, here we go. Time to engage. Oh, whole shot, a little bit to the Corolla. The little Buick. It's huffing and puffing. A 40. A 4-0. 6-4-0 for Hauser. The big boy's done it. 6-4-0-7 beats a 44 by 114 thousandths at the stripe. 644 for Bailey. 6-4-0-7 for Luke Hauser. 6-4-0-7. Two more pairings in this round. That's the best thing about a big 55 street car. You just put your whole crew in the back, just drive it back. That's great. They are. There's plenty of room in those things. Steve Hunt now. Shane Locke. Shane Locke went 657 today, 658. Steve Hunt went 646 in that panel van from South Australia. Shane Locke from Plainland in Queensland. That's on the way to Toowoomba. Oh, whole shot. Whole shot advantage to the panel van. He's out there. Shane Locke might be in trouble in round one. Someone from South Australia is going to get the win. 641. 641 for Steve Hunt. 641 with a 7. Beats 650 for Shane Locke. And we know how many times Shane has been right on the 40. But how about that? We're supposed to have Ross Mackey, Brett Matthew, but we didn't see those guys. Didn't see Ross Mackey and Brett Matthew. We're now into Rebels. The Rebels brought to us by Nitto Performance. All right, we didn't see those guys. That last pairing come up there, Ross Mackey and Brett Matthew. But here we go. 1,500 and 750. Alicia Teal goes in against Paul Toms. Red light to Alicia. Alicia's gone a red light, and that's going to be the win to Paul Toms in the first round. Anyway, with this sort of small field, we can see the results swing either way here. So Alicia kicks off with a cherry. That's not good. Minus 006. Minus 006 for Alicia and a 722 for Paul Toms. A big hello to Perry Bullivant. Are you watching on the stream? I don't know, Perry. Can he get on YouTube in the shed? Chris Zammett now and Scott DeGroot. Both guys from Sydney. This will be their local track. That 7 flat index. 6 cars in this field, so it'll be quick. It'll be done. He moves better, the VT. But then he had issues because guess what? The Falcon's coming back around him, Scott DeRoot. On the picks. A 37's going to do it. A 737's going to do it, but for how long can you keep playing foot brakes? How long can you keep playing footsies with your opponent? If someone runs right on it, you could be pushing it a little hard, because some of these cars definitely can go under that 7 flat. That's the thing. It's the slowest class we got, and the performance is there. Anyone can reach it. And I'm just blown away that we cannot, and again, we've just got to appeal to every super street racer we've got in New South Wales. Come to a Kenda, try this 7 flat stuff in here. No one's going to be winning. No one's going to be winning $1,500 in Super Street anywhere else. You know what I mean? It's the ultimate class for entry-level street cars. Heads up, more than 6 cars. I'd love to see tons more than that. Can't let these guys have it their own way. Now, Phil Petrovic has got to watch out. He's got to run right on the 7.0. He's at the stripe. 720 will do it. Look at that. 720 beats a 711 on a hole shot. A 720 with a 2 beats a 711 on a hole shot. As Alicia comes back, she's all focused today. She's not talking to me by the look of it, just not acknowledging it. So there we go. So round 1 done, folks. Round 1 of everything done. Let's do a little recap from Rebels back. Wins to Phil Petrovic, Paul Toms and Scott de Groot in round 1. Next round, Phil Petrovic meets Alicia. Chris Zammit meets Mark Hopkins, and Paul Toms meets Scott de Groot. So that's 2 guys, 1 from 1 that will meet each other in round 2. The all-over group radial rumble class wins to Luke Hauser, Jai Ackland, Jamie Turner, Steve Hunt and Chris Pattinson. Although we didn't see that round Ross Mackey and Brett Matthew. I didn't see them come through. In round 2, Bailey Simpson takes on Steve Hunt, Rowan Hudson takes on Luke Hauser, Sean Smith takes on Jai Ackland, Jamie Turner takes on Shane Locke, Chris Pattinson takes on Brett Matthew, if Brett Matthew's still around, and Nathan Dawkins takes on Ross Mackey, if he's still around. Radial Ruckus wins to Derek Logan, Robert Morris, Bailey Stokes and Jai Ward. In round 2, Derek Logan takes on Jai Ward, so someone's going to go 2 from 2. Ronnie Hope takes on Matthew Cowley. Both those guys fighting for a win. Someone will get a win there that they didn't get in round 1. Ryan Durant will take on Robert Morris. Bailey Stokes gets the bye. In Renegade, version 3 of our seeding, wins to Aris Contolium, Jacob Setgast, Jason Seng, Darren Mallison, Adam Cope and Jeff Trapnell. Round 2, Pete Hamilton takes on Darren Mallison. Jacob Setgast takes on Aris Contolium. So there's one straight away where someone's going to go 2 from 2. Jason Seng takes on Hernan Tosti. Pat O'Shea, if Pat's still running after that last hit, against Dale Hartle Law. Adam Cope against Jeff Trapnell. And Disco Dean gets a solo in round 2. Here comes our hot rodder again in the sky. How cool's that, folks? How cool is that here at Kenda? I can't believe we put this on for you. What? Question from Renegade. Big shout out to Brett Wills, top qualifier for Renegade. Top qualifier for Renegade was 5:37. No, well, look, they ran a 5:37, but we didn't count it as a top qualifier. So, yeah, 5:37 might have come up on the screen and come up on the sheets as the top qualifier, but we didn't count the 37. We counted the one closest to 550 on the right side to be number 1. So, yeah, we've juggled that around a little bit. But, yes, as close as we can to 550. It's like super gas. If you run a 987, you're going to the bottom. So if you run a 37, we're kind of on the screen. It's going to stay on the screen as too quick, but we manually put them on the bottom. That's what we would normally do. In every other situation, we do exactly the same thing. It will still stay on the CompuLink, but we would manually put that on the bottom. We would take that into consideration. So, yeah, no, well, I hope we've sussed that one out for now. But yes, we did have some guys go too quick initially, but we took them out because we even got them here in our seeding sheet. Just for example, in Renegade, the 37, I forget who ran the 37, where we didn't put the 37 in that when we seeded it. We actually took the quickest to 550. Now, our first round of OG 275. Good on you, Lukey. 40, mate. 640, mate. The little, the boosted Buick going well. So round 1 of Joel's Garage Gear OG 275 saw wins to Matt Turnbull, Billy Shelton, Jason Cowan, Luke Knight. Oh, listen to that again. Oh, you nut. There's something about cranking that horsepower up in that aeroplane. Right outside here, folks, we've got that Red Bull stunt plane running around again. Can't believe it. All I did was buy a 4-pack at the servo, and now this thing's flying around all the time. Mate, it was cheap, $9.50 for a 4-pack. Like, I've never seen a servo so loaded, ready for the weekend ever down the road here. He's tearing that thing around out there, Captain Mark Hunt. Where is he? Tearing that thing through. Where were we before we were interrupted by a stunt plane? Wins to Luke Knight, Barney Lindner, Elvio Gonzalez, Mick Wormall, and John Heisman's. Round 2, Matt Turnbull takes on Christos. Graham Horner takes on Chuck Jifkins. Jason Cowan takes on Billy. There they are. Look at this. Oh, thank you. Nobody flinch. Nobody flinch. Geez, Justin's really pulled out all stops here today, hasn't he? We get the roulettes out here at Kenda. That's how big it is here in Sydney. We'll throw the roulettes out there. Beautiful pattern. You've only got 20 more laps to go, guys. Keep going around. Let's see who gets dizzy first. These guys are the same. Oh, do we go over the drag strip? Yeah, mate, that's where you're supposed to go. This is where the real V8 supercars are working. So, yeah, round 2, Matt Turnbull against Christos, Graham Horner against Chuck Jifkins, Jason Cowan against Billy Shelton, Cameron McNabb against Luke Knight, Barney Lindner against John Heisman's in the Ute, Peter Faulkner against Nathan Jehu, which didn't turn up for Barney, Mick Wormall against Elvio Gonzalez, and Ben Taylor against Harold Joss, if those boys are turning up again next round. Haltech 235, Outlaw 235 looks like this. Wins to Jaden Seng, Cam Riley, Steve Lundy, Caleb Seng, and Mark Talbot in round 1. Round 2, this is a cracker. Caleb Seng against Jaden Seng, Cam Riley against Shannon Reeves, Steve Lundy against Phil Penny, Mark Talbot against Scott Cortina, and Nick Baxter gets the bye. That's tough. There's some crack. I told you, we don't write this script. This seeding, you qualify where you qualify. The seeding goes where it goes. And these matchups just happen the way they happen. We can't plan this stuff. This stuff just happens every single time. Outlaw 275 brought to us by Outlaw Exhaust and Performance for the win at 10 grand. Spot on Performance for the runner-up at 5 grand. Wins to Jeff Campbell-Brown, Lorenzo Galotto, Nathan Rose, and Connor Begley. Round 2, we see Jeff Campbell-Brown take on Connor Begley. Lorenzo takes on Danny. Nathan Rose takes on Mr. Nuts if he's still around. Again, we don't know whether Mr. Nuts might be back. And Jared Blair gets the bye. Now, look, if we see something like Jared Blair race Nathan Rose, well, we'll know that that's like a paired solo. OG 315, thanks to Fuel Tech, 3,000 to win, 1,500 runner-up. Wins to James Horan with that 4 flat. Clint Hepburn, 413. Reese Carkeet, 5 flat, and Damien Boyce, 483. We saw James and Damien race each other when they weren't seeded with each other. So I've just right now assumed I've given them both a win. However, round 2, James is supposed to race Damien. So that'll sort that out pretty quick. Clint Hepburn will take on, well, again, if Brad Cullens is a scratching, Clint might get a bye. We might put Clint and Reese together. You know what I mean? That might have, again, we just got to tick the right boxes there. If Fox Cullen's out for the rest of the day, Clint was seeded to run him in round 2. If Brad's out, the only other guy on a solo that round will be Reese. So we might put Clint and Reese in there and probably tick both the boxes as wins. And that's going to sort itself out in round 3. Tony Mazzatelli's going to take on Marcus Page. That's if Tony can come back in the Ute. That's another thing where Tony, the thing stopped and they had to get him, push him back, and Reese on the bye. And coming up right now is round 2 of Outlaw Radial, thanks to Lotus Caravans. 10 grand the win, 5 grand the runner-up. Round 1, wins to Paul Merry. A red light to George that round. A win to Wade Wagstaff when Smithy couldn't show. Well, he turned up and then pushed it back. Dan Sabolics a win there against Johnny Ricker when Johnny had problems. Johnny's back in the lanes, by the way. And the Boogeyman, he'll be back in the lanes there too, I think. Good to see Smithy back in the lanes there too. So the Boogeyman got a win there in round number 1, where the thing kind of just shut off. Now, I hope one of those cars is the Boogeyman, and I hope whatever problem it was, they might have had it fixed. They might be still under here yet, we don't know. But in round 2, it's supposed to be Andrew Zeta against George Jezewski, Wade Wagstaff against John Ricker. I can see that pairing, unless we've got both those guys under the tower here yet. Dan Sabolics against Smithy, so I can see Sabolics and Smithy, and Paul Merry behind on the bye. So unless they're both here or they're both out, I can't see them. I can see some Boogeyman crew, so I guess we might have them down there. I can see some of the Zeta family down below. So maybe we are going to be blessed to see those two run each other. These things are still, I can still hear them buzzing around, these little mosquitoes everywhere. Hear the mozzies. Well, thank you, Roulettes, for that. Thanks for keeping us occupied during the track prep period. Now it's time to unleash hell with round 2 of Outlaw Radial. So strap yourself in. Let's see how round 2 pans out here. Whatever it was in that run from the Boogeyman, I think they've fixed it. You would hope they've fixed it. Let's just see what comes out from here. Here's the spray, right? So here we go. We've got the spray rig on it. So this is normally our last thing we do before we send them down. We've done that little drag with the sled, got it all nice and dragged out, that last little bit of rubber application. Now we like to bind it all up with the traction compound. And this just shows our racers that, we do this every round. That just gives all of our Outlaw Radial guys, all of our Outlaw 275 guys, the very best surface to get back on in round 2, and then, no one should be second guessing the track at all. This is what we normally do. This is why we've just built up this level of trust amongst the racers that just know that for too long, the track prep has been, over the years, sometimes a little irregular, a little inconsistent. Depends also on the day. If you've got a nice big hot stinking day, you could be a genius and not make it work, you know what I mean? Different conditions bring in different things. We had issues up there, like Justin's prepped a few tracks around this country this year, and even up in Darwin when we had that issue up there. I mean, Justin's telling me, he can only do so much, but when they only give you an hour, V8 supercars, or supercars, whatever they call them, they only give the drag racing people an hour between the supercars running and the fuelers and the door slammers running to prep the track. You can't do that sort of prep in an hour. If you can't get any more access to that track, you can only prep it so well. When you've got access to the track like Justin's had here since I think about Wednesday, they even scraped the length of it last night. So that, they are on a pretty strict regime when it comes to what they do with this track day after day after day. And he's learnt from the best. He's learnt from Kurt Johnson. He's learnt from Tyler Crosno in the early days too, to the point that, yes, you can acquire this much knowledge. It's like Justin's acquired all the knowledge he has over the years as a tuner, as an engine builder, as a machinist. Once you build a skill set and you're good at it, you get results back. And he's had the results back. So he's now in demand for prepping all sorts of track. I think he's doing Jambo next weekend at Willowbank. So he's got plenty of track prep stuff to do before now and the end of the year. He's got that Total Venue Concepts rotator. He's got the sled. He's got the spray rig. Here they are again. Oh, just beautiful. Just beautiful. So graceful. How come there's only 5 then? Where did one bloke go somewhere, did he? Just when you got to go, don't you? Back to the air. Was there 6? One bloke's out. Trust us, these men are professionals. Mind you, they said that about submarine drivers. But anyway, look at the spray going out there. Justin's just taking that side to side, getting that spray on there, getting that lovely goo on there. We'll be getting our next 2 combatants here. Here's one. I can't see the other. I'd say we're going to have him there. I think we've still got Boogeyman Crew. There's Mrs. Z down there. There's Georgie walking around ready to get in the purge. Georgie's ready to get into the purge. I think Z is around somewhere. Oh, lovely, beautiful. Break formation. Triple bank. Look at but that's a little bit too close. You got to pull the old feeler gauges out there. That was a bit tight. God, you wouldn't want to have a bad day, would you? It's a bit hard to cover that one up for the boss, isn't it? That was a little too tight for me. That was, you want to see tight, you want to see some radial racing. We'll be giving you that in a sec. So for those people watching on the stream, of course you can see the spray rig going up and down, but right above us here, there is a little event on over the road here. It's something to do with cars, supercars over the road here, something at Sydney Motorsport Park. They're less inspiring every year, those things. I got more goosebumps sitting in the staging lanes last night with all of these people in their cars, their personalised weapons of transportation. Now remember, you could literally pull apart, just say your OG 275 cars, you could pull apart 6 different cars in that class and not find too many things identical. Turbocharger size, the hot side of the turbo, your injectors, your cylinder heads, your gearbox, your diff ratio, your suspension setup, your curb weight. They'll all be different. They're not all identical. They're not like what's over the road here where they're all identical and they're supposed to make racing tight, but what they've done is they've made racing boring. Here, we don't really pull out a rule. We don't make them a control car. They can be anything they want. You want to put a barrier in something and run? Do it. Put a 2J in something. Do it. LS, small block, big block, nitrous, whatever. Do it. You see how close we get at the end. This is the ultimate form of motorsport. It's parity with variety. You cannot get that. There's not too many other motorsports in the world that gives you parity with variety. And I will crow to my last breath just how we develop this here organically every time we turn up. It's not like we all get on the phone for the live hookup and go, so boys, how can we make radial racing tighter and more exciting? The answer is just to turn up. Big shout out to Brett Wheels. I've just put a shout out there. I think we did that before. Disco Dean was mentioned. No, it's not Stinky Pinky Disco Dean. That's the USA, the Aussie Disco Dean. Hello from Canada. So old Dime from Canada watching on the Sydney Dragway live stream. Webby's on to say, let's go through the indexes again, trying to work out what class Connor can go with a 550. Connor will be straight in Renegade there, Webby. If Connor's going to come straight out of juniors into Kenda, that VL that, of course, he's got now, the gorgeous VL, full tube thing, that will go straight into Renegade. It can't really go... It could go into Outlaw or maybe OG, but, you know, if you want to go the 550s, that'll be in Renegade, the 550 Renegade, thanks to Simon O'Carroll's swimming pool. So it's an interesting time because it's interesting just seeing that little post there from Webby come up on the Sydney Dragway chat. Is that that's another kid coming out of juniors. Like the Seng boys, the 2 Seng boys, they've come out of juniors. They haven't like kind of haven't gone to a dragster, like a big dragster or anything like that. They're hitting a sedan, and they're coming straight to another form of racing, being Kenda. Jaden, of course, did a bit of the old 400 Thunder stuff back in the day, the Pro Radial stuff when he was in there. But yeah, Connor Webb, when he gets in there with the VL, that's why Webby's looking for a transporter, by the way. You might have to up the budget there, Webby. I reckon 150 will get you a good one. I know you're hunting one for 100, but I know what sort of... He sent a picture up of the truck he's looking for. He wants a rigid truck with a big enough, you know, be able to obviously carry 2 cars. He wants to carry, as you would, you want to carry father and son cars. You're going to need a pretty decent transporter. Actually, Nick Baxter came down, him and Jacob, I think, came down with a very interesting car carrier. I think that thing could nearly carry 3 cars, that thing. So you might have to just check with Nick Baxter as to what truck that was. Interesting truck I saw here this morning. You can, I think, stack the 2 on top of each other and then 1 at the back. But yeah, 550 for Connor, I reckon. That'll be that. There is another one that's just come up, Webby. Actually, it's it'll take 2 cars and sleeps 12, and it's only 350k. Yeah, so I know that's a little bit out of the 100K budget, but just a few offers coming in online here. Actually, Jacobs heard me and said if we could fit 3 cars in there, we would have flown. So, no, it looks like he couldn't get 3 in there. He could get 2 in there, righto. So, there we go. You're right, Mark. You're right. Might have that in the ashtray. But that's exciting. I like to know that we've got the young blokes wanting to come up and come and bump in with the rest of the best. And look, we don't all jump in here for the money. Yes, it's nice we got 60 grand. It's nice to be able to say that we got 60 grand. The reality is that we do pay that out. We've got these happy sponsors here. They know they're on a good thing. They love it. And, you know, I'm sure George would love to, you know, take the $10,000 Lotus Caravans money and pay it back to himself if he wins it. That's another thing that sometimes guys do. He's not deliberately doing that to try and win it back. But he's deep in there in his own category there. He wants the very best competition around him. So why wouldn't you put up the money to attract the best competition? And that's what we've got. We've got that really good competition. I've not seen investment in a particular category, and I mean in general, in the radial category, as I have in the Kenda stuff. Like we have seen just, you know, new cars getting built, new ones being debuted. Guys from WA, 8 from WA this time. If anyone can tell us how many from South Australia have come in, I haven't kept count actually, but it's like 4 or 5 or 6 South Australians have turned up for this one. We've got them from the ACT, Victoria, as we know, New South Wales, home track, Queensland as well, the radial state. We've got them all coming out to have a taste of the candy. That Kenda candy. Oh yes, watch out, get your earplugs out. Make sure those roulettes aren't anywhere near us. We'll blow them out of the sky. I don't know what happened to the boogeyman in round number 1, but the thing was on kill. It wanted to come out and run a big number, and then the thing just lost power. I don't know what it was. Look, I'm going to take a guess. Sometimes they've got like what they call a cush drive. I think there's a drive on these superchargers off the crank. And it's like a cush drive. Like my motorbike rear wheels have a cush drive sort of thing as well. It is a little bit of a rubber coupling that just takes a little bit of vibration and shock out of the drive. Maybe he broke the drive off it. I don't know, because it just went to nothing. I'll have to check with him after the end of the day. It's hard to go and get that info off these guys between rounds. But he is 1 from 1, Andrew Zada. George Jezewski is none from 1. So if George was to take one on the boogeyman, they'd both be ending up 1 from 2. If the boogeyman takes out the purge, that's Zada 2 from 2 going into round 3. Guess who he's got to race in round 3? He's got to race Symbolics in round 3, the boogeyman. So his path to a finals berth could be stopped by Symbolics. It could be stopped now. But if Jezewski gets him here, it's still all up in the air for now. We've got to see what happens in the next couple of races. They might be out before the end of this round just yet. Hang on to your hats, folks. Outlaw Radial, round number 2. Lotus Caravans the win. And Race Parts Melbourne, the 5,000 runner-up. Oh, Georgie's got it back on a pedal. 103 to a 1 flat. Zada went 033 on the tree. He nailed George to the tree. George was probably a bit gun-shy to leave too early. And then a little bit further out, something happened to the boogeyman again. And George just got back on it and went right past him for the win. So a 442 the win there for Jezewski. And a loss there to the boogeyman. So that puts Z and Jezewski as 1 from 2 in round number 3. So they're going to be 1 from 2 each. So George lost in round 1 to a red light. Andrew won on a solo. Round 2 now, George and Andrew raced each other. George drove past him. So that now means George is 1 from 2. Zada is 1 from 2. Ricker is none from 1. Wagstaff is 1 from 1. Johnny just keeps trying. Joel's Garage Gear, Race Parts Melbourne. Oh, that sounds a lot better. Just this combo, like they have, he loves the turbos. He stayed with it. I know he was messing with the Pro Chargers there for a while. He had that other Firebird called the Bin Chicken. Gave that a crack at No Prep Kings. But here he is back with the radial, in the radial scene, Johnny Ricker. And look, I know he's gone 70s with this car. He deserves so much more than what he's received so far from all the hard work that they do. He's got a crack crew that just absolutely will support him to the end. And they put a piston in this thing, for heaven's sake. This thing's been apart. It's had the head off, it's had the piston out. They've swapped that piston over and that's out there running again. And they are, at the moment, none from one. Got to watch out, though. The Grinch, got to watch out for Wagstaff. Let's see what happens in that lane. That's the lane where the Boogeyman got a little unstuck. So let's just see if Wagstaff can go down the same lane. Oh, they're both on a number. They're both on a number. 69 to a 79. Wagstaff, 369.0. 369.0. Johnny Ricker, he's still going to be happy. 379.8 at 208. 3798. 3798 at 208 mile an hour. But the winner, Wagstaff, 054. What about Ricker? 017 on the tree. 017 on the tree. 054 for Wade. 978 to the 60 foot. 978 for the 57. 978 to the 60 foot. 247 to 330 foot. And that's it. And hats off to Johnny and the crew. Back in the 370s. What a great run. They'll be at least happy with that. 69 for Wagstaff. Here they go. Well, at least Smithy got the thing to light up that run. The last run, it was kind of popping and backfiring and carrying on as he was trying to bring some boost up to get that thing off the button to light the tyres up. This time it actually did it pretty good, and there he is. They did a converter change on this thing after hurting theirs last night. James Horan, they got a James Horan bolt together in that. Honestly, if you're relying on a torque converter company to help and you're using one on the other side of the world, doesn't it make sense that you could deal with a guy in Queensland that might be able to deliver you what you want faster? Because he's definitely proving himself, James, as a converter builder. He definitely is. He doesn't want any more. Yeah, he's busy. He'll help you out if you're in trouble. All right, Dan Symbolics, he's 1 from 1. Steve Smith, none from 1. Is this our second guy to go 2 from 2? Kinzada stops Symbolics in round 3 to then have us like 2 or 3 guys with 2 from 3 trying to work out who's going to go to the final. We'll find out here. Smithy, he could pull one out of the bag here. Dan oversteps the mark. It could be Smithy back in with a win yet. Oh, we got one here too. We got one here as well. Oh, Symbolics the win. Dan the win. Better reaction time to Smithy. A 382 for Symbolics. 382 201 and 418 there for Smithy. So they are back. 418, 112 in the 60 for the Mustang, 104 for Symbolics. It went for a fair walk there, 259 to 330 foot. I wonder if they're just locking that thing up early, because off it went. That thing just seems to be on a mission. Just starts to just rocket itself across the lane. 382 at 201 mile an hour. So Symbolics is 2 from 2. He'll be taking on Zada in round 3. Wagstaff against Jezewski. So both those guys, both black Camaros are going to go into round 3, 1 from 2, but with all the potential in the world to upset people like Symbolics and Wagstaff. Paul Merry on a bye, he's going to get the win. Does Paul Merry give it a crack here? I think he will. He won in round 1 because George red lit. So he's in here, he's going to be 2 from 2 anyway. So Paul Merry's going into round 3, 2 from 2 as well. That first round red light to George gave Paul a little bit of a gift. The solo in round 2 gives him a bigger gift. And he's looking at round 3. He's got to take on Johnny Ricker. And after Ricker just ran a 70, watch out. That's going to be a squeaker. We got some squeakers in round 3 coming up. We got some squeakers coming up in round 3. So, look, Smithy's going to end up 1 from 3 because he's going to win round 3. He lost in round 1, couldn't run. Round 2, just lost to Symbolics, and he's going to get a bye in round 3. So, Smithy will be in the clubhouse at 1 from 3, not going to be able to feature in the final. Paul Merry can feature in the final, although Symbolics is there. Wagstaff's there already. It's what Merry does in round 3 against Ricker that might either get him in the final or not. It's about what everyone does in round 3 out of the 2 from 2s, right? Oh, Abner came 103 on the back tyres for Paul Merry, and it went 567. 567. It went 103, I think, on the back tyres, and then that thing's come out of the hole. After that, started to climb, and he's just rolled off the throttle. I was really looking forward to seeing what Paul could do with that. Last night, the thing pulled a hell of a power stand. I would have given him the power stand award, but not to be that one. All right, so that's the end of that round for Outlaw 275, Outlaw Radial. Now we go into Outlaw 275, round 2. Campbell Brown and Connor Begley. Thanks to Outlaw Exhaust and Performance for the 10 grand win, and thanks to Spot On Performance for the 5 grand runner-up. All right, Connor. He's just a little bit undercubed here. He's got a 6 litre against a 622, right? But who knows? The big Chevelle. We don't know what might be about to occur. Hey, big shout out to the Race Parts Melbourne and Joel's Garage Gear Camaro. They're back, baby. 370s. You guys are back. Considering that was a 7-cylinder Camaro after qualifying, they are back into the 370s. All that hard work. All right, here we go. Jeff Campbell Brown tunes this car himself, built this car himself. 622 cubes on board, and it's gone 13 and a 14. In round 1, it went a 420. Connor Begley, he had a solo, went 473. So they're going to just try and throw everything at it here. They've got to against someone like Campbell Brown. Bump City, baby! Bump City! He got the whole shot, he's out there, but here comes Campbell Brown. 416 for Jeff. 108 in the 60 foot, 113 in the 60 for Connor. 4167 the win, 184 mile an hour. Look, a 461 for Connor. How quick has Connor gone in that thing? Because 61's a good number. Are they happy with that? Here's the Grinch back after a great run there for Wade Wagstaff into the 60s. So Campbell Brown goes into round 3, 2 from 2. Here's Lorenzo and Danny. Good mates, the best of mates, have to race each other. Ah, well, they did it in qualifying. So here we go. So Danny, round 1, he copped the brunt of Jeff Campbell Brown in round 1. Randall Laurie copped the brunt of Lorenzo Galotto. Well, Randall was already shut down by then, and Lorenzo went 416 that round. This has got a little bit of Lorenzo Webby all over, because remember last round, last year. I think they both went 4.08 in the second round, like 4.08 with a 0. I think they ran identical ETs. They weren't even running each other, and they ran identical ETs. And then they ended up racing each other in the final. I think Lorenzo went 0.5. I think it was the quickest Lorenzo went was an 0.5 from memory. I can't remember everything. So let's just see whether or not Lorenzo can go 4.16 with a 7. He went 4.16 with a 5 in round 1. Campbell Brown just went 4.16 with a 7. Let's just see what Lorenzo's got up his sleeve. So there won't be any games here. These guys, utmost respect for each other. They're good mates. A lot of Danny's fab work's gone into Lorenzo's car. Danny got him a little bit. Lorenzo's got to drive that thing. 106 in the 60-foot. 410. 410 for Lorenzo. 4106. 4106 at 184. Danny goes 454 with a 9 at 161 mile an hour. Absolutely booking. 117 in the 60 for Danny. 106 for Lorenzo. 053 off the button for Danny. Straps a whole shot on Lorenzo. Renzo had to go for a bit of a drive there. He had to go for a bit of a drive. But Danny right down Broadway in that station wagon. And what a great pairing there between Lorenzo and Danny. 410 with a 6. Oh, then Mr. Nuts is back. I reckon they can. Still running. Still running. There we go. Mr. Nuts is still going. Nathan Rose, Randall Laurie. Now, look, he ran a couple of 450s yesterday. Nathan stepped it up with a 61 in qualifying and then a 47. He went a 52, 61 and a 52, then went 47 in round 1. 447 in round 1. All right. As we said, Mr. Nuts, he's not just up there to make numbers. He's up there to take the odd scalp when they're not expecting it. So he's there to play percentage. He's there to just try and rack up a win, take a scalp. And let's just see what happens here. Nathan Rose, they might have a shot at it here yet. I don't know. They might have a shot at it here. He's trying to run a 30 with this car. Let's just see whether they've really cranked it up here. .109 in the 60-foot. Here we go. We hit the stripe. Rose 446 with an 8. 446 with an 8. Baby steps. Baby steps. 161. Mr. Nuts goes 494. Told ya. You can't just underestimate that blowing Tirana at all. It'll jump up and snap out 4-second runs if you're not careful. And good crank and run there from Nathan Rose. Round 1 went 447. Round 2 goes 446 with an 8. So that thing's booking. That is booking a fair bunch. That is a great couple of runs there. And look, Jared Blair, look, the Supra, hopefully the Supra's back and running on all 6 there. It was just playing up before. Let's see if it's all good. Yep, sounds the business. I wonder if some of these guys are going to back up for Jambo next week. We've had a little comment come through on the Sydney Dragway live stream about, oh, it'd be good to see these guys at Jambo next week. It's so hard to run these cars 2 weekends in a row, but especially when you're in two different tracks, 1,000 k's away from each other. But these guys are from Queensland. They've got to go back to Queensland. So it very well could be Jambo next weekend. We're so lucky to have so many big, great events happening where we just see the very best of the scene turn up. And, you know, we love Kenda, we love Jambo, we love Road Trips, Drag Challenge, you name it, Grudge Kings, you name it. We've got just some of the best cars anywhere in the world right here down under. And it's good when we get to see them all come out at various events. It's good to see a bunch of them turn up here for Kenda to try and race for that money. No power out of the hit there at all. Like we thought it was going to unleash some of that 2J hell, but all we've got there is a 10.37 for Jared. He's going to get the win. He didn't show up in round 1. Here he is in round 2, so he's going to be 1 from 2 for round 3. All right, who else be there if that's the end of Outlaw 275, round number 2? Let's look at 235. Haltech Outlaw 235. I get to fire up after all these classes purely because they're all just full of quality stuff. And here they go. This is what we kind of didn't want to see it, but I don't mind it. I don't mind seeing this. The brothers have got to race each other. Of course, the Seng brothers have got their own YouTube channel. So this is kind of the first time, because they've raced each other in junior dragsters all through their careers in junior dragsters. Now, they got their own YouTube channel, Seng Brothers Racing, but this will be some amazing content that'll go through on their YouTube channel. Is the brothers, they were drawn to meet each other in round 2. There'll be no specific team orders. There is no team orders here at all. Dad's going to give them both what they need in both cars here. So both Turbo LS, both 364 cubes, both Commodores, the VX for Caleb, the VH for Jaden. Are we both right, boys? Hang on, what's happening? Hang on, what do we got? Something's gone under here. Little leak under here. We're just sending him for a solo, are we? We're sending Jaden for a solo here. Righto. They're under the car, big time. So Caleb's not going to face the tree. A leakage. Jaden's got a free pass here. Setting it through. 62 with a 2. 462 with a 2. And Caleb, broke. Shut down on the line with a leak. That's no good. Whatever it is, we're trying to contain right where it is. And, we got a fair bit there, but I just didn't get the 60 there for Jaden, but that was a 462 with a 2. Round 1, it went, Jaden went 460 with a 3, so it's gone 462 with a 2. Is that, we've got a stripe up there, don't we? I wonder what that is. Look at it go. All the way back here, it's doing it. That might be engine oil, I'd say. Just that, because it's bright and we can see it, you know what I mean? Like we can really see that from here, so whatever it is, that's just had a little dump there, and we just got to fix that up. It's a shame. The boys were, that was going to be the matchup of the round. The two brothers against each other, but then I reckon they were both ready for it, because what did Caleb run that round before? He won a 69 the round before. So Jaden had gone a 6.0 and Caleb's a 69, so they're nearly just on a tenth apart from each other performance-wise. So that could have been anyone's race, be it a whole shot or whatever, but whatever it is, it's dumped it. I'm glad, in a way, I'm kind of glad that it's done what it's done there, other than on a run somewhere where he's, he's lost control of the thing because of the oil. So that's a fair strip. It's a fair old strip, and we got to get that back. So here we go. We got that nice oil down the clean-up there. Here's a big shout-out to Lorenzo Galotto as he comes back. Well done, Lorenzo. Bravo, bravo. 410. 410 on that run. Great run for him. 410 with a 6. And Danny, well done too. Danny, 454 with a 9. 454 with a 9. And a bit of a whole shot on Renzo on that run there too. So that was a great matchup between you two guys. And Nathan Rose, 446 with an 8. Nath, so 447, then a 446 with an 8. That commie is flying, man. That is flying. So we've got Nathan. How did he go in round 1? He got a win in round 1, win in round 2. So Nathan's 2 from 2 going into round 3. You got to race Jeff Campbell-Brown in round 3, Nathan. No pressure. You just got to race Campbell-Brown in round 3. Lorenzo's 2 from 2. He's got to take on Connor Begley in round 3. Danny is none from 2 today, but he's got to take Jared Blair. And Randall Laurie, Mr. Nuts, gets the bye. You get a bye in round 3, Randall. So you get to have one more crack at it all by yourself out there. So Mr. Nuts gets one more crack at the track here today. You get that bye in round 3. So this big dump of oil here was not a good thing. We should make the kids clean up. Make the kids clean up after their own mess. Could we do that? It's hard to do, isn't it? We could do that. I know I can't get my kids to clean up their own mess. So that's just their first out of 1, 2, 3. 3 more pairings in Outlaw 235 thanks to Haltech. Nick Baxter's in the lanes to get the bye. Mark Talbot will take on Scott Cortina. Phil Penny will take on Steve Lundy. So Lundy with a win already in round 1. Cam Riley, that 455 in round 1, will take on Shannon Reeves, who went like a 94, but we know Shannon can run 470s there. So there's some cracker runs to be had yet in this round. Then we look at what round 3's like. I don't know, whether they can fix whatever happened to Caleb. I wonder if they can fix it or not, whether that's something terminal or not. But wherever that's come out of, that may be, I don't know, maybe a hole. I don't know. If that's the case, if Caleb can't turn up for round 3, we'd probably put 2 paired buys together. We could put Cortina and Cam Riley together if Caleb can't turn up at round 3, because Cam's scheduled to run Caleb in round 3. So we're nowhere near finishing that scenario there at all. And heaven forbid, don't get me started on OG 275. Don't get me started on that one. OG 315 looks good coming up shortly. Where's my OG list here from round 1? I'm up to the Outlaw 235s. The OGs will be somewhere in the list here. Yeah, well, that's James Horan, Damien Boyce, Clint Hepburn, Tony Mazzatelli, Marcus Page, Reece Carkeet. I can see some of those guys in the lanes. In fact, I can see, is that Tony Mazzatelli back in the lanes there with Carkeet behind him? I think that is. We've got the cameras here on the live stream. They can show us that in the staging lanes. We've got the OG 275 guys ready for round 2. Some of them anyway. Got the rest coming around now. Race control normally puts those commands out. We're nearly ready for the lights too, by the way. I think we crank on a couple of 60-watt Osrams here. Almost on cue. They just come on now. There we go. Bang. All I had to do was just clap their hands once and they came on. Here they are. So they're going to work out a treat. All right, I'll see Barney's. Actually, that's one of Barney's opponents for round 3 coming there, the Yellow Falcon. He's got a race. What's that? He's got to race another Falcon yet before he gets to round 3, but that's his opponent for round 3 coming through there, Barney. Taking the comments out. Good. Yes, look, I'm of that same old-fashioned attitude too about, instilling good discipline into your kids. Sometimes you've just got to use a bit more. Sometimes you've got to use your backhand, not just your forehand. That's a good one. That's a good one from Grandma. Smacking your bum to put your brain in the right place. That is a good one. And you never did wrong by Grandma again after that. Your brain was in the right place every time you went over there. All right, so here he is coming back. Jaden Sang, 462 with the 2. Did you undo Caleb's sump plug in the staging lanes, did you, Jay? I'm just throwing a crazy scenario out there. Did you undo your brother's sump plug or something, did you? I don't know. What did you do under there, Jaden? I don't know. It's a joke, right? It's a conspiracy. It's a theory. Brothers wouldn't do that to each other. And besides, if you loosened that, it would have done it straight away, wouldn't it? I don't know. Whatever it was, it's done it. And we fixed that, and I think we're nearly ready to run again. So, no, he didn't do that. The boys are pretty tight. There's not that sort of sibling rivalry. It'd rather be those two against the rest. That's the sort of You know, they're a team. They're a tag team. That's what they are. They just had to race each other then. And that scenario panned out the way that it did. All right. Outlaw 235 round 2. The next pairing. Check this out. Scotty Cortina. Oh, that sounds a bit stronger. They are down on power a little bit here, boys. They're not on the 450 stuff. They're not on the 450 stuff like they were this afternoon, yesterday. They haven't cracked a good number today. They've had little gremlins that have just bitten them. And he qualified at the bottom of the field just about. He qualified behind Talbot. So here's Talbot now. He improved with like a 550, but we know Cortina can go 450s with this car. Have they solved that horsepower issue? Somewhere in that combo, it's out 500 plus horsepower. Let's just see what happens right now. So this doesn't really probably feature in the pointy end of tonight, but it's going to be a matchup that will lead towards round 3 where they've got to race other opponents. Except Cortina gets the bye next round. Oh, that's way better for Cortina. 61 with a 4. Oh, did we hear a pop then or something? 4 and another one. 461 with a 4. Mark Talbot goes 753. But Cortina, a loss in round 1, a win in round 2, and he's going to win round 3. So he'll end up 2 from 3. Let's see what happens by the end of round 3, whether 2 from 3 with a quick ET in round 3 might get you somewhere. God, who was pegging the revs then? Shannon Reeves was pegging it. He was pegging it, and then Cam Riley didn't really light the thing up coming out of the water. So Cam did that, I think, once already, where the thing just... He comes out and the thing doesn't light up enough in time. I don't know what he's got on this, but I hear it's got one big whizzer on it. So that might just be a little... I didn't see any... Did you see any tyre smoke out of Cam's thing there? He just sort of flew through there. So Cam Riley, round 1 a 455. Shannon Reeves a 494. They're going to try that. They're just going to see. They're not doing anything else. They're just going to try this out. I just didn't think there was much burnout there for Cam. Let's see if this gamble pays off right now. Not much time to do anything about it. Shannon Reeves, the pendulum might swing towards him at the moment. No, he feeds it 1-2-2 to the 60 front. Riley 55 with a 3 again. Riley 455 with a 3. 455 with a 3. Reeves goes 480 flat. 455 with a 3 for Cam Riley. So yeah, don't worry about what we said about burnout. That thing did it. 1-2-2 in the 60. So it's not breaking any records in the short time, but it's hauling it in the mid-lone. It is hauling it in the middle. All right, here we go. Ah, yes. Mr. Penny and Mr. Lundy. Two good blokes that I've known for a few years. Met Steve Lundy on a drag challenge. Reaper Performance. LS2. 6 litre. Very marginal engine work done to it, apparently, I understand. Goes well, gone 460s. Phil Penny, 2JZ on board. 495 he's run with this thing. It's a weapon. I think Phil will be making the trek for Jambo next weekend too. So we get to go to Bump City here, these two. Oh, Phil, I think he spins the little tyres up a little bit too much, and Lundy goes through 470. Lundy goes 470, 152. And I thought I heard a pop there too. Which one? And then Phil, like he zinged the tyres, and goes 6.49 for him. But 4.706 for Lundy. 0.39 off the button too, by the way, for Lundy. So that's not bad for him. So interesting stuff there. So look at the wins here in round number 2. Jaden Seng, 462 with a 2. Cameron Riley, 455 with a 3. Steve Lundy, 470 with a 6. Scott Cortina, 461 with a 4. Throw a blanket over that stuff. Oh, well done, Mr. Nick Baxter. He's going to leg this little 3RZ all the way out to the 660 here. This is fast becoming, well, honestly, he'll be, well, I know Hoffman's gone into the 4s. Scott Hoffman's gone into the 4s with a 3RZ in a Corolla. So as far as our quickest Australian 4-cylinder radial cars, Nick's in there, if not second. I know Silky's hasn't run any Kenda for a little while. He'll be running Jambo next weekend. But when it comes to Kenda, Nick's been the most, him and Hoffman, the most prolific 4-cylinder entrants with their combos. So Nick's going to bump this in all by himself. Let's see what he can do. Oh, no, over the top then. Over the top then, he's going to take it through for a 627. That'll do. He zinged the tyres on the hit. He went to Spinsville, and that's how we finish Outlaw 235. Round number 2. Mouth-watering for round number 3. Speaking of mouth-watering, I'm still frothing. On you, Phil. Bit of slippy there, but that little Honda, just so crazy, isn't it? Oh, Outlaw OG 315, here we go. The Black Ute against the Nova Rated. So, yes, let's just say they both got a win each, right? Here they are. Someone's going to go 2 from 2 here. Now, James Horan's got, well, I don't want to paint the scenario here too much. He might get a case of the Pazzos here. Remember Pazzo in this class ran a 3, and so you can't come in OG anymore. You're going to go to Outlaw. This is the same deal here. If James Horan runs a 3, look, we're not going to care today. In fact, we're going to celebrate a lot if James Horan, if the Black Ute can run a 3 here, that'd be a big moment. Damien Boyce beside him, the Nova Rated car. He's running in the 480 odd zone, 470s. James Horan went 410, 540 with a wheelie, then 410, and then 4 flat in round 1. Bump City, baby. Oh, power wheelie. He might just win both, James Horan. He might just win both. 420. 420 for James Horan, the win. Boyce goes 477. I think Horan's just won both. If he doesn't get anything else tonight, power wheel stand. That came out there, went up. He's given it a pedal. He also bumped it in perfect. Like, he bumped it in really impressively. So, in one run, the Black Ute just got all of our attention. All right, Mazzatelli and Marcus Page. It's back now. Now, somewhere about here last run, Mazzatelli, it stalled and stopped, and they couldn't get the thing to go back. But look, it's all running and it's working fine because here he comes. So we're going to have ourselves a run. Marcus Page lost in round 1 to Clint Hepburn. Mazzatelli was shut down and Carkeet took the win. So both of these guys already no wins. So someone's going to get one here, whether it's Mazzatelli or Marcus Page. Plenty of spray on board for the hot rod. It surprised us with a 485 in round 1. So Mazzatelli's going to need to bring all of that 430 performance here. He's going to need all of that 430 performance. without the parachute, you'd just swear that's an old HSV Maloo, wouldn't you? Who knows? It's got twin turbo 511 Brad in it. It's an insane car. Here we go. 7 seconds. Oh, Marcus Page does a big nitrous backfire. Mazzatelli, 445. 445 for Mazzatelli and the win. 445 with a 5. And Marcus Page, boom! She went big nitrous sneeze there. And look, we're racing out there with the vehicle. Marcus is pulling over. I don't know whether that was a bit of an explosion up the top. I don't know whether it dropped anything from the bottom. I know sometimes when you've got big cube engines with a lot of nitrous, you can do either two things. You can either blow the top off it or blow the bottom out of it. so he's either blowing the bottom out of it or he's blowing the top off it. One of the two. They are sort of standing there having a look. I hope it's just blowing the top off it. You know, nitrous guys. Normally, if that goes wrong, it might melt the whole top of the engine, but that's a nitrous thing, isn't it? Shannon Reeves, good crack at it that round, mate. Good crack at it that round. Good crack at it that round against Cam. Have we got something there? As it might have been something a bit more sinister. The old 572 might be now like a 346 or something. It's just 276. Might be a 276 now instead of a 572. I don't know. I didn't do the maths. I don't know how many cylinders are out. But we are kind of just surveying some of that and what we need to apply there. The boys are onto it. Our crew guys are out there to do a bit of localised pickup. Look at them go. I like the little four-seater. Out they go. That's track clean-up in style, isn't it? It's just, you're almost out to a golf game, except you don't have a single club on you. You're out there just to pick up all the shrapnel. So Marcus, he gave it all to the battle today. Gave it all to the battle. Reese will get the solo, or Reese and Clint might race. But have we got Casper down there? Have we? Yes, we do. Okay, that's what we've got as the next pairing, which looks like it was going to be Reese and it was going to be Clint. So we basically, we did that in round one. We had James and Damien end up racing each other because Fox Cullen was a late scratching. So without changing the seeding, we had Clint up against Fox this round. We had Reese on the bye. So it looks like these two are pairing up to race each other. We'll give them both a tick for a win. That way we keep that up to scratch just to see where we are. So far, the only one, and we've only had 2 runs in that. Mazzatelli is 1 from 2. Damien Boyce is 1 from 2. Clint so far is 1 from 1. He's going to go 2 from 2 because of the paired pass he's going to do with Reese. Reese will end up with 2 from 2, right? In fact, Reese is going to end up with 3 from 3. Our first 3 from 3 to the night, folks, and I'm just looking in the crystal ball. Well done, Cam Riley. Couple of 455s in a row. Great stuff. That VK giving out some love. Yeah, so we crunched the numbers. Reese was to race Tony Mazzatelli in round 1. Tony broke. Reese went 5 flat. Reese is here on a solo round 2. And he was on a solo, so that gives Reese 2 from 2. We're going to pair him up against Clint, and they'll make Clint 2 from 2. Clint's got to race Damien Boyce in round 3 to go 3 from 3, right? Brad Cullen is out in round 3. He was supposed to race Reese Carkeet. So Reese has to do a really good number in round 3 and just hope that people like Clint and James do something horribly wrong in the next race and a half. Simon O'Candles he goes, I need a couple more track cleanups and I'll be there for the final. I'm watching live from the passenger passenger now. He's only 2 hours away, Simon O. Swanstrom. So Simon O. Swanstrom's only 2 hours away. All right, Simon. Well, we'll try and keep it all going here until you get here, mate. He would have loved to have been here, but he did have a little bit of flame on last week and a bit of meltage, and he wasn't able to be here to compete. He would have loved to have been in that big dollar shootout last night. He loves a good big dollar shootout, but you know what? What a great sub. We had Lundy from WA in there, and he ended up in the final. That race between him and Jaden was a cracker. So, yeah, thanks, Simon O. Swanstrom. We'll see you shortly. So, look, it's looking on paper like Reese will be the first to be 3 from 3 technically on here. If you predict the future, solo in round 2, he's going to get it. Although it's a paired solo, so Clint gets 1 too. So Clint's 2 from 2, but Clint's got to race Damien Boyce in round 3. Horan's got to race Mazzatelli. So he's got to watch himself. If he does another big flying wheel stand, yes, I did say that, Scott. I called him Simon O. Swanstrom. Yes, I did. It just rolls off the tongue. So Horan's got to race Mazzatelli. Now, look, Horan with the power stand still went 420. You know what I mean? Like, is this him coming back now? Is this him now? Is this him now? And Damien Boyce coming behind him. Give the Black Ute another round of applause for the power stand, folks. The perfect bump and a power stand. He might be in for some special awards here tonight, all in the one run. He did a perfect bump. He came out, he did a power stand, and he still put the win light on. So James Horan, you did a lot in that run, mate. I can't believe that even with a 420 in the power stand. Scotty's loving that. Where is he? I don't know, Scotty. I can't weigh any further into the discussion, really. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I know that's probably you can legally marry now, I guess. But I think they're both straight males that just do. They are good mates. They are good mates. But I just like it just rolls off the tongue a little bit. And when Simon gets here, I'm happy to call him that. I was gonna even if he was here this weekend, I was gonna rattle off the odd SOS. Sending out an SOS. So that's what we got in front of us here. So look, there's no clear run to the final. The only guy that's got, and I can't even say that he's got a spot in the final. All I can say is that right now, looking at this, before Reese has even run this car right now, Reese is going to get a win here because him and Clint are going to race off against each other, even though it's all because Foxy broke late. So Clint was supposed to race Foxy this round, Brad Cullen in the Blown Valiant. And then round 3, Reese was supposed to race that same Valiant. So that gives Reese 3 from 3, and he's got to do a number in the third round. And it's got to be quicker than anyone else that goes 3 from 3. It's whether Horan's got to get around Mazzatelli, Hepburn's got to get around Damien Boyce. So it's not an easy run to the final just yet. Reese, we've seen it before with these competitors. You can be 3 from 3, and your ET in round 3 is not quick enough. And honestly, there's 2 races there that if the results don't go the way that we think, that we're going to have a lot of people on 2 from 3, then we've got to crunch the numbers again. So even in theory, look, if Mazzatelli took out Horan, I hate to break this down into hypotheticals. If Mazzatelli was to take out Horan, Mazzatelli will both be on 2 from 3. It'll all come down to ET in that run as to who gets maybe a shot in the final. Reese may still end up the only one at 3 from 3 and a shoe-in. He can be a shoe-in if there's an upset or 2 there. Because we've got guys that might all end up on 2 from 3, and they might be quicker cars than Reese. But Reese is the only one that looks like on paper for now that's already there in the clubhouse without even getting to the clubhouse. He's still got 2 rounds to go. He's still got to get to round 3 before we tick him for 3 from 3. He's still got to run an ET. He's got to go as hard as he can in round 3 to give himself the best ET to come up against anyone else that might end up 3 from 3. And the only 2 that could potentially do that are Clint Clint Hepburn and James Horan. They're the only two that can go 3 from 3 to match Reese. If Hepburn beats Boyce with a decent time and Horan beats Mazzatelli with a decent time, so they'll both end up in 3 from 3. If James is close to form, runs anything in that low 4-second zone, James would be up against Reese. But then if Clint against Damien, Clint again goes quicker than what Reese runs and goes 3 from 3, those two quick ETs will basically kick Reese out of the final. It's a cruel world. It's cruel. We've done it before. We've had many guys at 3 from 3 and then had to kick 2 out. We've had one guy who looks like he's in the final to get pipped by half a tenth. We've seen that even with the 550, the 640, the 580 classes. We've seen those guys also get kicked out at the last moment purely because that extra numbers come in. That last quick numbers come in. So there's still a lot of options left on the table. And look, all we're doing is I'm raving on about a 7-car OG 315 field. We're not looking at the rest yet. That's just the first one that's popped up that says, wow, that we're already starting to see what the final looks like there, and we cannot still predict that. That's a long way to the final. I'm glad you're laughing at that, Simon. I'm glad you're laughing at that. Simon O'Swanstrom's just called me or texted me to say that he loves that. Calls me to say that he loves that. No more aircraft outside, Benny. Notice that? We've lost the planes. Are they supposed to be running a supercar race over there tonight or something, aren't they? Don't they do it at night over there? You know what? You could add up all the horsepower in that field over there and all the hundreds of millions of dollars in race car, and they still don't add up to the horsepower we got over here. What do they make? 600 and something each. So how many cars in the field? 30? Not even that, is it? 24? So 24 by 6. It's not a lot, is it? 12,000 horsepower, is it? I don't know, I've got to get the calculator out. Just say we've got 24 V8 supercars over the road. Just say they're making 630, right? Yeah, 15,000 horsepower over the road. I'll give you 15,000 horsepower in 6 cars if you. We'll give you 12,000 horsepower one pairing, but here tonight we'll give you 15,000 horsepower in one class. We'll give you a 6-car field with more horsepower than everyone over the road. Yep, that's it. We've got the power. All we need now is to get like SVG into a radial car just to prove whether the guy can steer. Yeah, I watched that NASCAR race from here, and you know, I still couldn't get goosebumps. I couldn't get goosebumps watching it. I still couldn't get goosebumps. It was just they were turning in, they were going around corners, but it was about as exciting as watching caterpillars, you know, wrestle. You know, it's pretty boring. It's almost like watching women's soccer. It's almost as crook as that. Almost as crook as that. It is a bit harsh. Women's soccer. It's harsh. It's harsh. Not my cup of tea. They seem to throw a couple of $100 million at it though. Oh, about women's soccer and NASCAR. Yeah, I know. We're still not playing with enough horsepower there, are we? I'm a hard marker. It takes a lot to get me impressed about things these days. And one thing it doesn't take a lot to get impressed about is what we're seeing in all of these categories as normal here at the Kenda 660 round. Our Kenda round, for those people that may want to know, for Benarabi. So we call that round 4 up at Benarabi. I think that might be our final round of the year. We love to have a ride at the end of the year normally here, but this is our normal Sydney round. I think with some of the things going on at the track at Willowbank between now and the end of the year is that we won't have an October date probably to do anything at Willowbank. So the option had come up where we'd been approached by Palmyra up in Mackay to do some Kenda up there, and we've got the dates at, I think, October 13, 14, I think. Big shout out to Steve Sant, the cute backup girl for the Black Ute. Shagger's on. Big hello to Shagger. Sci-Hop Gypsy says squash, yeah, hits the Jambo squash balls to the crowd with a wicked backhand. I've got a wicked backhand. I can do the four-handed backhand. Yeah, sorry, Shag, I'm catching up on the comments about discipline before, about forehand backhand, and Shag has got me on that for what I'll be hitting out next weekend. I'll be hitting all the J balls out. We did it down here. I love it here in Sydney. Love hitting out those J balls here in Sydney because I can get them onto the old shade sails over there, and they run down the back. It's funny watching 20 blokes run down the back. But big shout out to Steve Sant. Big shout out to D Field, Gen X Mama Bear. I'm glad that you've got your ears on. Come on. So there's a lot of action happening in this country before the end of the year. But as we said, October, I think 13 and 14. October 13, 14 is Kenda in Mackay. So we had a show of hands at the beginning of the day at the drivers' briefing as to who would be interested. And we actually had, a good, like a couple of dozen interested there. So obviously it's nice to try and confirm numbers closer to the date. But this far out, I think you've got to start planning if you're thinking about doing it this far out. All of that stuff takes planning. It's a pretty decent trek. It's like driving Brisbane to Sydney, but Brisbane to Mackay is pretty much the same sort of trek, I think. Great track when you get there. Let me tell you, it's worth seeing Palmyra up there. It's in the cane fields. Mackay's a great town. Got the beach on the other side there. It's a cranking spot. I'll be keeping an eye out for you up there, Shags. You might just end up doing all that up there yet, Shags. I may have some date clashes there just yet up around that time. We might have to reach out to the NQ Hustler. I just gave him that nickname. It just sounded right. He's not true. He's not a hustler. He's not a hustler. He's a good fella. So that might just be on the cards yet, Shags, or maybe you and me. I don't know. Yes, D, a Kenda at HPR could be on the... Honestly, we could do a southern sweep. It just takes a fair bit to pull this stuff together. It really does. Takes a fair bit. And as much as we'd love to run a Kenda at all of our tracks, Willowbank, Sydney, Heathcote, we are talking about one at the Bend when the Bend gets up and running. We might be bumping in at the Bend as well. Is that we know we get really good support here in Sydney, and geez, we've all gone, like all the quick runs seem to happen here. So, I mean, when it's a quick track, it's hard to break away and then try and... Because the trouble is, we get to this good, and then everywhere else you go, there's an expectation. It's almost like, well, we're not going to be able to run as quick at all these other tracks. It's like, well, you don't know until you get there. And my biggest argument is this. No matter what track you're on, you're still going to try and win at that track. That used to be the old APSA theory when we used to go and take Pro Street around the country. You go to different tracks. You just basically all had to adapt to win, adapt to race. And it didn't matter what track, whether it was on song or not, everyone had to kind of get their combos to work. And it was harder for some, easier for others, but I shouldn't say it was easy. None of this stuff's easy. These guys kind of make it look easy, but it is so not easy to do this stuff. I mean, to hit the mark like we've been seeing them do it, it takes years and years of practice and skill, and we're so lucky to see what the end result looks like. And I tell you, it's been entertaining, and we're not even halfway through. So we're 300 above sea level, is that right? That's what the air is, righto. So that's not bad air. We've got what's our humidity though? 75 feet. Meters, oh yeah. All right, so we're up to 61. That's not too crazy. All right, so we're at that sort of humidity factor. Remember, we literally caught to 6. Like, it's deceptive here. You could assume we're 11 o'clock right now, but we're not. And it is a bit darker over where we are here in the race area, but when you do have a look over at the sunset on our staging lane camera there, we've still got a bit more sun out that side. So this was a beauty, this one. This was a beauty. She was a good one. But we have got it under control. We've done that oil. We now are just reinstating this lane. We would love to have got through round 2 of everyone before we had to do this. But we're just having to do this now. And that's just reinstate this lane to as good as it was before. And when it's got oil on it like that, you've just really got to get that up, reapply that surface. Because, you've got to use a little You've got to be a little invasive to get that oil out of that prep surface. And of course, I don't know the best way to probably to paint this picture, but can you imagine a surface that gets contaminated and you've actually got to clean that surface, so you've effectively got an area which is not the same as the surface around it from where you've cleaned it. So that's what they're trying to do, is just trying to just glue that little strip together, and it was literally a strip. It wouldn't have even been an inch wide. That puddle, as they pushed it back, like it was not even an inch wide line of oil, but it was enough. It was enough. It's gorgeous sunset there on the big screen. Gorgeous sunset on the big screen. Great weather that we've had today. Can't believe it sprinkled overnight. Can't believe it rained overnight. Yeah. Well, remember Jambo this year when it poured down, people 10 minutes away got nothing. That sort of came through like this big strip of rain came through the middle here, and it was torrential through here. But 10 minutes down the road, no one was getting it. This is a good sign. The spray rig is out on the start line, and we are going to put the arms down and give that a spray. And I know that we normally experience will show that not only will they give that a little whiz through here, is that normally just tickle that other lane, they'll probably maybe do that as well. Let's just see. Because, you know, both lanes are fairly equal. We've been seeing the performance in both lanes pretty good. Some good performances so far in our categories. But, yeah, no, that was a goodie. Sorry, I was thinking of our previous oil down, Benny, where we just saw Caleb get pushed back, but we forgot Marcus. Marcus gave her a fair lunching. Marcus gave it a fair lunching. I forgot about Marcus. I'm still thinking of Caleb when he dripped it and they're pushing it back, but that's how long ago it was. Let's just see if we can get an answer back from... see if Luke can answer. Asking Luke. I'll ask Luke first. I can ask probably Pete. Pete might tell me as well. Tell you what, I think the Black Ute did two things in one run there, which I've got 2 awards I've got to give out. I'd almost just give them out in the one go then. Well, there's a height hang in a hall, but we don't have best wheel stand, but we do have a Power Management Solutions award somewhere on my piece of paper here. We do have that Best Power Wheelie thanks to Power Management Solutions. And that's kind of the best power wheelie we've seen. I mean, in qualifying, we saw Ronnie Hopes do it in qualifying. But that one tonight by James, I mean, that came out a bit before it went up. That's what I like about a power wheelie is sometimes a power wheelie is one that will pick it up further out. That's a power wheelie. That's when you're getting some power into it. And that's what it was doing. And the bump in battle there, when he went in there against Damien Boyce, I mean, he went in one bump, no flicker. Oh, big shout out to What Up G in the house on the live stream. What Up G, the little RX2 ready to unleash next weekend at Jambo. So tuning in for a little bit of the live stream as we see the sunset here at Sydney Dragway. We are at Kenda 660 and we are just finishing a little bit of a clean-up. Even King of the Bling tonight, thanks to Joe Steiner. How do we pick the King of the Bling? Look, lucky enough, Justin's going to help me a little bit more here tonight because he has, with his guys, the team, been keeping an eye on what's been going on with these cars close up. So we've got to find an outstanding Renegade car thanks to the Bolt King. We've got to find an outstanding Ruckus car thanks to Finance Next. We've got to find an outstanding Rumble car thanks to Impact Ground Solutions. 60-foot Inks giving us the money for the outstanding Rebels car. Best reaction time in the Renegade Rumble. Oh, God, I've got to start looking for reaction times now too. We'll be asking those competitors too, by the way. A couple of things we'll be asking competitors to pay attention to. Now's a good opportunity before we get racing again. All competitors that reckon they might have a most consistent award eligibility, you need to bring 3 racing time slips with you to us at presentations, and we need to see your time slips, how tight they are over 3 rounds of racing. That's how we can give someone the $500 performance wholesale store credit. A best reaction time in our fixed index classes, so Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels. I'd love the racers to probably keep an eye on those for me as well. We're looking for the best reaction time in racing from the fixed index classes. I don't know about that, Lorenzo. I really don't. All right, here we go. And as we said, Reese on a bye, Clint Hepburn on a bye. So both guys going to get a round win. So I've already ticked in for Reese. And I've ticked in there for Clint. So Clint in round 1 went 4.13. Reese in round 1 went 5.007. All right, Carkeet and Hepburn. All right, so wins to both. Let's just see how they go. This first pairing down after that oil down. Oh, Clint right down Broadway goes through for a 4.06 for Hepburn. 4.06.7 at 198. And how about Reese? 5.07. 5.077. 4.069. Low ET of the round. All right, OG 315 done for round number 2. Here we go. Strap yourself in. OG, anything can happen here. OG 275. Righto, here we go. Billy Shelton. Cut a hole shot win over Graham Horner in round 1. Jason Cowan, 4.68 the last round as well. Both with wins. So here we go. Shelton ready to go. Jason Cowan making sure everything's okay. LS is both sides. 5.3 litre for Sicko. 4.27 for Jason. So a little bit more cubes. We get to go to Bump City a few times this round. Oh, a little bit better to Cowan this time. He's out in front. It's going to be a big number for him. 63, 4.63. Billy Shelton, 5.23. Trying to find him there. The win there, 4.63 with a 4. 4.63 with a 4. Billy Shelton, 5.22. Oh, boy, here we go. Thick and fast now. Luke Knight, Cameron McNabb. Winning round one for Luke. No such luck for the naughty boy. All right, Luke Knight, round one, weird with a 5.13. McNabb, big zing of the tyres, round one for the naughty boys. So right now, Luke Knight's trying to get 2 from 2 here. He's gone 5.12. Cameron McNabb went 5.11 today. So even if these guys run close to today's performance, she's going to be a cracker. Joel's Garage, OG 275, round number 2. All right, boys, let's get him in. Problems there for Luke. The thing didn't line up. Something's gone wrong. Whoa, Bill, Michael Dell, what happened there? Did Luke give that a hit to the wall? I don't know. I don't know what happened there. The win comes on for Luke Knight, but I don't know whether he... did he get out to the wall? Did he give the wall a kiss, or did he get out of it? I don't know. I know that Cam zinged the tyres on the hit, and no such luck there for him. But Luke Knight, he absolutely gapped Luke Knight there, did Cam McNabb, but he just blew those tyres off it on the hit, and he went for a wild walk there, did Luke Knight on the leave. By the time I looked down or looked up or looked over, could not see anything. God, that just sounds so cranky, that RB. Christos Kurumola. CK Automotive. Quick Bits. VL RB30. 3.2. Bullet Engineering, so I wouldn't be surprised if this might be a billet block deal. This might be one of the super mega cranky RBs. They're going billet block, and they're going for the sky boost wise. They're going for the sky boost wise big time. Matt Turnbull though, you got to watch out for Turnbull. Turnbull put out a 64 in round one. So this is going to be a cracker race. Karamola might just be going for the ET here, because I haven't seen him leave on time yet today. Off he goes 61 with a 7. 461 with a 7, the win there for Turnbull. 461 with a 7, Karamola a 633. So two wins there for Turnbull, 464 and a 461, 463 there for Coward earlier on. So there's still some potential here to have a cracker OG 275 final. All right, Harold Joss back, Ben Taylor. Both guys did not have an ideal round one. So, look, this will be nice for them just to get another run in. Chicago shootout, we get 3 rounds. Of course, we lost a round of qualifying due to the delayed start due to drying the track up. We've lost some time today through oil downs and stuff like that. But, look, nothing too crazy. We are sort of at that stage where we are just... Time is getting away from us, but hey, these guys They're still battling on. Ben Taylor, Joss. There they go. And again, issues out further for the Camaro, but the hatchback's going to go through. Howell Joss for a win. 5.25. 5.25 for him in the hatchback. There we go. Elvio Gonzalez and Mick Wormall. Yeah, heard something, didn't he? Yeah, that's hang on, we've got reds down there now. What's going on? We've got some reddies, got some reds on. Just got to check what's going on. What's that? Oh, just the gate. That's the red lights on for the gate. Early gate. There we go. No biggie. That's what happened when these guys are running some big boosts through these things. They make a lot of horsepower at the crank, and yeah, that might have been a thrust. I think he's been doing a lot of voice to text lately. Here we go. Elvio Gonzalez gets left on the tree. It's going to be a good run for him, but Mick Wormall, it's all clean greens, and it's a win. 586. 586 for Mick. 586 for the 9. Elvio goes 547. Just didn't get the leave that he wanted. All right, here we go. Graham Horner and Chuck Jifkins. Oh, no, hang on. Graham Horner and Barney Lidner. So I'd say we've lost Chuck and we've lost Heisman's. So I'm going to link the Lidner and Horner runs together here. So I'm going to go a tick to Barney and I'm going to go a tick to Horner, because I'd say we've lost Heisman's and I'd say we've lost Jifkins, because these guys weren't supposed to race each other, but here they are. OG 275 round number 2. So both these guys, these runs, look, right now they're not going to matter in round 2. They're going to go a win. Barney got a win in round 1 with a no-show. He's now got a win in round 2 with a no-show. Graham Horner lost in round 1 to Billy Shelton on a hole shot. So Horner's going to like getting a win. Can of Coke. Oh, yeah. Is that my last can of Coke? Getting hard to see here. Have we got all the lights on out there? Yeah, we do? Okay. They still warming up? Oh, just, I don't know. I need some of those yellow goggles right now. I'm having trouble seeing. I am getting a bit blind at night. So both these guys are in with a win already. Horner bumps in against Barney, 7 seconds. Oh, nice wheel stand for Barney. Lidner hits the shift. Horner goes out and goes a 69. Barney goes a 510. So Barney goes a 510 and Horner goes a 469 with a 4. 69 with a 4 and Lidner a 510, a nice 122, probably on the back tyres actually. Nathan G, who is not here, a win to Peter Faulkner. We have got no Nathan G, who he didn't turn up for Barney in round 1, and in round 3. It'll be Ben Taylor with a solo in round 3, because if we have lost G-Who tonight, Peter Faulkner gets a win here as well. So Faulkner in round 1, red lit to Elvio. So here he is. He's going to get a win here, Pete Faulkner, on his own. Bit of attrition creeps in. Little bit of attrition creeps in. There we go. Look at this one for Faulkner, 523. 5.23 for Faulkner. Win there for him. I think that's OG 275 done. Looks like it. All right, Renegade, Simon O'Carroll swimming pool. 550 class. Here we go. Round number 2. Pete Hamilton and Darren Mallison. From ACT is the VH Wagon. From South Australia is the Mark 1 Cortina. Look, I might give, if this Commodore does another big wheelie, he might end up getting that power stand award back off James, but James has got that in the bag right now for what that car did on that run. Let's see how they go. Darren Mallison, round 1 a win. Nice wheelie out and gone. And the Commodore there of Pete Hamilton, 5.52. Yep, we'll cop that. We'll cop that. 5.52 with an 8. We've got to go to the third decimal. And a 5.53. Just hold shot. Darren Mallison couldn't catch up. All right. This matchup is Jason Seng against Herman Tosti. Herman from Clearview, South Australia. Jason Seng from Westbrook, Queensland. Tosti in round 1 lost to Jacob Setgas 5.51. Seng was able to get a win with a 5.51. What's that? No headlights. Oh, yeah, for the stream. Yeah. For the stream, it messes the cameras up a little bit, the headlights, doesn't it? Unless they all go to those red LEDs. Those LEDs might be okay, won't they? All right, here we go. Herman Tosti's ready. Jason Seng, he just gets himself ready. Purge of the nitrous. Tosti's put a light on. So that's okay. He can put a light on. He could put 2 on if he wants. It gives Sengi 7 seconds to get in total. And Sengi doesn't need that much time. He just needs to get on that 5.50 there because Tosti can be there too. He went 5.46 with a 4 on the last run. So we know he can be right at the 50. Left him standing there. Jason's just got to watch out for that 5.50 stuff. Oh, wheelie there for Tosti. 5.63 the win for Seng. 5.63 with a 5. 5.63 with a 5 there. So he did roll. He had a bit of insurance up. He had a little bit of insurance up there. Tosti bumped in, but Seng actually sat there. Literally sat there after the green. A 2.66 reaction time. Reds as well, because we'd taken Tosti off the gate here. And there we go. Just having a little look in that lane to see whether the HB had done anything malicious. I don't think he had. The HB's tucked up behind the concrete barrier, and we are ready to let Jacob Setgast and Aris Cantolian go. All right, now this is interesting. Round 1, Aris went 5.52. Round 1, Jacob went 5.51 with a 9. 5.52 with a 0 for the Coppo. 5.51 with a 9 for a 2JZ Cressida. They are nowhere alike. There is nothing the same with these two cars. So why are they 200ths away from each other in performance? This matters. This matters. Reaction time better to Aris. Jacob's right there. 2JZ power. Aris Cantoli to the stripe. They're on the brakes. 5.56 the win for Aris. 5.56 the win for Aris. He squeezed Jacob out. Thank goodness for the whole shot for Aris. 5.56 for the 2 the win. Setgas a 46 on the breakout. A 46 on the breakout for Setgas. Aris had to fight that. He had to jump on the brakes there right at the end, Jacob, but that was not enough. All right. This is supposed to be Dale Hartle-Law and Patrick O'Shea. But guess what? It's Jeff Trapnell and Dale Hartle-Law. So I'm going to put them there together. I'd say Patrick O'Shea is out, and I'd even say Adam Cope is out. And if that's the case, Adam Cope in round 3 was out all by himself. And Pat O'Shea could be out as well. Oh, now Outlaw going to get something in, but here comes Trappy at the stripe. Trappy, can he do it? 48 beats a 61. It's a breakout. Trapnell gets it. Outlaw can't, well, him and Trappy are racing each other, so they're going to get a win. Let's just say he's going to get a win. They both, if that was a race, that was a boil over. But Trappy gets it. In theory, if that was a real race, he would have taken it over Dale, but they're both on seated solo, on paired solos, so they both get a win. So that means Dale going into round 3 will be 1 from 2. Trappy will go in 1 from 2, 2 from 2. How's that? 1 from 2. Aris is going to go into round 3, 2 from 2. Pat O'Shea's out, so Aris is going to be 3 from 3. Jacob in round 3. I'm going to crunch these numbers. He'll be 1 from 2. Yeah, can't wait to see how that all ends up in round 3. Disco Dean in this round was supposed to get the bye, and he's going to get the bye. So yeah, Disco lost in round 1. Timed out, remember, timed out. So did Disco even face that then? No? Okay, let's just see. He's just saving the bacon. Saving the bacon, maybe. All right. Well, that was one funny renegade round. Yeah, that's funny. All right, let's move it on to Ruckus. Yes. Crazy what's going on here. I almost need the light on. I almost need the light on the phone here to just even see the stuff in here. We'll work that out shortly. Pete Hamilton is 1 from 2. Jason Seng will be 2 from 2. All right, so anyway, work that out. Crunch that number. All right, here we go. Matthew Cowley, Ronnie Hope. Ronnie Hope. Matthew Cowley, Ronnie Hope, round 1, lost. Matthew Cowley, round number 1, lost against Derek Logan. So both these guys haven't had a win yet. Ronnie this afternoon. Had Ronnie done that in racing, that could have got him an award, that one. I've got to pick an announcer's choice yet. God, how do I do that? I could do that. I could do that. All right, here we go. The 580 class here. Ronnie Hope, Matthew Cowley, nothing really, no weight on this run really at all. No one's perfect yet. Someone's going to get a win here. Their first win of the racing. Ronnie Hope goes 592. 592 with an 8. Cowley goes 647. Well done, Ronnie Hope. Well done, Matthew Cowley. Ronnie Hope's now got a win. Jai Ward and Derek Logan. Derek Logan won in round 1. Jai Ward won in round 1 because he's on a solo. So this does matter. This run matters. These guys starting to build. You've got to build your momentum, don't you? You've got to build your ride to the final. Even though we only had 7 in the class. Don't forget all races, you've got to bring us the three really consistent time slips out of racing to win that $500 store credit thanks to Performance Wholesale. And best reaction time out of the Ruckus, Rebel, Renegade and Rumble guys. We need you to bring your best reaction time from racing down so we can win that, because I'm having trouble keeping an eye on the reaction times at the moment. Just trying to make sure the right numbers go in here. All right, Derek Logan, he needs one here. Jai Ward, he's going to try. He hasn't been near the 580 today. So he can't stuff it up from here, can he? He can't. 662. He's going to take it. It's not a really good ET for Derek Logan, but he's going to take it. So Derek Logan's 2 from 2 coming into round 3 after this. Ryan Durant in round 1 lost. Robert Morris in round 1 won. So Morris is already up 1 here. Can he get one off Durant to go 2 from 2 as well? All right, here we go. First time I think we've seen Robert Morris in the left lane. Ran pretty good on one. See what happens on the second kit. Oh yeah, we got Outlaw Radial in the lanes for round 3 coming up just shortly. We got Rumbles and Rebels. So this matters. If Morris can get one here, he'll go 2 from 2. But what's standing in the way is Ryan Durant. 580 index, RC Metalcraft, Ruckus. Oh, that's not going to go well for Robert Morris. He's been left behind. Watch out for the ET though. 594 means that Durant gets one. Wow. 594 with a 2. A loss to Robert Morris. That just throws a whole cat amongst the pigeons deal. And a win to Bailey Stokes. Now he won in round 1, Bailey Stokes. He's winning in round 2. So he's going to go 2 from 2. But remember, in round 3, just say Bailey's going to go into round 3 at 2 from 2. If Bailey goes under the 580, I can't any wins. I can take the win, but I can't take the ET. So I can take the wins, but if we have to count back on that on ET, then if he runs too quick in the 580, we can't take a hot ET in. We never thought we'd ever have that problem, but it's starting to pop up. So he's just running this through. What's he got? 588. You can't argue with that. He just needs to take that over to round 3 right now. And Bailey Stokes is going to go into round 3. The Robert Morris is going to be 1 from 2. Matthew Cowley is going to be none from 2. Jai Ward's going to be 1 from 2. Roddy Hope's going to be 1 from 2. Ryan Durant is going to be 1 from 2. All right. We must be in all over group Radial Rumble. Round 2. What do we got here? Jamie Turner up against Shane Locke. Oh, this will be a cracker. This might have been a replay of the final here last year, because Jamie Turner won Rumble last year, I think, from memory. Locke wants to lock in on that 640 just like Jamie does. Locke lost in round 1. Turner won in round 1. Clean greens, better reaction time. The Turner out, Locke's out in front. Locke's out in front, 646. Turns the tables with a quicker ET. Turner drops off with a 657. Better reaction time. But Shane Locke gets one back, so now he's 1 from 2. Jamie Turner's 1 from 2. I told you it's not an easy way to get to the final. It's not an easy way ever. Not an easy way ever to get to the final. There is no easy way to the final anywhere in these classes. Right, here we go. Bailey Simpson, Steve Hunt. Bailey Simpson, round 1 a loss. Steve Hunt, round 1 a win. It's a panel van. He's trying to go 2 wins here from Ingle Farm, South Aussie. Clean greens, better reaction time to the panel van. He's out there, but there's Bailey Simpson trying to get that Gemini on the spray to the 640. A 642 beats a 641. A 642 beats a 641 on a hole shot. 642 with an O beats a 641 with a 5 by 66 thousandths of a second. Wow. And I've just found another award. Dancer's choice. Panel van. That's tough. Mind you, this guy's tough too. He's got my attention too. Rowan Hudson and Luke Hauser. Oh, tell you what, there could a couple be awards in Rumble here. Luke Hauser's got a win already. He ran right on the 40. Hudson can go right there as well. Oh, it flickered too much. It flickered too much. It flickered too much. Red light to Hauser and a win to Rowie. 6:46 for the one. 6:46 for the one. He was late in round one, Rowie, but he got it back. He's got one there because Luke just bumped one too many times. That's the problem with the bump sometimes. You keep rocking. You keep a rocking and you can't get in. And that's come back to bite the big fella. So now everything's level. We're really leveling up. Rumble's leveling itself up here in round two. Rumble is leveling itself up. Sean Smith lost in round one. Jai Ackland won in round one. All right, Jai Ackland is already up one in the AU. It won against Rowan Hudson. He whole shot. He beat Rowie with a 665.